Chapter 1 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Saloni More. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 1. I sail as second mate in the Saracen. I will pass by all the explanations concerning the reasons of my going to sea, as I do not desire to forfeit your kind patience by letting the story stand. Enough if I say that after I had been fairly well grounded in English, arithmetic, and the like, which plain education I have never wearied of improving by reading everything good that came in my way, I was bound apprentice to a respectable man named Joshua Cox of Whitby, and served my time in his vessel, the Laughing Susan, a brave, nimble brigantine. We traded to Riga, Stockholm, and Baltic ports, and often to Rotterdam, where having a quick ear, which has sometimes served me for playing upon the fiddle for my mates to dance or sing to, I picked up enough of Dutch to enable me to hold my own in conversing with the Hollander, or Hans Butterbox, as those people used to be called. That is to say, I had sufficient words at command to qualify me to follow what was said and to answer so as to be intelligible. The easier, since uncouth as that language is, there is so much of it resembling ours in sound that many words in it might easily pass for portions of our tongue grossly and ludicrously articulated. Why I mention this will hereafter appear. When my apprenticeship term had expired, I made 2 voyages as second mate, and then obtained an appointment to that post in a ship named the Saracen, for a voyage to the East Indies. This was anno 1796. I was then 22 years of age, a tall, well-built young fellow with tawny hair, of the mariner's complexion from the high suns I had sailed under and the hardening gales I had stared into, with dark blue eyes filled with the light of an easy and naturally merry heart, white teeth, very regular, and a glad expression as though forsooth I found something gay and to like in all that I looked at. Indeed, it was a saying with my mother that meaning Geoffrey, that Jeff's appearance was as though a very little joke would set the full measure of his spirits overflowing. The master of the Saracen was one Jacob Skevington, and the mate's name Christopher Hall. We sailed from Gravesend, for with Whitby I was now done, in the month of April 1796. We were told to look to ourselves when we should arrive in the neighbourhood of the Cape of Good Hope, for it was rumoured that the Dutch, with the help of the French, were likely to send a squadron to recover Cape Town that had fallen into the hands of the British in the previous September. However, at the time of our lifting our anchor off Gravesend, the Cape settlement lay on the other side of the globe. Whatever danger there might be there was too remote to cast the least faint shadow upon us. Besides, the sailor was so used to the perils of the enemy and the chase that nothing could put an element of uneasiness into his plain shipboard life, short of the assurance of his own or his captain's eyes that the sail that had hauled his wind and was fast going upon the sea line was undeniably an enemy's ship, heavily armed and big enough to cannonade him into staves. So with resolved spirits, which many of us had cheered and hardened by a few farewell drams, for of all parts of the seafaring life the saying goodbye to those we love, and whom the God of heaven alone knows whether we shall ever clasp to our breasts again, is the hardest. We plied the capstan with a will, raising the anchor to a chorus that fetched an echo from the river's bank, up and down the reach, and then sheeting home our topsails, dragging upon the halyards with piercing, far-sounding songs, we gathered the weight of the pleasant sunny wind into those spacious hollows, and in a few minutes had started upon our long journey. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gloria Begeman, Somerville, South Carolina. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 2. We meet and speak the lovely Nancy. Snow. For days and days after we had cleared the channel and entered upon those deep waters, which off-soundings sway in brilliant blue billows, sometimes paling into faint azure or weltering in dyes as purely dark as the violet, according as the mood of the sky is. Nothing whatever of consequence befell. We were 40 of a company. Captain Skevington was a stout but sedate sailor who had used the sea for many years and had confronted so many perils there was scarce an ocean danger you could name about which he could not talk from personal experience. He was likewise a man of education and intelligence, with a manner about him at times not very intelligible, though his temper was always excellent and his skill as a seaman equal to every call made upon it. We carried 6 12-pounders and 4 brass swivels, and a plentiful store of small arms and ammunition. Our ship was 5 years old, a good sailor, handsomely found in all respects of sails and tackling, so that any prospect we might contemplate of falling in with privateers and such gentry troubled us little, since with a brave ship and nimble heels, high hot hearts, English cannon and jolly British beef for the working of them, the mariner need never doubt that the Lord will own him wherever he may go and whatever he may do. We crossed the equator in longitude 30 degrees west, then braced up to the trade wind that heeled us with a brisk gale in 5 degrees south latitude, and so skirted the sea in that great African bight twixt Cape Palmas and the Cape of Good Hope, formerly called, and very properly, I think, the Ethiopic Ocean. For though to be sure it is all Atlantic Ocean, yet methinks it is as fully entitled to a distinctive appellation as is the Bay of Biscay, that is equally one sea with that which rolls into it. One morning in July, we being then somewhat south of the latitude of the island of St. Helena, a seaman who was on the topsail yard hailed the deck and cried out there was a sail right ahead. We waited with much expectation and some anxiety for the stranger to approach near enough to enable us to gather her character or even her nationality, for the experienced eye will always observe a something in the ships of the Dutch and French nations to distinguish the flags they belong to. It was soon evident that she was standing directly for us, shown by the speed with which her sails rose. But when her hull was fairly exposed, Captain Skevington, after a careful examination of her, declared her to be a vessel of about 200 tons, probably a snow, her mainmast being in one with her foremast, and so we stood on, leaving it to her to be wary if she chose. After a little, the English ensign was seen to flutter at her fore topgallant masthead. To this signal we instantly replied by hoisting our colour, and shortly after midday, arriving abreast of each other, we backed our topsail yard, she doing the like, and so we lay steady upon the calm sea, and so close that we could see the faces of her people over the rail, and hear the sound, though not the words, of the voice of the master giving his orders. It was Captain Skevington's intention to board her, as he suspected she was from the Indies, and capable therefore of giving us some hints concerning the Dutch, into whose waters, in a manner of speaking, we were now entering. Accordingly, the jolly boat was lowered and pulled away for the stranger, that proved to be the snow, lovely Nancy of Plymouth. Name of cruel omen, as I shall always deem it, though I must ever love the name of Nancy, as being that of a fair-haired sister who died in her 15th year. I know not why I should have stood looking very longingly at that Plymouth ship, whilst our captain was on board her, for though to be sure we had now been at sea since April, whilst she was homeward bound, yet I was well satisfied with the Saracen and all on board. I was glad to be getting a living and earning in wages money enough to put away, my dream being to save so much as would procure me an interest in a ship. For out of such slender beginnings have sprung many renowned merchant princes in this country. But so it was. My heart yearned for that snow as though I had a sweetheart on board. Even Mr. Hall, the mate, a plain, literal, practical seaman, with as much sentiment in him as you may find in the first Dutchman you meet in the Amsterdam fish market, even he noticed my wistful eyes, and clapping me on the back, cried out, "Why, Fenton, my lad, I believe you'd be glad to go home in that little wagon yonder if the captain would let ye." "I believe I would, sir," I replied, "and yet if I could, I don't know that I would either." He laughed and turned away, ridiculing what he reckoned a piece of ladylike sentiment, and that it was no more, I dare say, I was as sure as he, though I wished the depression at the devil, for it caused me to feel, whilst it was on me, as though a considerable slice of my manhood had slipped away overboard. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gloria Begeman, Somerville, South Carolina. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 3. The captain and I talk of the Death Ship. After 3/4 of an hour, or thereabouts, Captain Skevington returned. We then trimmed to our course again, and ere long the Plymouth Snow was astern of us, rolling her spread of canvas in a saluting way that was like a flourish of farewell. Whilst the jolly boat was being hoisted, the captain stood gazing at the snow with a very thoughtful face, and then, burying his hands in his pockets, he took several turns up and down the deck with his head bowed and his whole manner not a little grave. He presently went to the mate and talked with him, but it looked as though Mr. Hall found little to raise concern in what the captain said, as he often smiled, and once or twice broke into a laugh that seemed to provoke a kind of remonstrance from the master, who yet acted as though he were but half in earnest too. But they stood too far away for me to catch a syllable of their talk. It was my watch below at 8 o'clock that evening. I was sitting alone in the cabin, sipping a glass of rum and water, ready to go to bed, when I had swallowed the dose. There was but one lamp hanging from a midship beam, and the cabin was somewhat darksome. The general gloom was deepened by the bulkhead being of a sombre walnut color, without any relief, such as probably would have been furnished had we carried passengers, from table glass or silver or such furniture. I mentioned these matters because they gave their complexion to the talk I am now to repeat. Presently, down into this interior, through the companion hatch, comes Captain Skevington. I drained my glass and rose to withdraw. "Stop a minute, Fenton," says he. "What have you been drinking there?" I told him. "Another drop can't hurt you," said he. "You have 4 hours to sleep it off in," with which he called to the boy to bring him a bottle of brandy from his cabin. He bid me help myself, whilst he lighted a pipe of tobacco, and then said, "The master of the Snow we met today warns us to keep a bright lookout for the Dutch. He told me that yesterday he spoke an American ship that was short of flour, and learnt from the Yankee, though how Jonathan got the news I don't know, but there's a Dutch squadron making for the Cape in charge of Admiral Lucas, and that among the ships is the Dordrecht of 66 guns and 2 40-gun frigates. But should we fall in with them, will they meddle with us, do you think, sir? Said I. Beyond question, he answered. Then, said I, there is nothing for it but to keep a sharp lookout. We have heels anyway. He smoked his pipe with a serious face, as though not heeding me. Then, looking at me steadfastly, he exclaimed, Fenton, you've been a bit of a reader in your time, I believe. Did your appetite that way ever bring you to dip into magic, necromancy, the black art, and the like of such stuff? He asked me this with a certain strangeness of expression in his eyes, and I thought it proper to fall into his humour. So I replied that in the course of my reading I might have come across hints of such things, but that I had given them too little attention to qualify me to reason about them or to form an opinion. I recollect when I was a lad, said he, passing my answer by, so to speak, hearing an old lady that was related to my mother tell of a trick that was formerly practised and credited too. A person stood at a grave and invoked the dead, who made answer. I smiled, thinking that only an old woman would talk like thus. Stop, cried he, but without temper. She said it was common for a necromancer to invoke and obtain replies, but that though answers were returned, they were not spoken by the dead, but by the devil, the proof being that death is a separation of the soul from the body, that the immortal soul cannot inhabit the corpse that is mere dust, that therefore the dead cannot speak themselves, but that the voices which seem to proceed from them are uttered by the evil one. Why the evil one? Said I. Because he delights in whatever is out of nature, and in doing violence to the harmonious fabric of the universe. That sounds like a good argument, sir, said I, still smiling. But, continued he, suppose the case of men now living, though by the laws of nature they should have died long since. Would you say that they exist as a corpse does when invoked, that is, by the possession and voice of the devil, or that they are informed by the same souls which were in them when they uttered their first cry in this life? Why, sir, I answered, seeing that the soul is immortal, there is no reason why it should not go on inhabiting the clay it belongs to, so long as that clay continues to possess the physical power to be moved and controlled by it. That's a shrewd view, said he, seemingly well pleased. But see here, my lad, our bodies are built to last 70 years. Some linger to 100, but so few beyond, that every month of continued being renders them more and more a sort of prodigies. As the end of a long life approaches, say a life of 90 years, there is such decay, such dry rot, that the whole frame is but one remove from ashes. Now, suppose there should be men living who are known to be at least 150 years old. Nay, add an average of 40 to each man and call them 190 years old, but who yet exhibit no signs of mortality. Would not you say that the bounds of nature, having been long since passed, their bodies are virtually corpses, imitating life by a semblance of soul that is properly the voice and possession of the devil? How about Methuselah and others of those ancient times? I'm talking of today, he answered. 'Tis like turning up the soil to work back into ancient history. You come across things which there's no making anything of. But what man is there now living who has reached to 190? Cried I, still struck by his look, yet in spite of that, wondering at his gravity, for there was a determination in his manner of reasoning that made me see he was in earnest. Well, said he, smoking very slowly, the master of that snow, one Samuel Bullock of Rotherhithe, whom I recollect as a mate of a privateer some time since, told me that when he was off the Agula's bank, he made out a sail upon his starboard bow, braced up and standing west-sou'west. There was something so unusual and surprising about her rig that the probability of her being an enemy went clean out of his mind, and he held on, influenced by the sort of curiosity a man might feel who follows a sheeted figure at night, not liking the job, yet constrained to it by sheer force of unnatural relish. 'Twas the first dog watch, the sun drawing down, but daylight was yet abroad when the stranger was within hail upon their starboard quarter, keeping a close luff, yet points off on account of the antique fit of her canvas. Bullock, as he talked, fell a-trembling, though no stouter-hearted man sails the ocean, and I could see the memory of the thing working in him like a bloody conscience. He cried out, "May the bountiful God grant that my ship reaches home in safety," I said. "What vessel was she, think you?" "Why, captain," says he, "what but the vessel which 'tis God's will should continue sailing about these seas?" I started to hear this, and asked if he saw any of the crew. He replied that only 2 men were to be seen, one steering at a long tiller on the poop deck, and the other pacing near him on the weather side. I seized the glass, said he, and knelt down, that those I viewed should not observe me, and plainly catched the face of him who walked. "How did Bullock describe him, sir?" said I. "He said he wore a great beard and was very tall, and that he was like a man that had died, and that when dug up preserved his deathbed aspect. He was like such a corpse, artificially animated, and most terrible to behold from his suggestions of death in life." I pressed him to tell me more, but he is a person scanty of words for the want of learning. However, his fears were the clearest relation he could give me of what he had seen. "It was the Phantom Ship he saw, you think, sir?" said I. "I am sure. He bid me dread the sight of it more than the combined navies of the French and the Dutch. The apparition was encountered in latitude 20 miles south of 36 degrees. 'Tis a spectre to be shunned, Fenton, though it cost us every rag of sail we own to keep clear." "Then what you would say, captain," said I, "is that the people who work that ship have ceased to be living men by reason of their great age, which exceeds by many years our body's capacity of wear and tear, and that they are actually corpses influenced by the devil, who is warranted by the same divine permission we find recorded in the book of Job, to pursue frightful and unholy ends." "It is the only rational view," he answered. "If the Phantom Ship be still afloat and navigated by a crew, they cannot be men in the sense that this ship's company are men." "Well, sir," said I cheerfully, "I reckon it will be all one whether they be fiends or flesh and blood, miraculously wrought to last unto the world's end, for it is 1,000,000 to nothing that we don't meet her. The Southern Ocean is a mighty sea. A ship is but a little speck, and once we get the Madagascar coast on our bow, we shall be out of the Death Ship's preserves." However, to my surprise, I found that he maintained a very earnest posture of mind in this matter. To begin with, he did not in the least question the existence of the Dutch craft. He had never beheld her, but he knew those who had, and related tales of dismal issues of such encounters. The notion that the crew were corpses animated into a mocking similitude of life was strongly infixed in his mind, and he obliged me to tell him all that I could remember of magical, ghostly, supernatural circumstances I had read about or heard of, until I noticed it was half an hour after 9, and that, at this rate, my watch on deck would come round before I had had a wink of sleep. However, though I went to my cabin, it was not to rest. I lay for nearly 2 hours wide awake. No doubt the depression I had marked in myself had exactly fitted my mind for such fancies as the captain had talked about. It was indeed impossible that I should soberly accept his extraordinary view touching the endevilment of the crew of the Death Ship. Moreover, I hope I am too good a Christian to believe in that satyr, which was the coinage of crazy, fanatical heads in the Dark Ages, that cheaply imagined foul fiend created to terrify the weak-minded with a vision of split hoofs, legs like a beast's, a barbed tail, flaming eyes, and nostrils discharging the sickening fumes of sulphur. But concerning the phantom ship herself, the Flying Dutchman, as she had been styled, 'tis a spectre that has too often crossed the path of the mariner to admit of its existence being questioned. If there be spirits on land, why not at sea too? There are scores who believe in apparitions, not on the evidence of their own eyes, they may never have beheld such a sight, but on the testimony of witnesses sound in their religion and of unassailable integrity. And why should we not accept the assurance of plain, honest sailors that there may be occasionally encountered off the Agula's bank and upon the southern and eastern coast of the African extremity a wild and ancient fabric, rigged after a fashion long fallen into disuse, and manned by a crew figured as presenting something of the aspect of death in their unholy and monstrous vitality? I turned this matter freely over in my mind as I lay in my little cabin, my thoughts finding a melancholy musical setting in the melodious sobbing of water washing past under the open port, and snatching distressful impulses from the gloom about me that was rendered cloud-like by the moon, who was climbing above our mastheads and clothing the vast placid scene outside with the beauty of her icy light, and then at 7 bells fell asleep, but was called half an hour later, at midnight, to relieve Mr. Hall, whose 4 hours' spell below had come round. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 4. We are chased and nearly captured. We talked occasionally of the phantom ship after this for a few days, the captain, on one occasion to my surprise, producing an old volume on magic and sorcery, which it seems he had, along with an odd collection of books, in his cabin, and arguing and reasoning out of it. But he never spoke of this thing in the presence of the mate, who, to be sure, was a simple, downright man, without the least imaginable flavor of imagination to render sapid the lean austerity of his thoughts, and who, therefore, as you may suppose, as little credited the stories told of the Dutchman's ship as the Hebrew Jew believes in our Lord. Hence, as there were but the captain and me to keep this shuttlecock of a fancy flying, it fluttered before long to the ground, perhaps the quicker because, on the Sunday following our speaking with the Plymouth snow, there happened a piece of work, sharp and real enough to drive all ideas of visions and phantasms out of our heads. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, when a sail was descried broad on the larboard beam. It was not long before we made out that the vessel down in the eastern quarter was steering large, and at the time the appearance of her canvas assured us of this. She slackened away her larboard braces to head up for us, hauling upon a bow-line with a suddenness that left her intention to parley with us questionless. We hoisted the English ensign, and held on a bit, viewing her with an intentness that brought many of our eyes to a squint. Then the captain, observing that she showed no colours and was a big ship, put his helm up for a run. No sooner had we braced in our yards, when the fellow behind us squared away too, and threw out lower and topmast studding sails with a rapidity that satisfied us she was a man of war, apparently a liner. This notion, joined to the belief that she was a Dutchman, was start enough for us all. Our small company were not likely to hold their own against the disciplined masses of a 2 or 3 decker, even though she should prove a Spaniard. Our guns were too few to do anything with tiers of batteries heavy enough to blow us out of water. So, as there was nothing for it but a fair trial of speed, we sprung to our work like hounds newly unleashed, got her dead before it, ran out studding sail booms on both sides, and sent the sails aloft soaking wet, for the serviceableness of the weight the wetness would give, and stationing men in the tops and cross trees, we whipped up buckets of water to them, with which they drenched the canvas, till our cloths must have looked as dark as a collier's to the ship astern of us. It was very slow work at first, and we were thankful for that, for every hour carried us nearer to the night, into which the moon now entered so late, and glowed with such little power, even when she had floated high, that we could count after sundown upon several hours of darkness. But it was not long before it became evident to us all that, spite of the ceaseless wetting of our sails, the ship in our wake was growing. Then, satisfied of her superiority and convinced of our nationality, she let fly a forecastle gun at us, of the ball of which we saw nothing, and hoisted the Dutch colours at her fore-royal masthead, where at all events we could not fail to distinguish the flag. "Confound such luck!" cries Skevington at this. "How can our apple bows contend with those pyramids of sails there? What's to be done?" he says, as if thinking aloud. "It's clear she's our master in running, and I fear she'll be more than our match on a bowline, with the weather gauge too. And yet, by the thunder of heaven, Mr. Hall, it does go against the current of any sort of English blood to haul down that piece of bunting there," says he, casting his eyes at the peak where our flag was blowing, "to the command of a Dutchman's cannon." "The wind's coming away more easterly," said the mate, with a slow turning of his gaze into the quarter he mentioned, "and it'll be breezing up presently, if there's any signification in the darker blue of the sea that way." It happened as he said, but the Dutchman got the first slant of it, and you saw the harder pulling of his canvas in the rounded rigidity of light upon the cloths, whilst the dusky line of the wind, followed by the flashings of the small seas whose leaping heads it showered into spray, was yet approaching our languid ship, whose lower and heavy canvas often flapped in the weak air. A couple of shot came flying after us from the man-of-war's bow chasers, ere the breeze swept to our spars, and now the silvery line of the white water that her stem was hewing up and sending in a brilliant whirl past her was easy to be seen. Ay, 'Twas even possible to make out the very lines of her reef points upon the forecourse and topsail, whilst through the glass you could discern groups of men stationed upon her forecastle, and mark some quarter-deck figure now and again impatiently bound on to the rail and overhang it like a davit, with an arm round a backstay, in his eagerness to see how fast they were coming up with us. The excitement of this chase was deep in us, when the captain gave orders to train a couple of guns aft, and to continue firing at the pursuing craft, which was done, the powder smoke blowing like prodigious glistening cobwebs into our canvas forward. Meanwhile, the English colours flew heartily at our peak, whilst preventer braces were clapped on the swinging booms, and other gear added to give strength aloft, for the wind was increasing as if by magic. The ribbed clouds had broken up, and large bodies of vapour were sailing overhead, with many ivory-white shoulders crowding upon the horizon, and the strain upon the studding-sail tacks was extremely heavy. But you saw that it was Captain Skevington's intention to make the Saracen drag what she could not carry, and to let what chose blow away before he started a rope yarn, whilst we had that monster astern there sticking to our skirts. And by this time it was manifest that with real weight in the wind our heels were pretty nearly as keen as hers, which made us hope that should the breeze freshen, yet we might eventually get away. Well, at 3 o'clock it was blowing down right hard, though the weather was fine, the heavens mottled, the clouds being compacted and sailing higher, stormy in complexion and moving slowly. The sea had grown hollow, and was most gloriously violet in colour, with plumes of snow which curled to the gale on the head of each liquid courser. The sun was over our fore-top-gallant yard-arm, and showered down his glory so as to form a golden weltering road for us to steer beside. The ship behind catched his light, and looked to be chasing us on wings of yellow silk. But never since her keel had been laid had the Saracen been so driven. The waters boiled up to the black-faced turbaned figure under the bowsprit, and from aft I could sometimes observe the glassy curve of the bow sea, arching away for fathoms forward, showing plain through the headrails. A couple of hands hung grinding upon the wheel with set teeth, and the sinews in their naked arms stood out like cords. Others were at the relieving tackles, and through it we pelted, raising about us a bubbled, spuming, and hissing surface that might have answered to the passage of a whirlwind, repeatedly firing at the Dutch man-of-war, when the heave of the surge gave us the chance, and noticing the constant flash in his bows, and the white smother that blew along with him, though the balls of neither appeared to touch the other of us. Yet that we should have been ultimately overhauled and brought to a stand, I fully believe, but for a providential disaster. For no matter how dark the dusk may have drawn around at sundown, the Dutchman was too close to us to miss the loom of the great press of canvas we should be forced to carry. At least so I hold. And then again there was the consideration of the wind failing us with the coming of the stars, for we were still in the gentle parallels. But let all have been as it might, I had just noted the lightning-like wink of one of the enemy's forechasers, when to my exceeding amazement, ere the ball of smoke could be shredded into lengths by the gale, I observed the whole fabric of the Dutchman's towering foremast, with the great course, swelling topsail, top-gallant-sail, and royal, and the fore topmast staysail and jibs melt away, as an icicle approached by flame, and in a breath, it seemed, the huge ship swung round, pitching and foaming after the manner of a harpooned whale, with her broadside to us, exhibiting the whole forepart of her most grievously and astonishingly wrecked. A mighty cheer went up from our decks at the sight, and there was a deal of clapping of hands and laughter. Captain Skevington seized the telescope, and talked as he worked away with it. "A rotten foremast, by the thunder of heaven!" he cried, using his favorite adjuration. "It could be nothing else. No shot our guns throw could work such havoc. By the height that's left standing, the spar has fetched away close under the top. And the mess! The mess!" For a whole hour after this we touched not a rope, leaving our ship to rush from the Dutchman straight as an arrow from a bow. But Lord, the storming aloft! The fierce straining of our canvas, till tacks and guys, sheets and braces rang out upon the wind like the clanking of bells, to a strain upon them tauter than that of harp strings, the boiling noises of the seas all about our bow and under our counter, where the great bodies of foam roared away into our wake, as the white torrent raves along its bed from the foot of a high cataract. There was an excitement in this speed and triumph of escape from what must have proved a heavy and inglorious disaster to us all, which put fire into the blood. And never could I have imagined how sentient a ship is, how participant of what stirs the minds of those she carries, until I marked the magnificent eagerness of our vessel's flight, her headlong domination of the large billows which underran her, and the marble-hard distension of her sails, reminding you of the tense cheeks of one who holds his breath in a run for his life. Distance and the sinking of the sun, and the shadows which throng sharply upon his heels in these climes, left the horizon in course bare to our most searching gaze. We then shortened sail, and under easy canvas we put our helm alee, and stood northwards on a bowline until midnight, when we rounded in upon our weather braces and steered easterly, Captain Skevington suspecting that the Dutchman would make all haste to refit and head south under some jury contrivance, in the expectation that as we were bound that way when he fell in with us, so we should haul to our course afresh when we lost sight of him. Yet, in the end, we saw him no more, and what ship he was I never contrived to learn. But certainly it was an extraordinary escape, though whether due to our shot, or to his foremast being rotten, or to its having been sprung and badly fished, or to some earlier wound during an engagement, must be left to conjecture. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 5 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 5. We arrive at Table Bay and proceed thence on our voyage. But though, after this piece of severe reality, Captain Skevington had very little to say about such elusive and visionary matters as had before engaged us, it was clear from some words which he let fall that he regarded our meeting with the Dutch battleship as a sort of reflected ill luck from the snow that had passed the phantom Dutchman, and the idea possessing him, as indeed it had seized upon me, that the lovely Nancy was sure to meet with misadventure, and might have the power of injuring the fortune of any vessel that spoke with her intimately, as we had, caused him to navigate the ship with extraordinary wariness. A man was constantly kept aloft to watch the horizon, and repeatedly hailed from the deck that we might know he was awake to his work. Other sharp-eyed seamen were stationed on the forecastle. At night every light was screened, so that we moved along like a blot of liquid pitch upon the darkness. On several occasions I heard Captain Skevington say that he would sooner have parted with 20 guineas than have boarded or had anything to do with the snow. Happily, the adventure with the Dutchman led the seamen to suppose that the master's anxiety wholly concerned the ships of the enemy, For had it got forward that the lovely Nancy had sighted Vanderdecken's craft off the Agulhas, I don't question that they would have concluded our meeting with the snow boded no good to us, that we were likely ourselves to encounter the spectral ship, if indeed she were a phantasm, and not a substantial fabric, as I myself deemed, and so perhaps have refused to work the Saracen beyond Table Bay. At that settlement it was necessary we should call for water, fresh provisions, and the like, and on the 6th of July, in the year 1796, we safely entered the bay, and let go our anchor, nothing of the least consequence to us having happened since we were chased, the weather being fine with light winds ever since the strong breeze, before which we had run, died away. After 81 days of sea and sky, the meanest land would have offered a noble refreshment to our gaze. Judge then of the delight we found in beholding the royal and ample scenery of as fair and spacious a haven as this globe has to offer. But, as Captain George Shelvocke, in the capital account he wrote of his voyage round the world in 1718, there points out the Cape of Good Hope, by which he must intend Table Bay, has been so often described that, says he, I can say nothing of it that has not been said by most who have been here before. We lay very quietly for a fortnight, feeling perfectly secure, as you may conclude when I tell you that just round the corner, that is to say in Simon's Bay, there were anchored no less than 14 British ships of war in command of Vice Admiral Sir George Elphinstone, of which 2 were 74s, whilst 5 mounted 64 guns each. Meeting one of the captains of this squadron, Captain Skevington told him how we had been chased by a Dutch liner, and he replied he did not doubt it was one of the vessels who were coming to retake, if they could, the settlement we had captured from the nation that had established the place. But I do not think the notion probable, as the Dutch ships did not show themselves off Saldanha Bay for some weeks after we had sailed. This, however, is a matter of no moment whatever. We filled our water casks, laid in a plentiful stock of tobacco, vegetables, hogs, poultry, and such produce as the country yielded, and on the morning of the 18th of July hove short, with a crew diminished by the loss of one man only, a boatswain's mate, named Turner, who, because we suffered none of the men to go ashore for dread of their deserting the ship, slipped down the cable on the night of our departure, and swam to the beach naked with some silver pieces tied round him in a handkerchief. Behold the character of the sailor! For a few hours of such drunken jollity as he may obtain in the tavern and amid low company, he will be content to forfeit all he has in the world. It was known that this man Turner had a wife and 2 children at home, dependent upon his earnings. Yet no thoughts of them could suppress his deplorable, restless spirit. But I afterwards heard he was punished even beyond his deserts. For being pretty near spent by his swim, he lay down to sleep, but was presently awakened by something crawling over him that proved a venomous snake called a puff adder, which, on his moving, stung him, whereof he died. It was the stormy season of the year off South Africa, but then a few days of westerly winds would blow us into mild and quiet zones, and, come what might, the ship we stood on was stout and honest, all things right and true aloft, the provision space hospitably stocked, and the health of the crew of the best. 'Twas a perfectly quiet, cheerful morning when we manned the capstan. The waters of the bay stretched in an exquisite blue calm to the sandy wastes on the Blauberg side, and thence to where the town stands. The atmosphere had the purity of the object lens of a perspective glass, and the far distant Hottentot Holland mountains, with summits so mighty that the sky appeared to rest upon them, gathered to their giant slopes, such a mellowness and richness of blue that they showed as a dark atmospheric dye which had run and stained before being stanched that part of the heavens, rather than as prodigious masses of land of the usual complexion of mountains when viewed closely. That imperial height, called Table Mountain, guarded by the amber-tinted couchant lion, reared a marvellously clear skyline, and there the firmament appeared as a flowing sea of blue, flushing its full cerulean bosom to the flat altitude as though it would overflow it. But I noticed a shred of crawling vapour gather up there whilst the crew were chorusing at the capstan, and by the time our topsails were sheeted home, there was a mass of white vapour some 100 feet in depth, foaming and churning atop, with delicate wings of it circling out into the blue, where they gyrated like butterflies and melted. The air was full of the moaning noises of the southeast wind flying out of that cloud, down the steep, abrupt, full of gorges, scars, and ravines. And what was just now a picture of May-Day peace became on a sudden a scene of whipped and creaming ripples, and the flashing on shore of the glass of shaken window casements, through spiral spurtings of reddish dust, hands aloft on the various ships at anchor, hastily furling the canvas that had been loosed to hang idly to the sun, flags, quite recently languid as streaks of paint, now pulling fiercely at their halyards, and Malay fishing boats darting across the bay in a gem-like glittering of water, sliced out by their sharp stems and slung to the strong wind. Under small sail we stormed out toward the ocean, with a desperate screaming of wind in the rigging, but there was no sea, for the gale was off the land, and after passing some noble and enchanting bays on whose shores the breakers as tall as our ship flung their resounding Atlantic thunder, whilst behind stood ranges of mountains putting a quality of solemn magnificence into the cheerful yellow clothing of the sunshine, with here and there a small house of an almond whiteness against the leaves of the silver trees and sundry rich growths thereabouts, in a moment we ran sheer out of the gale into a light wind blowing from the northwest. I don't say we were astonished, since some while before reaching the calm part we could see it clearly defined by the line where the froth and angry blueness and the fiery agitation of the wind ended. Still, it was impossible not to feel surprised as the ship slipped out of the enraged and yelling belt into a peaceful sea and a weak new wind which obliged us to handle the braces and make sail. Here happened an extraordinary thing. As we passed Green Point, where the weather was placid and the strife waged in the bay no longer to be seen, a large ship of 600 tons that we supposed was to call at Cape Town passed us, her yards braced up and all plain sail set. She had some soldiers aboard, showed several guns, had the English colours flying, and offered a very brave and handsome show, being sheathed with copper that glowed ruddy to the soft laving of the glass-bright swell, and her canvas had the hue of the cotton cloths which the Spaniards of the South American main used to spread, and which, in these days, form a distinguishing mark of the Yankee ships. Having not the least suspicion of the turmoil that awaited her round Mouille Point, she slipped along jauntily, ready to make a free wind of the breeze then blowing. But, all on a sudden, on opening the bay, she met the whole strength of the fierce southeaster. Down she lay to it, all aback, stopped dead. Her ports being open, I feared if she were not promptly recovered, she must founder. They might let go the halyards, but the yards being jammed would not travel. It swept the heart into the throat to witness this thing. We brought our ship to the wind to render help with our boats, but happily her mizzen topmast broke, and immediately after her main topgallant mast snapped short off, close to the cross trees. Then, though it must have been wild work on those sloping decks, they managed to bring the main and topsail yards square, whereupon she paid off, righting as her head swung from the gale, and with lightened hearts, as may be supposed, they went to work to let go and clew up and haul down, whilst you saw how severe was the need of the pumps they had manned, by the bright streams of water which sluiced from her sides. It was a cruel thing to witness this sudden wrecking of the beauty of a truly stately ship, quietly swinging along over the mild heave of the swell, like a full-robed, handsome princess, seized and torn by some loathsome monster, as we read of such matters in old romances. It was like the blighting breath of pestilence upon some fair form, converting into little better than a carcass what was just now a proud and regal shape, made beauteous by all that art could give her of apparel, and all that nature could impart of color and luster. End of chapter 5. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 6 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 6. The captain speaks again of the Death Ship. I had the first watch on the night of the day on which we left Table Bay, that is, from 8 till midnight, and at 2 bells, 9 o'clock, I was quietly pacing the deck, full of fancies struck into me by the beauty of the stars, among which, over the starboard yardarms, hung the Southern Cross, shining purely, and by the mild glory of the moon that, though short of a day or two of being full, rained down a keen light that had a hint of rosiness in it, when Captain Skevington came out of the cabin and, stepping up to me, stood a minute without speaking, gazing earnestly right around the sea circle. There was a small wind blowing, and the ship, under full sail, was softly pushing southwards with a pleasant noise as of the playing of fountains coming from the direction of her bows. "A quiet night, Fenton," said the captain presently. "Aye, sir, quiet indeed. There's been a small show of lightning away down in the southwest. The wind hangs steady, but a little faint." "Sort of night for meeting with the demon ship, eh, Fenton?" cried he, with a laugh that did not sound perfectly natural. "There's no chance of such a meeting, I fear, sir." "You fear?" "Well," I exclaimed, struck by his quick catching up of me, "I mean that as the demon ship, as you term her, is one of the wonders of the world, the seeing of her would be a mighty experience, something big enough in that way to keep a man talking about it all his life." "God avert such a meeting," said he, lifting his hat and turning up his face to the stars. I suppose, thought I, that our drawing close to the seas in which the Phantom cruises has stirred up his superstitious fears afresh. "Did you speak to any one at Cape Town about Vanderdecken, sir?" said I. "No," he answered. "I had got my bellyful from the master of the Snow. What is there to ask?" "Whether others have lately sighted the ship?" "Why, yes, I might have inquired, certainly, but it didn't enter my head. Tell you what, though, Fenton, do you remember our chat t'other day about bodies being endevilled after they pass an age when by the laws of great nature they should die?" "Perfectly well, sir." "Now," continued he, "I was in company a few nights since, where there was one Cornelius Meyer present, a person 91 years old, but surprisingly sound in all his faculties, his sight piercing, his hearing keen, memory tenacious, and so forth. He was a Dutch Jew, but his patriotism was colored by the hue of the flag flying at Cape Castle, I mean, he would take the King of Great Britain and the States General as they came. When he left, we talked of him, and this led us to argue about old age. One gentleman said he did not know but that it was possible for a man to live to 150, and said there were instances of it. I replied, not out of the Bible, where the reckoning was not ours. He answered, yes, out of the Bible, and going to a bookshelf, pulled down a volume and read a score of names of men with their ages attached. I looked at the book and saw it was honestly written, and being struck by this collection of extraordinary examples, begged the gentleman's son, who was present, to copy the list out for me, which he was so obliging as to do. I have it in my pocket, said he, and he pulled out a sheet of paper, and then, going to the hatch, called to the boy to bring a lamp on deck. This was done, the lamp put on the skylight, and putting the paper close to it, the captain read as follows: Thomas Parr, of Shropshire, died November 16, 1635, aged 152. Henry Jenkins, of Yorkshire, died December 8, 1670, aged 169. James Sands, of Staffordshire, died 1770, aged 140. Louisa Truxo, a negress in South America, was living in 1780, and her age was then 175. I burst into a laugh. He smiled, too, and said, here in this list are 31 names, the highest being that negress, and the lowest one Susanna Hillier of Piddington, Northamptonshire, who died February 19, 1781, aged 100. The young gentleman who copied them said they were all honestly vouched for, and wrote down a list of the authorities, which, said he, peering and bringing the paper closer to his eyes, consist of Fuller's Worthies, Philosophical Transactions, Durham's Physico-Theology, several newspapers, such as the Morning Post, Daily Advertiser, London Chronicle, and a number of inscriptions. I could have been tolerably sarcastic, I dare say, when he mentioned the authority of the newspapers, always understanding that those sheets flourish mainly on lies, and I should have laughed again had I not been restrained by the sense that Captain Skevington was clearly bitten on this subject, actually worried by it, indeed to such lengths that if he did not mind his eye, it might presently push into a delusion, and earn him the disconcerting reputation of being a madman. So I thought I would talk gravely, and said, "May I ask, sir, why you should have been at the pains to collect that evidence in your hand about old age?" "A mere humour," said he, lightly, putting the paper away, "though I don't mind owning it would prodigiously gratify me if I could be the instrument of proving that men can overstep the bounds of natural life by as many years again, and yet possess their own souls and be as true to their original as they were when hearty young fellows flushed with the summer colours of life." Some fine rhymes coming into my head, I exclaimed, "Cowley has settled that point, I think, when he says, 'To things immortal time can do no wrong, and that which never is to die for ever must be young.'" "A noble fancy indeed," cried the captain. He reflected a little and said, "It would make a great noise among sailors, and perhaps all men, to prove that the mariners who man the Death Ship are not ghosts and phantoms, as has been surmised, but survivors of a crew, men who have outlived their fellows, and are now extremely ancient, as these and scores of others who have passed away unnoticed have been," said he, touching his pocket where the paper was. "When, sir, did Vanderdecken sail from Batavia?" I asked. "I have always understood about the year 1650, he replied. "Then," said I, calculating, "suppose the average age of the crew to have been 30 when the curse was uttered. We'll name that figure for the sake of argument. In the present year of our Lord, they will have attained the age of hard upon 180. "Well," said he inquiringly, as though there was yet food for argument. I shook my head. Then he cried with heat, "They are endevilled, for it must be one of two things. They can't be dead men, as the corpse in the grave is dead." "One could only judge by seeing with one's eyes," said I. "I hope that won't happen," he exclaimed, taking a hasty turn, "though I don't know. A something here," pressing his brow, "weighs down upon me like a warning. I have struggled to get rid of the fancy, but our being chased by the Dutchman shows that we did not meet that Plymouth snow for nothing. And by the thunder of heaven, Fenton, I fear our next bout will be with the spectre." His manner, his words, a gleam in his eye, to which the lantern lent no sparkle, sent a tremor through me. He caused me to fear him for a minute as one that talked with certainty of futurity through stress of prophetic craze. The yellow beams of the lantern dispersed a narrow circle of lustre, and in it our figures showed black, each with two shadows swaying at his feet from the commingling of the lamplight and the moonshine. The soft air stirred in the rigging like the rustle of the pinions of invisible night-birds on the wing. All was silent, and in darkness along the decks, save where stood the figure of the helmsman just before the little roundhouse, outlined by the flames of the binnacle lamp, the stillness, unbroken to the farthest corners of the mighty plain of ocean, seemed as though it were some mysterious spell wrought by the stars, so high it went even, so one might say, as a sensible presence to the busy, trembling faces of those silver worlds. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 7 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell, Chapter 7. I converse with the ship's carpenter about the death ship. And now for 6 days it veritably seemed as if we were to be transformed into the marine phantom that, unsubstantial as she might be, yet lay with the heaviness of lead upon Captain Skevington. For, being on the parallel of Agulhas, a little to the south of that latitude, and in about 16 degrees west longitude, it came on to blow fresh from the southeast, hardening after 24 hours into a whole gale, with frequent and violent guns, and a veering of it easterly. And this continued, with a lull of an hour or two's duration, for 6 days, as I have said. 'Twas a taste of Cape weather strong enough to last a man a lifetime. The sea lay shrouded to within a musket shot by a vapour of slatish hue that looked to stand motionless. And past the walls and along the roof of this wild, dismal, cloud-formed chamber, with its floor of vaults and frothing brows, the wind swept raving, raising a terrible lead-coloured sea, with heads which seemed to rear to the height of our maintop, where they broke and boiled like a cauldron with foam, great masses of which the hands of the gale caught up and hurled, so that the lashing of the spray was often like a blinding snowstorm, but so smarting that the wind was as if charged with javelins. We lay to under a storm staysail, with top-gallant masts struck, yards on deck, and the lower yards stowed on the rail, the hatches battened down, and everything as snug as good seamanship could provide. Our decks were constantly full of water. By one great sea that fell over into the waist, there were drowned no less than 6 of the sheep we had taken in at the Cape, with a hog and many fowls. The carpenter's leg was broken by a fall, and an able seaman was deeply gashed in the face by being thrown against a scuttle-butt. 'Twas impossible to get any food cooked, and throughout that week We subsisted on biscuit, cheese, and such dry and lean fare as did not need dressing. In short, I could fill a chapter with our sufferings and anxieties during that period. But on the 6th day the gale broke, leaving our ship considerably strained, by which time, in spite of the current and the send of the sea, we had contrived to make 40 miles of southing and easting, owing to our pertinacity in making sail and stretching away on a board at every lull. It was shortly after this, on the Tuesday following the Friday on which the gale ended, that, it being my watch on deck from 8 o'clock in the evening till midnight, I carried my pipe, an hour before my turn arrived, into the carpenter's cabin, which he shared with the boatswain, to give the poor fellow a bit of my company, for his broken leg kept him motionless. It was the second dog-watch, as we term the time, twixt 6 and 8 o'clock at sea, the evening indifferently fine, the wind over the starboard quarter, a quiet breeze, the ocean heaving in a lazy swell from the south, and the ship pushing forward at 5 knots an hour under fore and main royals. The carpenter lay in a bunk, wearing a haggard face and grizzly for lack of the razor. He was a very sensible, sober man, a good artificer, and had served under Lord Howe in the fleet equipped for the relief of Gibraltar, besides having seen a deal of cruising work in earlier times. He was much obliged by my looking in upon him, and we speedily fell to yarning. He lighted a pipe, and I smoked likewise, whilst I sat upon his chest, taking in with a half-look round such details as a rude sketch of the boatswain's wife nailed to the bulkhead, the slush-lamp swinging its dingy smoking flame to a cracked piece of looking-glass over against the carpenter's bed, an ancient, horny copy of the Bible, with type pretty nigh as big as the letters of our ship's name, a bit of a shelf wherefrom there forked out the stems of some clay pipes, with other humble furniture, such as a sailor is used to carry the sea with him. After a little, the carpenter, whose name was Matthews, says to me, "I beg pardon, sir, but there's some talk going about among the men concerning the old Dutchman that was cursed last century. My mate, Joe Marner, told me that Jimmy, meaning the cabin boy, was telling some of the crew this morning that he heard the captain say the Dutchman's been sighted." "By anyone aboard us?" I asked. "Maybe, sir, but I didn't understand that." Now, as every hour was carrying us further to the eastward of the Cape, away from the Phantom's cruising ground, and as, moreover, the leaving gossip to make its own way would surely in the end prove more terrifying to the nervous and superstitious on board than speaking the truth, I resolved to tell Matthews how the matter stood, and with that acquainted him with what the master of the Snow had told Captain Skevington. He looked very grave and withdrew his pipe from his lips, and I noticed he did not offer to light the tobacco afresh. "I'm sorry to hear this, sir," says he. "But," said I, "what has the lovely Nancy's meeting with the Dutchman got to do with us?" "Only this, sir," he exclaimed, with his face yet more clouded, and speaking in a low voice as one might in a sacred building. "I never yet knew or heard of a ship reporting to another of having met the Dutchman, without that other a meeting of the ghost too, afore she ended her voyage." "If that be so," I cried, not liking to hear this, for Matthews had been to sea for 35 years, and he now spoke with too much emotion not to affect me, "for God's sake don't make your thoughts known to the crew, and least of all to the captain, who is already so uneasy on this head that when he mentions it he talks as if his mind were adrift." "Mr. Fenton," said the carpenter, "I never yet knew or heard of a ship reporting to another of having met the Dutchman, without that other a meeting the ghost too, afore she's ended her voyage." And thus speaking, he smote his bed heavily with his fist. I was startled by the emphasis his repeating his former words gave to the assurance, and smoked in silence. He put down his pipe and lay a while looking at me, as though turning some matters over in his mind. The swing of the flame, burning from the spout of the lamp, put various expressions, wrought by the fluctuating shadows, into his sick face, and it was this perhaps that caused his words to possess a power I could not feign to you by any art of my pen. He asked me if I had ever seen the Dutchman, and on my answering no, he said that the usual notion among sailors was that there is but one vessel sailing the seas with the curse of heaven upon her, but that was a mistake, as it was an error in the same way to suppose that this ocean from Agulhas round to the Mozambique was the only place in which the phantom was to be met. "There's a ship," said he, "after the pattern of this here Dutchman, to be found in the Baltic. She always brings heavy weather, and there's small chance afterwards for any craft that sights her." "I've been trading in the Baltic for 5 years without ever hearing that," said I. "But it's true all the same, Mr. Fenton. You ask about it, sir, when you get back, and then you'll see. There's another vessel of the same pattern that's to be met down in the mouth of the channel, twixt Ushant and the Scillies and thereabouts. A man I know, called Jimmy Robbins, saw her and told me the yarn. He was in a ship bound home from the Spice Island. They were in soundings and heading round for the channel. It was the morning watch, just about dawn. Weather slightly thickish. Suddenly a vessel comes heaving out of the smother from God knows where. Jim Robbins was coiling down a rope alongside the mate, who, on seeing the vessel, screams out shrill like a woman and falls flat in a swoon. Jim, looking, saw it was the Channel Death Ship, a large pink, manned by skeletons, with a skull for a figurehead and a skeleton captain leaning against the mast, watching the running of the sand in an hourglass he held. She was seen by 12 others besides Jim and the mate, who nearly died of the fright. And the consequence of meeting her was that the ship Jim Robbins was in was cast away on the following night on the French coast, down St. Brihos Way, and 33 souls perished. The gravity with which he related this, and his evident keen belief in these and the like superstitions, now rendered the conversation somewhat diverting, for, as I have elsewhere said, though I never questioned the existence of the one spectral ship, in a belief in which all mariners are united, holding that the deep, which is full of drowned men, hath its spirits and its apparitions equally with the land, yet when it came to such crude mad fancies as a vessel manned by skeletons, why, of course, there was nothing for it but to laugh, which I did heartily enough, though in my sleeve, for seamen are a sensitive people, easily affronted, more especially in any article of their faith. However, he succeeded, before I left him, in exciting a fresh uneasiness in me, by asseverating in a most melancholy voice, and with a very dismal face, that our having spoken with the snow that had sighted the Dutchman was certain to be followed by misfortune, and these being amongst the last words he exchanged with me before I left his cabin, I naturally carried away with me on deck the damping and desponding impression of his posture and appearance as he uttered them, which were those of a man grieved, bewildered, and greatly alarmed. End of chapter 7. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 8 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 8. A tragical death. For some time after I had relieved the deck, as it is termed, that is to say, after the mate had gone below and left me in charge, I had the company of the captain, who seemed restless and troubled, often quitting my side as we paced, to go to the rail and view the horizon, with the air of a man perturbed by expectation. I need not tell you that I did not breathe a word to him respecting my talk with the carpenter, not even to the extent of saying how fancies about the Dutchman were flying about among the crew, for this subject he was in no state of mind to be brought into. The moon was rising a little before he joined me, and we stood in silence watching her. She jutted up a very sickly faint red that brightened but a little after she lifted her lower limb clear of the horizon, and when we had the full of her plain, we perceived her strangely distorted by the atmosphere of the shape, if shape it can be called, of a rotten orange that has been squeezed, or of a turtle's egg lightly pressed. She was more like a blood-colored jelly distilled by the sky, ugly and even affrighting, than the sweet ice-cold planet that impearls the world at night, and whose delicate silver the lover delights to behold in his sweetheart's eyes. But she grew more shapely as she soared, though holding a dusky blush for a much longer time than ever I had noticed in her when rising off the mid-African main, and her wake, broken by the small black curl of the breeze, hung in broken, indissoluble lumps of feverish light, like coagulated gore that had dropped from the wound she looked to be in the dark sky. There was a faintness in the heavens that closed out the sparkles of the farther stars, and but a few, and those only of the greatest magnitude, were visible, shining in several colors, such as dim pink and green and wan crystal, all which, together with one or two of them above our mastheads, dimly glittering amidst feeble rings, made the whole appearance of the night amazing and even ghastly enough to excite a feeling of awe in the attention it compelled. The captain spoke not a word whilst the moon slowly floated into the dusk, and then, fetching a deep breath, he said, "Well, thank God, if she don't grow round, it's because of the shadow on her. Keep a bright lookout, Mr. Fenton, and hold the ship to her course. Should the wind fail, call me, and call me too, if it should head us." With which he walked quietly to the hatch, stood there a moment or two with his hand upon it, and his face looking up as though he studied the trim of the yards, and then disappeared. As the night wore on, the moon gathered her wonted hue and shape, though her refulgence was small, for the air thickened. Indeed, at 10:30, all the lights of heaven, saving the moon, had been put out by a mist, the texture of which was illustrated by the only luminary the sky contained, around whose pale expiring disk there was now a great halo, with something of the character of a lunar rainbow in the very delicate, barely determinable tinctures, which made a sort of shadowy prism of it, more like what one would dream of than see. The ocean lay very black. There was no power in the moon to cast awake. The breathings of the wind rippled the water, and caused a scintillation of the spangles of the phosphorus or sea fire. The weight of the lower sails kept them hanging up and down, and what motion the ship had was from the swelling of the light canvas that rose very pale and ghostly into the gloom. I had gone to the taffrail, and was staring there away into the dark, whither our short wake streamed in a sort of smouldering cloudiness, with particles of fire in it, conceiving that the wind was failing, and waiting to make sure before reporting to the captain, when I was startled by the report of a musket or some small arm that broke upon my ear with a muffled sound, so that whence it came I could not conceive. Yet, for some minutes, I felt so persuaded the noise had been seawards that, spite of there having been no flash, I stood peering hard into the dark, first one side, then the other, far as the sails would suffer me. Then, but all very quickly, concluding that the explosion had happened aboard and might betoken mischief, I ran along the deck, where, close against the wheel, I found a number of seamen talking hurriedly and in alarmed voices. I called out to know what that noise had been. None knew. One said it had come from the sea, another that there had been a small explosion in the hold, and a third was giving his opinion, when at that instant a figure darted out of the companion hatch, clothed in his shirt and drawers, and cried out, "Mr. Fenton! Mr. Fenton! For God's sake, where are you?" I recognized the voice of Mr. Hall, and bawled back, "Here, sir," and ran to him. He grasped my arm. "The captain has shot himself!" he exclaimed. "Where is he?" said I. "In his cabin," he answered. We rushed down together. The great cabin, where we messed, was in darkness, but a light shone in the captain's berth. The door was open, and gently swung with the motion of the ship. I pushed in, but instantly recoiled with horror, for right athwart the deck lay the body of Captain Skevington, with the top of his head blown away. It needed but one glance to know that he had done this thing with his own hand. He had fired the piece with his foot by a string attached to the trigger, standing upright with his brow bent to the muzzle, for the bight of the string was round his shoe, and he had fallen sideways, grasping the barrel. The sight froze me to the marrow. Had I killed him by accident with my own hand, I could not have trembled more. But this exquisite distress was short-lived. It was only needful to look at his head, to discover how fruitless would be the task of examining him for any signs of life. Some of the seamen who heard Mr. Hall cry out to me about this thing had followed us below, forgetting their place in the consternation roused in them, and stood in the doorway faintly groaning and muttering exclamations of pity. Mr. Hall bid a couple of them raise the body and lay it in its bunk and cover it with a sheet, and others he sent for water and a swab wherewith to cleanse the place. "You had better go on deck again, Fenton," says he to me. "The ship must be watched. I'll join you presently." I was glad to withdraw, for albeit there was a ghastliness in the look of the night, the sea being black as ebony, though touched here and there with little sheets of fire, and stretching like a pall to its horizon that was drawing narrower and murkier around us minute after minute, with the wing-like shadow of vapour that was yet too thin to deserve the name of fog, though there was this ghastliness, I say, aided by the moon, that was now little more than a dim, tarnished blotch of shapeless silver, wanly ringed with an ashen cincture, yet the taste of the faint breeze was as helpful to my spirits as a dram of generous cordial after the atmosphere of the cabin in which I had beheld the remains of Captain Skevington. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 9 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 9. Mr. Hall harangues the crew. The news had spread quickly. The watch below had roused out, and most of the men were on deck, and they moved about in groups, striving to find out all about the suicide. Presently, Mr. Hall arrived on deck, fully dressed, and stepping over to where I stood in deep thought, exclaimed, "Did you have a suspicion that the captain designed this fearful act?" "No, not a shadow of a suspicion," I answered. "'Tis enough to make one believe he was not far out when he talked of the ill luck he expected from speaking a craft that had sighted Vanderdecken," said he, very uneasily, which made me see how strong was the blow his nerves had received, and running his eyes restlessly over the water here and there, as I might tell by the dim sparkle the faint moon haze kindled in them. "Oh, but," he continued, as if dashing aside his fancies, "the mere circumstance of his being so superstitious ought to explain the act. I have often thought there was a vein of madness in him." "I never questioned that," I replied. "'Tis an ugly-looking night," said he, with a little tremble running through him. "There is some menace of foul weather. We shall lose this faint air presently." He shivered again and said, "Such a sight as that below is enough to make a hell of a night of midsummer beauty. It is the suddenness of it that seizes upon the imagination. Why, do you know, Fenton, I'd give a handful of guineas, poor as I am, for a rousing gale, anything to blow my mind to its bearings, for here's a sort of business, looking aloft, that's fit to suffocate the heart in your breast." Such words in so plain and literal a man made me perceive how violently he had been wrenched. I begged his leave to go below and fetch him a glass of liquor. "No, no," said he, "not yet, anyhow. I must speak to those fellows there." Saying which, he walked a little distance forward, calling for the boatswain. On that officer answering, he said, "Are all hands on deck?" "I believe most of the crew are on deck, sir," replied the boatswain. "Pipe all hands," said Mr. Hall. The clear, keen whistling rose shrill to the sails, and made as blithe a sound as could have been devised for the cheering of us up. The men gathered quickly. Some lanterns were fetched, and in the light of them stood the crew near to the roundhouse. Mr. Hall made a brief speech. He explained to the men how, on hearing the report of a musket, he had sprung from his bed, and perceiving powder smoke leaking through the openings in the door of the captain's cabin, through which some rays of light streamed, he entered, and seeing the body of the captain and the horrid condition of the head, was filled with a panic and rushed on deck. That the master had shot himself was certain, but there was no help for what had happened. The command of the ship fell upon him, but it was for them to say whether he should navigate the ship to her destination or carry her back to Table Bay, where a fresh commander could be obtained. He was very well liked on board, being an excellent seaman, and the crew, on hearing this, immediately answered that they wanted no better master to sail under than he, and that indeed they would not consent to a change. But having said this with a heartiness that pleased me, for I liked Mr. Hall greatly myself, and was extremely glad to find the crew so well disposed, they fell into an awkward silence, broken after a little by some hoarse whisperings. "What now?" says Mr. Hall. "Why, sir," answers the boatswain, respectfully, "it's this with the men. There's a notion among us that there Plymouth snow has brought ill luck to the ship, one bad specimen of which has just happened, and the feeling is that we had better return to Table Bay, so as to get the influence worked out of the old barkie." "How is that to be done?" says Mr. Hall, coming easily into the matter, partly because of his shaken nerves, and partly because of the kindness he felt towards the hands for the way they had received his address to them. Here there was another pause, and then the boatswain, speaking somewhat shyly, said, "The carpenter, who's heard tell more about the phantom ship and the spell she lays on vessels than all hands of us put together, says that the only way to work out of a ship's timbers the ill luck that's been put into them by what's magical and hellish is for a minister of religion to come aboard, call all hands to prayer, and ask of the Lord a blessing on the ship. He says there's no other way of purifying her." "Can't we pray ourselves for a blessing?" says Mr. Hall. The boatswain not quickly answering, a sailor says, "It needs a man who knows how to pray, who's acquainted with the right sort of words to use." "Ay," cried another, "and whose calling is religion." Mr. Hall half turned, as if he would address me, then, checking himself, he said, "Well, my lads, there's no wind now, and small promise of any. Suppose we let this matter rest till tomorrow morning. Mr. Fenton and I will talk it over, and you forward can turn it about in your minds. I believe we shall be easier when the captain's buried and the sun's up, and then we might agree it would be a pity to put back after the tough job we've had to get where we are. But, lest you should still be all of one mind on this matter in the morning, we'll keep the ship, should wind come, under small sail, so as to make no headway worth speaking of during the night. Is that to your fancy, men?" They all said it was, and thereupon went forward, but I noticed that those who were off duty did not offer to go below. They joined the watch on the forecastle, and I could hear them in earnest talk, their voices trembling through the stillness like the humming of a congregation in church following the parson's reading. Mr. Hall came to my side, and we walked the deck. "I am sorry the men have got that notion of this ship being under a spell," said he. "This is no sweet time of the year in these seas. To put back will, I dare say, be only to anger the weather that's now quiet enough, and there's always the risk of falling into Dutch hands." I told him of my talk with the carpenter, and said that I could not be surprised the crew were alarmed, for the old fellow had the devil's own knack of putting his fancies in an alarming way. "I laughed at some of his fancies," said I, "but I don't mind owning that I quitted his cabin so dulled in my spirits by his talk that I might have come from a deathbed for all the heart there was in me." "Well, things must take their chance," said Mr. Hall. "I'll speak to the carpenter myself in the morning, and afterwards to the men, and if they are still wishful that the ship should return to Table Bay, we'll sail her there. 'Tis all one to me. I'd liefer have a new captain over me than be one." We continued until 5 bells to walk to and fro the deck, talking about the captain's suicide, the strangeness of it as following his belief that ill luck had come to the ship from the Plymouth vessel, with other such matters as would be suggested by our situation and the tragedy in the cabin. And Mr. Hall then said he would go below for a glass of rum, but he refused to lie down, though I offered to stand an hour of his watch, that is, from midnight till 1 o'clock, for he said he should not be able to sleep. Most of the crew continued to hang about the forecastle, which rescued the deck from the extreme loneliness I had found in it ere the report of the fatal musket startled all hands into wakefulness and movement. The lanterns had been carried away, and the ship was plunged in darkness. There still blew a very light air, so gentle that you needed to wet your finger and hold it up to feel it. From the darkness aloft fell the delicate sounds of the higher canvas softly drumming the masts to the very slight rolling of the ship. I went to the binnacle and found that the vessel was heading her course, and then stepped to the rail, upon which I set my elbows, leaning my chin in my hands, and in that posture fell a-thinking. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 10 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 10. We draw close to a strange and luminous ship. Now, I might have stood thus for 10 minutes, when I was awakened from my dream by an eager, feverish muttering of voices forward, and on a sudden the harsh notes of a seaman belonging to my watch cried out, "D'ye see that sail right broad abeam, sir?" I sprang from my leaning posture and peered, but my eyes were heavy. The night was dark, and whilst I stared, several of the sailors came hurriedly aft to where I stood, and said, all speaking together, "There, see her, sir? Look yonder, Mr. Fenton," and their arms, to a man, shot out to point, as if every one levelled a pistol. Though I could not immediately make out the object, I was not surprised by the consternation the sailors were in, for such was the mood and temper of the whole company. that not the most familiar and prosaic craft that floats on the ocean could have broken through the obscurity of the night upon their gaze without tickling their superstitious instincts, till the very hair of their heads crawled to the inward motions. In a few moments, sure enough, I made out the loom of what looked a large ship out on the starboard beam. As well as I could distinguish, she was close hauled, and so standing as to pass under our stern. She made a sort of faintness upon the sea and sky where she was, nothing more. And even to be sure of her, it was necessary to look a little on one side or the other of her, for if you gazed full, she went out, as a dim, distant light at sea does thus viewed. "She may be an enemy," I cried. "There should be no lack of Dutch or even French hereabouts. Quick, lads, to stations! Send the boatswain here!" I ran to the companion hatch and called loudly to Mr. Hall. He had fallen asleep on a locker, and came running in a blind sort of way to the foot of the ladder, shouting out, "What is it? What is it?" I answered that there was a large ship heading directly for us, whereupon he was instantly wide awake and sprang up the ladder, crying, "Where away? Where away?" If there was any wind, I could feel none. Yet some kind of draught there must have been, for the ship out in the darkness held a brave luff, which proved her under command. We, on the other hand, rested upon the liquid ebony of the ocean with square yards, the mizzen furled, the starboard clew of the mainsail hoisted, and the greater number of our staysails down. Whilst Mr. Hall stared in the direction of the ship, the boatswain arrived for orders. The mate turned smartly to me and said, "We must make ready and take our chance. Boatswain, pipe to quarters, and, Mr. Fenton, see all clear." For the second time in my watch, the boatswain's pipe shrilled clear to the canvas, from whose stretched, still folds the sounds broke away in ghostly echoes. We were not a man of war, had no drums, and to martial duties we could but address ourselves clumsily. But all felt that there might be a great danger in the pale shadow yonder that had seemed to ooze out upon our eyes from the darkness as strangely as a cloud shapes itself upon a mountain top. So we tumbled about quickly and wildly enough, got our little batteries clear, put on the hatch gratings and tarpaulins, opened the magazine, lighted the matches, provided the guns with spare breeches and tackles, and stood ready for whatever was to come. All this we contrived with the aid of one or two lanterns, very secretly moved about, as Mr. Hall did not wish us to be seen making ready. But the want of light delayed us, and by the time we were fully prepared, the strange ship had insensibly floated down to about 3/4 of a mile upon our starboard quarter. At that distance it was too black to enable us to make anything of her, but we comforted ourselves by observing that she did not offer to alter her course, whence we might reasonably hope that she was a peaceful trader like ourselves. She showed no lights. Her sails were all that was visible of her, owing to the hue they put into the darkness over her hull. It was a time of heavy trial to our patience. Our ship had come to a dead stand, as it was easy to discover by looking over the side, where the small pale puffs of phosphoric radiance that flashed under water at the depth of a man's hand from our vessel's strakes whenever she rolled, no matter how daintily, to the swell, hung glimmering for a space in the selfsame spot where they were discharged. Nor was there the least sound of water in motion under our counter, unless it were the gurgling, drowning sobbing you hear there on a still night, when the stern stoops to the drop of the fold and raises that strange hollow noise of washing all about the rudder. "I would to mercy a breeze would come, if only to resolve her," said Mr. Hall to me in a low voice. "There's but little fun to be got out of this sort of waiting. At this rate we must keep the men at their stations till daylight to find out what she is. Pleasant if she should prove some lump of a Dutch man of war. She shows uncommonly large, don't you think, Fenton? "So do we to her, I dare say, in this obscurity," I replied, "but I doubt that she's a man of war. I've been watching her closely, and have never once caught sight of the least gleam of a light aboard her." "Maybe the officer of the watch and the lookout are sound asleep," said he, with a slight and not very merry laugh, "and if she steered on her quarter-deck, she'll be too deep-waisted perhaps for the helmsman to see us." I heard him say this without closely heeding it, for my attention at that moment was attracted by what was unquestionably the enlargement of her pallid shadow, sure proof that she had shifted her helm and was slowly coming round so as to head for us. Mr. Hall noticed this as soon as I. "Ha!" he cried. "They mean to find out what we are, eh? They've observed us at last. Does she bring an air with her that she's under control, or is it that she's lighter and taller than we?" It was beyond question because she was lighter and taller, and having been kept close hauled to the faint draught, had made more of it than we who carried it aft. Besides, we were loaded down to our chain plate bolts with cargo, and the water and other stores we had shipped at the Cape. Yet her approach was so sluggish as to be imperceptible, and I would not like to say that our gradual drawing together was not as much due to the current, which off this coast runs strong to the westward, setting us, who were deep, faster towards her than it set her from us, as it was also owing to the strange attraction which brings becalmed vessels near to each other, often indeed to their having to be towed clear by their boats. Meanwhile, the utter silence on board the stranger, the blackness in which her hull lay hidden, the strangeness of her bracing in her yards to head up for us without any signal being shown that she designed to fight us, wrought such a fit of impatience in Mr. Hall that he swung his body from the backstay he clutched in movements positively convulsive. "Are they all dead aboard? On such a night as this, one should be able to hear the least sound, the hauling taut of a tackle, the rasping of the wheel ropes." "She surely doesn't hope to catch us napping," said I. "God knows," cried the mate. "What would I give now for a bit of moon?" "If it's to be a fight, it'll have to be a shooting match for a spell, or wind must come quickly," said I. "But if she meant mischief, wouldn't she head to pass under our stern where she could rake us rather than steer to come broadside on?" Instead of responding, the mate sprang on to the bulwark rail, and in tones such as only the practised and powerful lungs of a seaman can fling, roared out, "Ho! The ship ahoy!" We listened with so fierce a strain of attention that the very beating of our hearts rung in our ears, but not a sound came across the water. Twice yet did Mr. Hall hail that pallid fabric, shapeless as yet in the dark air, but to no purpose. On this there was much whispering among the men clustered about the guns. Their voices came along in a low, grumbling sound, like the growling of dogs, dulled by threats. "Silence, fore and aft!" cried the mate. "We don't know what she is, but we know what we are, and as Englishmen we surely have spirit enough for whatever may come." There was silence for some minutes after these few words. Then the muttering broke out afresh, but scattered, a group talking to larboard, another on the forecastle, and so forth. Meanwhile, the vessels, all insensibly, had continued to draw closer and closer to each other. A small clarification of the atmosphere happening past the stranger suffered a dim disclosure of her canvas, whence I perceived that she had nothing set above her topgallant sails, though it was impossible to see whether she carried royal masts, or indeed whether the yards belonging to those masts were crossed on them. Her hull had now also stolen out into a pitch-black shadow, and after gazing at it with painful intentness for some moments, I was extravagantly astonished to observe a kind of crawling and flickering of light, resembling that which burnt in the sea, stirring like glowworms along the vessel's side. I was about to direct Mr. Hall's attention to this thing when he said in a subdued voice, "Fenton, do you notice the faint shining about her hull? What in God's name can it be?" He had scarce uttered these words when a sailor on the starboard side of our ship, whom I recognized by the voice as one Ephraim Jacobs, an elderly, sober, pious-minded seaman, cried out with a sort of scream in his notes, "As I hope to be forgiven my sins for Jesus' sake, yon's the ship that was cursed last century." End of chapter 10. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 11 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 11. A Cruel Disaster Befalls Me. The mere putting into words the suspicion that had been troubling all our minds made one man in action of the whole crew, like the firing of 40 pieces of ordnance in the same instant. Whatever the sailors held, they flung down, and in a bound came to the waist on the starboard side, where they stood looking at the ship and making, amid that silence, the strangest noise that ever was heard, with their deep and fearful breathing. "Great thunder!" broke in one of them presently. "Do you know what that shining is, mates? Why, it's the glow of timbers that's been rotted by near 200 years of weather." "Softly, Tom," said another. "'Tis hell that owns her crew. They have the malice of devils, and they need but touch us to founder us." "Wait, and you shall see her melt," exclaimed one of the two foreigners who were among our company of seamen. "If she is, as I believe she will be, manned by the ghosts of wicked men who have perished at sea, presently a bell shall strike, and she must disappear." As this was said, there was a commotion forward, and the carpenter, borne by two stout hands, was carried into the midst of the crew, and propped up so that he might see the ship. I was as eager as any of the most illiterate sailors on board to hear what he had to say, and took a step the better to catch his words. A whole minute went by whilst he gazed. So strained and anticipative were my senses that the moments seemed as hours. He then said, "Mates, yonder's the Death Ship right enough. Look hard, and you'll mark the steve of her bowsprit with the round top at the end of it, and the spring of her aft in a fashion more ancient than is the ages of any two of the oldest men aboard. Note the after rake of her mizzenmast, and how the heel of the foremast looks to step in the forepeak. That's the ship, born in 1650. Vanderdecken master, what I've often heard tell of. Raise my head, mates." And here, whether through pain or weakness or horror, he fainted, but being laid upon the deck and some water thrown over his face, he came to in a short while, and lay trembling, refusing to speak or answer questions. A slight thinning of the vapor that hid the moon had enabled us to remark those points in the ship the carpenter had named, and whilst he was being recovered from his swoon, the moon looked down from a gulf in the mist, but her light was still very tarnished and dim, yet blurred and distorted as was her appearance. There instantly formed round her the same halo or wan circle that was visible before she was hidden. But her apparition made a light that exquisitely answered to those two lines of Shakespeare, "Therefore the moon, the governess of floods, pale in her anger washes all the air." For such radiance as fell really seemed like a cleansing of the atmosphere after the black smother that had encompassed us. And now we could all see the ship distinctly as she lay on our quarter, with her broadside somewhat to us, her yards trimmed like our own, and her sails hanging dead. It was the solemnest sight that ever mortal eye beheld. The light left her black, so there was no telling what hue she showed or was painted. Her bows lay low in the water after the old fashion, with headboards curling to her beak, that doubtless bore an ornament, though we could not distinguish it. There she rose like a hill, broken with the bulwarks that defined her waist, quarter-deck, and short poop. This was as much as we could discern of her hull. Her foremast stood close to where the heel of her bowsprit came. Her mizzenmast raked over her stern, and upon it was a yard answering to the rig of a felucca. The clew of its sail came down clear of a huge lantern, whose iron frame, for all the glass in it was broken gone, showed like the skeleton of some monster on her taffrail. It was a sight to terrify the stoutest heart, to see the creeping of thin, worm or wire-like gleamings upon the side she showed to us. I considered at first she was glossy, and that those lights were the reflection of the phosphoric fires in the water under her. But it was soon made plain that this was not so, as, though to be sure, a greenish glare of the true sea flame would show against or near her when she slightly leaned, as we did, to the swell, this charnel house or touchwood glimmer played all along her without regard to the phosphorescence under her. "What think you of her, Fenton?" said Mr. Hall, speaking softly, but with much of his excitement and uneasiness gone. "Does she resemble the craft that the Master of the Snow told Captain Skevington he sighted hereabouts?" "Why, yes, I think so," said I, "but it does not follow that she is the Phantom Ship. The Plymouth hooker's yarn owed a good deal to terror, and it would not lose in its passage through the brain of a lunatic, as I fear poor Skevington was. She has a very solid look. She is a real ship, but the like of her I have never seen, save in old prints. Mark those faint fiery stripes and spirals upon her. I do not understand it. The wood that yields such light must be as rotten as tinder and porous as a sponge. It could not swim." By this time the mysterious ship had floated out her whole length, unless it were our vessel that had slewed and given us that view of her. No light, save the lambent gleams on her side, was to be seen. We could hear no voices. We could discern no movement of figures, or distinguish any outline resembling a human shape upon her. On a sudden, my eye was caught by an illumination overhead that made a lustre strong enough to enable me to see the face of Mr. Hall. I looked up, conceiving that one of our crew had jumped aloft with a lantern, and saw at our main yard-arm a Corpus Sant, or St. Elmo's light, that shone freely like a luminous bulb poised a few inches above the spar. Scarce had this been kindled, and whilst it was paling the faces of our seamen who stared at it, there suddenly shone two bright meteors of a similar kind upon the strange ship, one on top of the top-gallant masthead that was the full height of the main spars, and one on the summit of a mast that stood up from the round top at the end of the bowsprit, and that in olden times, before it was discontinued, would have been called the sprit topmast. They had something of the glory of stars, their reflection twisted like silver serpents in the dark waters, and as though they had been flambeaux or lamps, they hung their spectral glow upon the strangely cut sails of the vessel, upon her rigging and spars, sickling all things to their starry color, dimly illuminating even the distant castle-like poop, showing clearly the dark line of bulwarks, whilst a deeper dye of blackness entered into the hull from the shadow between the Corpus Sants on high and their mirroring beneath. "Thanks be to God for the sight of those lights!" exclaimed a deep voice, sounding out among the men. "It's a saint's hand as kindles them, I've heerd, and there'll be a breeze with luck behind it presently." "See, Mr. Hall," cried I, pointing. "Do you observe the figures of men? Look along the line of the forecastle. 1, 2, 3, I count 6 there. And look right aft on that bit of a poop. Do you mark a couple of shapes viewing us as if with folded arms?" "Yes." He paused, staring, then added, "Those lights are familiar enough to me. I've seen them scores of times," speaking in whispers which trembled back to their former notes of consternation. "But there's something frightful about them now. And yonder one," pointing to our yardarm, "and the sight they show. She's no natural ship," he said, pulling off his cap and passing his hand over his forehead. "Would to God a breeze would come and part us!" "Hail him again, sir." "Hail him, you! My throat is dry." I walked right aft to bring me more abreast of the silent, motionless figures on the stranger's poop, and jumping on to the rail, caught hold of the vang of the spanker gaff to steady myself, and putting a hand to my mouth, roared out, "Ship ahoy! What ship is that?" and stopped breathless, so that I seemed to hear the echoes of my own voice among the sails of the stranger. "What ship is that?" now came back in a deep organ-like note, and the two figures separated, one walking forward and the other stepping, as I had, on to the bulwark over the quarter gallery. "The Saracen of London, bound to Indian ports," I responded. "I will send a boat," cried the man, in the same deep-throated voice. "If you do, we'll fire into it," screamed a seaman on our deck. "Mates, Mr. Hall, you see now what he is. Keep them off! Keep them off!" At which there was a sudden hurrying of feet, with many clicking sounds of triggers sharply cocked, by which I knew our men had armed themselves. The corposant at our yardarm vanished. In a few seconds it showed itself afresh midway up the mainmast, making a wild light all around it. Those on the stranger burned steadily, and I believed a third had been kindled on her, till I saw it was a lantern carried along the deck. There was a stillness lasting some minutes. What they were about we could not see. Anon came a creaking, as of ropes traveling in blocks. Then a light splash. The lantern dropped jerkily down the ship's side, plainly grasped by a man. Flashes of phosphorus broke out of the water to the dip of oars, like fire clipped from a flint. I felt a faint air blowing, but did not heed it, being half frenzied with the excitement and fear raised in me by what I could now see, thanks to the light of the St. Elmo fires and the mystic crawlings of flames on the vessel's sides. I saw a boat, square at both ends, with the gunwale running out into horns, rowed by two figures, whilst a third stood upright in the bows, holding high a lighted lantern in one hand and extending his other arm in a posture of supplication. At this instant a yellow glare broke in a noontide dazzle from our own ship's rail, and the thunder of 20 muskets fired at once fell upon my hearing. I started, with the violence of the shock breaking in upon me, heedlessly let go the vang that I had been grasping with my left hand, and fell headlong overboard. End of chapter 11. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 12 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 12. I am rescued by the Death Ship. I rose to the surface from a deep plunge, but being a very indifferent swimmer, it was as much as I could do, clothed as I was, to keep myself afloat by battling with my hands. I heard the rippling of the water about my ears, and I felt a deep despair settle upon my spirits, for I knew that the air that blew would carry my ship away from me, and that I must speedily drown. I struggled hard to keep myself afloat, freely breaking the water in the hope that the light and whiteness of it might be seen. 4 or 5 minutes thus passed, and I was feeling my legs growing weighty as lead when I noticed a light approach me. My eyes being full of wet, I could see no more than the light, what held or bore it being eclipsed by the spikes or fibers that shot out of it, as you notice a candle flame when the sight is damp. I could also hear the dip and trickle of oars, and tried to shout, but my brain was giddy, my mind sinking into a babbling state, and in truth I was so exhausted that but for the sudden life darted into me by the sight of the lamp, I am sure I should then and there have clenched my hands above my head and sunk. The lantern was flashed full upon my face, and I was grasped by my hair. He who seized me spoke, and I believed it was the voice of one of the men in my watch, though I did not catch a syllable of his speech. After which I felt myself grasped under each arm and lifted out of the water, whereupon I no doubt fainted, for there is a blank between this and what followed, though the interval must have been very short. When I opened my eyes, or rather when my senses returned to me, I found myself lying on my back, and the first thing I noticed was the moon shining weakly amid thin bodies of vapor, which the wind had set in motion, and which sped under her in puffs like the smoke of gunpowder after the discharge of a cannon. I lay musing a little while, conscious of nothing but the moon and some dark stretches of sail hovering above me. But my mind gathering force, I saw by the cut of the canvas that I was on board a strange ship, and then did I observe 3 men standing near my feet watching me. Terror seized my heart. I sprang erect with a loud cry of fear, and rushed to the rail to see if the Saracen was near that I might hail her, but was stayed in that by being seized by the arm. He who clutched me exclaimed in Dutch, "What would you do? If you could swim for a week, you would not catch her." I perfectly understood him, but made no reply, did not even look at him, staring about the sea for the Saracen in an anguish of mind not to be expressed. Suddenly I caught sight of the smudge of her, and perceived she was heading away on her course. She was out on our starboard beam. I cast my eyes aloft, and found the yards of the ship I was in braced up to meet the wind on the larboard tack, whence I knew that every instant was widening the space between the 2 vessels. On mastering this, I could have dashed myself down on the deck with grief. One of the group, observing me as if I should fall, extended his hand, but I shrunk back with horror and covered my face, whilst deep hysteric sobs burst from my breast, for now, without heeding any further appearances, I knew that I was on board the phantom ship, the sea spectre dreaded of mariners, a fabric accursed by God, in the presence of men dead and yet alive, more terrible in their supernatural existence, in their clothing of flesh, whose human mortality had been rendered undecaying by a fate that shrunk up the soul in one to think of, than had they been ghosts, essences through which you might pass your hand as through a moonbeam. I stood a while as though paralyzed, but was presently rallied by the chill of the night wind striking through my streaming clothes. A lantern was near where the 3 men were grouped, no doubt the same that had been carried in the boat, but the dim illumination would have sufficed for no more than to throw out the proportion of things within its sphere, had it not been helped by the faint moonlight, and a corpus sant that shone with the power of a planet close against the blocks of the jeers of the mainyard. 'Twas a ghostly radiance to behold the men in, but I found nerve now to survey them. There were 3, as I have said, one very tall, above 6 feet, with a gray, almost white beard that descended to his waist. The second was a broad, corpulent man of the true Dutch build, without hair on his face. In the third man I could see nothing striking, if it were not for a ruggedness of seafaring aspect. I could not distinguish their apparel beyond that the stout man wore boots to the height of his knees, whereas the tall personage was clad in black hose, shoes with large buckles, and breeches terminating at the knees. Their head dresses were alike, a sort of cap of skin with flaps for the ears. "Do you speak Dutch?" said the tallest of the three, after eyeing me in silence, whilst a man could have counted 100. He it was who had responded to my hail from the Saracen, as my ear immediately detected, now that I had my faculties, by the deep, organ-like melodiousness and tremor of his voice. I answered yes. "Why were your people afraid of us? We intended no harm. We desired but a little favor, a small quantity of tobacco of which we are short." This speech I followed, though some of the words, or the pronunciation of them, were different from what I had been used to hear at Rotterdam. He spoke imperiously, with a hint even of passion, and, rearing himself to his full stature, clasped his hands behind him and stared at me as some Indian king might at a slave. "Sir," said I, speaking brokenly, for I was a slow hand at his tongue, and besides, the chill of my clothes was now become a pain. "First let me ask, what ship is this, and who are you and your men who have rescued me from death?" "The name of this ship is the Braave," he answered in his deep, solemn voice. "I, who command the vessel, am known as Cornelius Vanderdecken. The 3 seamen to whom you owe your life are Frederick Houtman, John de Bremen, and this man," indicating the rough, uncouth person who stood on his left, "the mate, Herman van Vogelaar." I felt a sensation as of ice pressed to my chest when he pronounced his own name, yet, recollecting he had called his ship the Braave, I asked, though 'twas wonderful he could follow my utterance, "What port do you belong to?" "Amsterdam." "Where are you from?" "Batavia." I said, "When did you sail?" "On the 22nd of July in last year. By the glory of the Holy Trinity, but it is dreary work. See how the wind heads us even yet." He sighed deeply and glanced aloft in a manner that suggested grievous weariness. "Last year," I thought, a sudden elation expanding my soul and calming me as an opiate might. If that be so, why then, though this ship had made a prodigiously long voyage of it from Java to these parallels, there is nothing wildly out of nature in such tardiness. Last year! Had I caught the true signification of the words he used? "Pray, sir," said I, speaking in as firm a voice as the shivers which chased me permitted, "what might last year be?" The mate, Van Vogelaar, growled out some exclamation I could not catch. The captain made a gesture with his hands, whilst their burly companion said in thick Dutch accents, "It needs not salt water, but good strong liquor to take away a Hollander's brain." "Last year!" exclaimed Vanderdecken, unbending his haughty, imperious manner. "Why, mynheer, what should be last year but 1653? End of chapter 12. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 13 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 13. Wie zijn alverdomd. When he said this, I felt like one in whom there is suddenly wrought a dual action of the brain, where from one side, so to say, there is darted into the mind thoughts utterly illogical and insane, which the other side marvels at and seeks to reject, though if the fit linger, the whole intelligence may be seized. I recollect of seeking for confirmation of the words of the man who styled himself Vanderdecken in the ship, and of noticing for the first time that upon the planks of the deck which were out of the reach of the corpus sant were the same crawling elusive fires as of phosphorus, creeping and coming and going upon a dark wall, which I had observed on the vessel's sides. Several figures of men moved forward. Close beside me was a small gun of the kind carried by ships in the beginning of the last century, termed a light saker, and discharging a 6-pound ball. There were 3 of these on the larboard side, and in the haze of the moonlight and the sheen of the jelly-like star that shone with a pure pale gold over my head, I could discern upon the bulwarks of the quarter-deck and poop several swivels, furnished with handles for pointing them. I also observed a short flight of steps conducting to the quarter-deck, with 2 sets of a like kind leading to the poop, the front of which was furnished with a door and little window. These matters I took in with a sweep of the eye, for the light was confusing, a faint erroneous ray glancing from imperfect surfaces, and flinging half an image, and then an indescribable fear possessing me again, I looked in the direction where I had last beheld the smudge made by the Saracen, and, not seeing her, cried out wildly in my broken Dutch, "Sirs, for the love of God, follow my ship, and make some signals that she may know I am here." "Skipper," exclaimed the smooth-faced, corpulent man, who proved to be the boatswain, named Antony Jans, "after their cowardly inhumanity in firing upon a small unarmed boat, and putting in peril the life of our mate, Van Vogelaar, we should have nothing more to do with her. Henceforth, this Englishman will know that the Dutch are a merciful people," said Van Vogelaar scornfully. "Had our nationalities been reversed, he would have been left to drown as a tribute to the courage of his comrades." Whilst this was said, Vanderdecken continued to regard me steadfastly and with great sternness. Then, on a sudden, relaxing his frown, he exclaimed in that wondrous voice of his, which put a solemn music into his least utterance, "Come, you shiver with the cold, and have the look of the drowned. Jans, send Prins to me, sir, please to follow." He motioned in a haughty manner towards the poop and walked that way. One desperate look I cast round the sea, and then, with a prayer to God that this experience might prove some eclipse of my reason from which my mind would float out bright afresh ere long, I followed the great figure of the captain, but with a step so faltering from weakness and grief that he, perceiving my condition, took me by the elbow and supported me up the ladder to the cabin under the poop. Whether it was this courtesy or owing to a return of my manhood, and I trust the reader will approve the candour with which I have confessed my cowardice, whatever might be the reason, I began now to look about me with a growing curiosity. The interior into which Captain Vanderdecken conducted me was of a dingy yellowish hue, such as age might complexion delicate white paint with. An oil lamp of a very beautiful, elegant, and rare pattern, furnished with 8 panes of glass, variously and all choicely coloured with figures of birds, flowers, and the like, though the opening at the bottom let the white light of the oil flame fall fair onto the table and the deck, swung by a thin chain from a central beam. The cabin was the width of the ship, and on its walls were oval frames, dusky as old mahogany, each one, as I suspected, holding a painting. Over the door by which the cabin was entered was a clock, and near it hung a cage with a parrot in it. Of ports I could see no remains, and supposed that by day all the light that entered streamed through the windows on either side the door. The deck was dark as with age. At the after end there were 2 state cabins bulkheaded off from the living room, each with a door. The several colors of the lamp caused it to cast a radiance like a rainbow, and therefore it was hard to make sure of objects amid such an intricacy of illumination. But, as I have said, the sides of the cabin were a sickly, dismal yellow, and the furniture in it was formed of a very solid square table, with legs marvellously carved, and a box beneath it, 2 benches on either hand, and a black high-backed chair, the back of withered velvet, the wood framing it cut into many devices at the head or sternmost end of it. All these things were matters to be quickly noticed. The captain, first removing his cap, pointed to a bench, and lifting his finger with a glance at the starboard cabin, said in a low tone, "Sir, if you speak, be it softly if you please," and then directed his eyes towards the entrance from the deck, standing erect with one hand on the table, and manifestly waiting for the person he had styled Prince to arrive. A ruby-coloured lustre was upon his face. His waist down was in the white lamplight. He had a most noble port, I thought, such an elevation of the head, such disdainful and determined erectness of figure, as made his posture royal. There was not the least hint in his face of the Dutch flatness and insipidity of expression one is used to in those industrious but phlegmatic people. His nose was aquiline, the nostrils hidden by the mustachios which mingled with his noble druidical beard. His forehead was square and heavy. His hair was scanty, yet abundant enough to conceal the skin of his head. His eyes were black, impassioned, relentless, and a ruby star now shone in each, which gave them a forbidding and formidable expression as they moved under the shadow of his shaggy brows. He wore a coat of stout cloth, confined by buttons, and a belt round his waist. This, with his small clothes which I have described, formed a very puzzling apparel, the like of which I had never seen. There were no rents, nor darns, nor patches, nothing to indicate that his attire was of great age. Yet there was something in this commanding person that caused me to know, by feelings deeper than awe or even fear, by instincts indeed not explicable, such as must have urged in olden times the intelligence to the recognition of those supernatural beings you read of in Scripture, that he was not as I was, as are other men who bear their natural parts in the procession from the cradle to the grave. The tremendous and shocking fears of Captain Skevington recurred to me, and methought as I gazed at the silent, majestic seaman, that the late master of the Saracen, who, by his ending, had shown himself a madman, might, as had other insane persons in their time, have struck in one of his finer frenzies upon a horrible truth, the mere fear of which caused me to press my hands to my eyes with a renewal of mental anguish, and to entreat in a swift prayer to that being whom he who stood before me had defied, for power to collect my mind and for quick deliverance from this awful situation. Not a syllable fell from the captain till the arrival of Prince, a parched-faced, bearded man, habited in a coarse woolen shirt, trousers of the stuff we call fear-not, and an old jacket. He made nothing of my presence nor condition, scarce glancing at me. "Get this Englishman a change of clothes," said the captain. "Take what may be needful from my cabin. They will hang loose on him, but must serve till his own are dry. Quick! You see he shivers." All this was expressed in Dutch, but, as I have before said, of an antique character, and therefore not quickly to be followed. Whence I will not pretend that I give exactly all that was spoken, though the substance of it is accurately reported. The man styled Prince went to the larboard cabin at the end, whilst the captain, going to the table, pulled from under it a great drawer which I had taken to be a chest, from which he lifted a silver goblet and a strangely fashioned stone bottle. "Drink, sir!" he exclaimed with a certain arrogant impetuosity in his way of pouring out the liquor and extending the goblet. 'Twas neat brandy, and the dose a large mouthful. I tossed down the whole of it, and placed the goblet, that was very heavy and sweetly chased, on the table, with a bow of thanks. "That will put fire into your blood," said he, returning the cup and bottle to the drawer, and then folding his arms, and looking at me under his contracted brows, with his back to the lantern, whilst he leaned against the table. "Are you fresh from your country?" I told him that we had sailed in April from the Thames, and had lately come out of Table Bay. "Is there peace between your nation and mine?" he inquired, speaking softly, as though he feared to awaken some sleeper, though, let his utterance be what it would, 'twas always melodious and rich. I answered, "No, it grieves me to say it, but our countries are still at war. I will not pretend, sir, that Great Britain has acted with good faith towards the Batavian Republic. Their high mightinesses resent the infraction of treaties. They protest against the manner in which the island of St. Eustatia was devastated. They hope to recover the Cape of Good Hope, and likewise their possessions in the Indies, more particularly their great Coromandel factory." Mere courtesy would have taught me to speak as soothingly as possible of such things, though but for the brandy I doubt if my teeth would not have chattered too boisterously for the utterance of even the few words I delivered. In honest truth, I felt an unspeakable awe and fear in addressing this man, who surveyed me with the severest, most scornful gaze imaginable from the height of his regal stature. "Of what are you speaking?" he exclaimed, after a frowning stare of amazement, then waved his hand with a gesture half of pity, half of disdain. "You have been perilously close to death," he continued, "and this idle babble will settle into good sense when you have shifted and slept." He smiled contemptuously with a half look around, as though he sought another of his own kind to address, and said, as one thinking aloud, "If Tromp and Evertsens and De Witt and De Ruyter have not yet swept them off the seas, 'tis only because they have not had time to complete the easy task." As he said this, the clock over the door struck 2. The chimes had a hollow, cathedral-like sound, as though indeed it was the clock of a cathedral striking in the distance. Glancing at the direction whence these notes issued, I was just in time to witness the acting of an extraordinary piece of mechanism. That is to say, there arose to the top of the clock case, that was of some species of metal, the dial plate of blue enamel protected with horn instead of glass, there arose, I say, the figure of a skeleton, imitated to the life, holding in one hand an hour-glass on which he turned his eyeless sockets by a movement of the head, whilst with the other hand he grasped a lance or spear that, as I afterwards perceived, he flourished to every stroke of the clock bell, as though he pierced something prostrate at his feet. The figure shrank into the inside of the clock when the chimes were over. As if to complete the bewilderment under which I labored, scarce had the second chime of the clock rung its last vibration, when a harsh voice croaked out in Dutch, "Wie zijn alverdomd!" I started and cried out involuntarily and faintly, "My God!" "It was the parrot that spoke," said Captain Vanderdecken, with a softening of his looks, though he did not smile. "'Tis the only sentence she seems able to pronounce. It was all she could say when I bought her." "Have you had her long, sir?" I inquired, feeling as though I lay a-dreaming. "I bought her from a Chinaman of Batavia 2 days before we sailed, as a gift for my eldest daughter." Here he was interrupted by the arrival of Prins. "The clothes are ready, skipper," said he. On this, Vanderdecken, motioning me to be silent, a piece of behaviour that was as puzzling as all other things, conducted me to the cabin from which Prins had emerged, and viewing the clothes upon the bed, said, "Yes, they will do. Wear them, mynheer. till yours have been dried. Leave this door on the hook. You will then get light enough for your purpose from yonder lamp." The dress consisted of warm knitted stockings, breeches of an old pattern, and a coat with a great skirt embellished with metal buttons, several of which were missing, and the remains of some gold lace upon the cuffs. In addition, there was a clean linen shirt and a pair of South American hide boots, fawn-colored. 'Twas like clothing myself for a masquerade to dress in such things, but for all that I was mighty pleased and grateful to escape from my own soaked attire, which, by keeping the surface of the body cold, prohibited my nerves from regaining their customary tone. I went to work nimbly, observing that Captain Vanderdecken waited for me, and was soon shifted, but not before I had viewed the cabin, which I found to be spacious enough. The bed was curious, being what we term a four-poster, the upper ends of the posts cleated to the ceiling, whilst the lower legs were in the form of dolphins, and had one time been gilt with gold. There were curtains to it of faded green silk, as I judged, ragged in places. There were lockers, a small table on which lay a forestaff, or cross-staff as it was often called, a rude ancient instrument used for measuring the altitude of the sun before the introduction of Hadley's quadrant, and formed of a wooden staff, having a scale of degrees and parts of degrees marked upon it, and cross-pieces which could be moved along it. By it stood a sand-glass for turning to tell the time by. Against the bulkhead that separated this from the adjoining cabin were hung two ox-eyed mirrors, the frames whereof had been gilt. Also 4 small paintings, in oak-coloured borders richly beaded. I could see that they were portraits of females, dim, the hues being faded. The ceiling of this cabin showed traces of having been, once on a time, very handsomely painted with the hand. Other things I noticed were a copper speaking trumpet, and an ancient perspective glass, such as poets of Vanderdecken's time would style an optic tube, very weighty, and formed of 2 tubes. This thing stood on brackets, under which hung a watch, of as true a sphere as an orange, and of the size of one. Indeed, look where you would, you could not fail to guess how stout and noble a ship this Braave, as her captain named her, must have been in those distant years which witnessed her birth. My costume made me feel ridiculous enough, for whereas the boots might have belonged to a period when Shelvocke and Clipperton were plundering the Spaniards in the South Seas, the coat was of a fashion of about 30 years past, whilst the breeches were such as merchant captains and mates wore when I was first going to sea. However, being changed and dry, I stepped forth, bearing my wet clothes with me, but they were immediately taken from me by Prins, who had been standing near the door, unperceived by me. On my appearing, Captain Vanderdecken rose from the chair at the head of the table, but seemed to find nothing in my dress to amuse him. The vari-coloured light was extremely confusing, and it was with the utmost pains that I could discern the expression of his face, but, so far as I made out, it was one of extreme melancholy, touched with lights and shades by his moods, which yet left the prevailing character unchanged. "Will you go to rest?" said he. "I am willing to do whatever you desire," said I. "Your kindness is great, and I thank you for it." "Ay," he replied, "spite of the war, I'd liefer serve an Englishman than one of any other country. The old and the young commonwealths should be friends. On either hand there are mighty hearts, you in your Blakes, your Ayscues, your Monks, we in our Van Tromp, whom the King of Denmark, to my great joy before I sailed, honourably justified to the people of Holland, and in Van Galen Reuter, with other skilled and lion-hearted men, whom I shall glory in greeting on my return." He seemed to reflect a moment, and suddenly cried with a passionate sparkle in his eyes, "But 'twas cowardly in your captain to order his men to fire upon our boat. What did we seek? Such tobacco as you could have spared, which we were willing to purchase. By the vengeance of heaven, 'twas a deed unworthy of Englishmen." I did not dare explain the true cause, and said gently, "Sir, our captain lay dead in his cabin. The men, missing the chief, fell into a panic at the sight of this ship, for she showed large in the dusk, and we feared you meant to lay us aboard." "Enough!" he exclaimed imperiously. "Follow me to your cabin." He led the way on to the deck, and we descended the quarter-deck ladder. End of chapter 13. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 14 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 14. My First Night in the Death Ship. I had been in too great a confusion of mind to heed the movements of the ship whilst I was under cover, but on emerging I now noticed that it had come on to blow very fresh. The vessel under larboard tacks, I could not see what canvas she carried, lay along very much being light and tall, and rolled with peculiar clumsiness in the hollows. I caught sight of the water over the weather rail, and judged with the eye of a seaman that what progress she was making was wholly leeway, so that we were being blown dead to the eastward, without probably reaching, as it is termed, by so much as half a knot an hour. The moon was now deep in the west, and showing a very wan and stormy disk. Northwest, where the land lay, the sea looked to rise into a fluid blackness of thunder clouds, wherefrom, even as I glanced that way, there fell a red gash of lightning. There was a heavy sound of seething and bombarding billows all about us, and the whole picture had a wildness past language. What with the scarlet glare of the northern levin brands, and the ghastly tempestuous paleness of the westering moon, and a dingy faintness owing its existence to I know not what, if it were not the light of the foaming multitudinous surge reflected upon the sooty bosoms of the lowering clouds over our stern. Captain Vanderdecken stood for a moment looking round upon this warring scene, and flung up his arms towards the moon with a passionate, savage gesture, and then strode to a narrow hatch betwixt the limits of the quarter-deck and the mainmast, down which he went, first turning to see if I followed. I now found myself in a kind of 'tween-decks, with two cabins on either hand. In the doorway of the fore one, on the starboard side, stood the man Prins, holding a small lantern. "This, sir," said Vanderdecken, pointing to the cabin, "must serve you for a sleeping room. It has not the comfort of an inn, but 'tis easy to see you are a sailor, and therefore one to whom a plank will often be a soft couch. In any case, here is accommodation warmer than the bottom of the ocean." With a cold and condescending salute, he withdrew. Prins hung the lantern on to a rail beside the door, and said he would return for it shortly. I wanted to ask the man some questions about the ship and her commander, but there was something about him so scaring and odd that I could not summon up heart to address him. He appeared as one in whom all qualities of the soul are dead, acting, in sooth, like a sleep-walker, giving me not the least heed whatever, and going about his business as mechanically as the skeleton in the cabin clock rose and darted his lance to the chimes of the bell. The compartment in which I was to sleep was empty of all furniture saving a locker that served as a seat as well as a box, and a wooden sleeping place formed of planks, secured to the side, in which, in lieu of a mattress, were a couple of stout blankets, tolerably new, and a sailor's bag filled with straw for a pillow. I was wearied to the bone, yet not sleepy, and lay me down in my strange clothes without so much as removing my boots, and in a few minutes Prins arrived and took away the light, and there I was in pitch darkness. And yet I should not say this, for though to be sure no sensible reflection penetrated the blackness, yet when the lamp was removed and my eyes had lost the glare of it, I beheld certain faint crawlings and swarmings of phosphoric light upon the beams and bulkheads, such as were noticeable upon the outside of the ship, only not so strong. I likewise observed a cold and ancient smell, such as I recollect once catching the breath of in the hold of a ship that had been built in 1702, and which people in the year 1791 or thereabouts viewed as a curiosity. Otherwise there was nothing else remarkable. Whatever this vessel might be, her motion on the seas was as natural as that of the Saracen, only that her wallowing was more ponderous and ungainly. Yet, merciful heaven, how did every bulkhead groan, how did every timber complain, how did every tree-nail cry aloud! The noise of the laboring was truly appalling, the creaking, straining, jarring, as though the whole fabric were being dashed to pieces. I had not immediately noticed this when I followed Captain Vanderdecken below, but it grew upon my ears as I lay in the blackness. Yet they were natural sounds, and as such they afforded a sort of relief to my strained brain and nervous, yea, and affrighted imagination. The stillness of a dead calm would have maddened me, I truly believe. Phantasms and other horrors of my fancy, rendered delirious by the situation into which I had been plunged, would have played their parts upon that stage of blackness, hideous with the vault-like stirring of the glow of rotted timber, to the destruction of my intellect, but for the homely thunder of the sea without and the crazy echoes within. End of chapter 14. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 15 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 15. I Inspect the Flying Dutchman. I had scarcely fully woke up when the man Prins opened the cabin door and peered in, and, perceiving me to be awake, he entered bearing a metal pitcher of water, an earthenware dish, and a rough cloth for drying the skin. He put down the dish so that it could not slide, for the ship was rolling very heavily, and then poured water into it and said, as he was in the act of withdrawing with the pitcher, "The skipper is on the poop." I answered by asking him for my clothes. He shook his bearded, parchment-colored face and said, "They are still sodden," and immediately went out. I might have guessed they could not be dry, but I presented so hideous a figure in the apparel that had been lent to me that I should have been glad to resume my own coat and breeches, wet or no wet, but there was no help for it. I rose and plunged my face in the cold water, used my fingers for a comb, which sufficed, since I commonly wore my hair rough, having much of it and hating a tie, and putting on my hat that had held to my head in the water, and that had not been taken from me to dry, I stepped out of the cabin, climbed the steps that led through the hatch, and gained what was in former times termed the upper deck. For let me make you understand me by explaining that, beginning right aft, first there was a poop deck elevated above the quarter-deck, which in its turn was raised above the upper deck, along which you walked till you arrived at the forecastle, that went flush or level to the bows and was fortified by tall, stout bulwarks with ports for forechasers. For some considerable while I stood near the hatch gazing about me, as this was my first view of the ship by daylight. Right opposite soared the mainmast, an immensely thick made spar, weightier than we should now think of using for a craft twice this vessel's size. The top was a large circular platform, protected by a fence-work half as tall as a man, looped for the projection of pieces such as culverins, matchlocks, and the like. Under the top hung the mainyard. The sail was reefed, and the yard had been lowered, and it lay at an angle that made me understand that but little was to be done with this ship on a bowline. The shrouds, which were very stout, though scarce one of them was of the thickness of another, came down over the side to the channels there, and the ratlines were all in their places, only that here again there was great inequality in the various sizes of the stuff used. There were iron hoops round the masts, all of them rusty, cankered, and some of them nearly eaten up. I looked at the coaming of the hatch, and observing a splinter, put my hand to it, and found the wood so rotten that methought it would powder, and I turned the piece about betwixt my thumb and forefinger. But the miraculous qualities of the accursed fabric were in it, and iron could not have been more stubborn to my pinching. The guns, which I had on the previous night recognized as an ancient kind of ordnance called sakers, were as rusty and eaten into as the mast hoops. I ascended the quarter-deck, and perceiving Vanderdecken standing on the poop, went up to him, touching my hat as a sailor's salute, but the coat I was rigged out in was so outrageously clumsy and ample that the wind, which blew very hard indeed, filling and distending the skirts of it, was within an ace of upsetting me, but happily a lurch of the ship swept me towards a mizzen backstay, to which I contrived to cling until I had recovered my breath and the surprise I was under. There was a small house in the middle of this poop, about 10 feet from where the head of the tiller would come when amidships, possibly designed for the convenience of the captain and officers for making their calculations when in narrow waters, and for the storing of their marine instruments, flags, and the like. Be that as it may, Captain Vanderdecken beckoned me to it, and under the lee of it the shelter was such as to enable us to easily converse. I looked at him as closely as I durst. His eyes were extraordinarily piercing and passionate, with the cruel brilliance in them such as may be noticed in the insane. The lower part of his face was hidden in hair, but the skin of as much of it as was visible, for his cap was dragged low down upon his brows, was pale, of a haggard sallowness, expressed best in paintings of the dead, where time has produced the original whiteness of the pigment. It was impossible that I should have observed this in him in the many-coloured lamplight of the preceding night. Yet did not his graveyard complexion detract from the majesty and imperiousness of his mien and port. I could readily conceive that the defiance of his heart would be hell-like in obstinacy, and that here was a man whose pride and passions would qualify him for a foremost place among the most daring of those fallen spirits of whom our glorious poet has written. He was habited as when I first saw him. We stood together against this deck-house, and whilst he remained silent for some moments, meanwhile keeping his eyes fixed on me, my gaze went from him to the ship and the sea around us. It was a thick, leaden, angry morning, such weather as we had had a dose of in that storm I wrote about, and of which forerunners might have been found on the preceding night in the lightning in the northwest and in the halo that girdled the moon. But it was the sight of the ancient ship that rendered the warring ocean so strange a scene that, had I never before witnessed a storm at sea, I could not have wondered more at what I saw. She was lying to under her reefed fore and mainsail, surging dead to leeward on every send of the billows, and travelling the faster for the great height of side she showed. From time to time a sea would strike her with a severe shock upon the bow or the waist, and often curl over in a mighty hissing and seething, though the wet quickly poured away overboard through the ports. through the skeleton iron frame of what had once been a great poop lantern, the blast yelled like an imprisoned maniac, and shook the metal with a sound as of clanking chains. The captain, having inspected me narrowly, asked me how I had slept. I answered, well, for I was now resolved to present a composed front to this man and his mates, be they and their ship what they would. I had given my nerves play, and it was about time I recollected I was an Englishman and a sailor. "All vessels but mine," said he in his thrilling organ-like voice, glancing about him with a scowl, "catch the luck of the wind. Had the weather lingered as it was for another 3 days, we should have had agulhas on the beam and the ship's head northwest. 'Tis bitter hard, these encounters of storms, when a few hours of fair wind would blow us round the Cape." He clenched his hands fiercely and shot a fiery glance at the windward horizon. Just then the man styled Herman von Vogelaar, the mate, arrived, and without taking the least notice of me, said something to the captain, but what I did not catch. It doubtless referred to some job he had been sent forward to see to. I was greatly struck by the rugged, weather-beaten look of this man. His face in the daylight discovered a mere surface of knobs, and warts, and wrinkles, with a nose the shape of one end of a plantain that has been cut in two, and little misty eyes deep in their holes and surrounded by yellow lashes. His dress was that of a sailor of my own time. But what affected and impressed me even more than did the utter indifference manifested towards my presence by him and by the helmsman, as though indeed I was as invisible as the wind, was the pallor underlying the lineaments of this mate. Had I been asked what would be the complexion of men dug up from their graves after lying there, I should have pointed to the countenances of Vanderdecken and Van Vogelaar, yes, and to Prins and the seamen who steered. It was, in truth, as though Captain Skevington had hit the frightful reality in his dark and dreadful ideas touching the crew of this ship being men who presented the aspect they would have offered at the time of their death, and who, wearing that death-bed appearance, were doomed to complete the sentence passed upon them. No longer pensioners on the bounty of an hour, as the poet Young terms us mortals, but wretches rendered supernatural by the impiety of that fierce but noble figure, whose falcon-flashing eye looked curses at the gale whilst I watched him. The mate left us and went to the helmsman, by whose side he stood as if conning the ship. The captain showed no heed of my presence for a minute or two, when, glancing at me, he said, "'Tis fortunate you speak Dutch, though your pronunciation has a strange sound. For my part, I just know enough of your tongue to hail a ship and to say I will send a boat. Where did you learn my language?" "I picked it up during several voyages I made to Rotterdam," I replied. "Do you know Amsterdam?" "No, sir," said I. He mused a little, and then said, "They will think me lost or sunk by the guns of the enemy. Add the long and tedious passage out to the months which have passed since last July." He sighed deeply. "When did you sail from Amsterdam, sir?" I inquired, for I was as particular as he to say Mynheer. "On the 1st of November," he answered. "In what year?" said I. He cried out fiercely, "Are your senses still overboard that you repeat that question? Certainly last year. When else?" I looked down upon the deck. "I have reason to remember my passage through the narrow seas," continued he, speaking in a softened voice as though his sense of courtesy upbraided him. "I sighted the squadron of your Admiral Ayscue, and a frigate hauled out in chase of me, but the Braave was too fleet for her, and at dusk We had sunk the Englishman to his lower yards." As he said this, I felt yet again the chill of a dread I had hoped to vanquish strike upon my senses like the air of a vault upon the face. It was impossible that I could now miss seeing how it was. If this man, together with his crew, were not endevilled, as Captain Skevington had surmised, yet it was certain that life was terminated in him with the curse his wickedness had called down upon his ship and her wretched crew. Existence had come to a stand in his brain. With him it was forever the year of our Lord, 1653. Time had been drowned in the eternity of the punishment that had come upon him. I lifted my startled eyes to Vanderdecken's face and convulsively clasped my hands, whilst I thought of the mighty chapter of history which had been written since his day, and of the ashes of events prodigious in their time, and in memory still, which covered, as do the lava and scoria, the rocks of some volcanic created island, the years from the hour of his doom down to the moment of our meeting, the peace of 1654, the later war of 1665, Reuter at Sheerness and Chatham and in the Hope, a stadtholder of Vanderdecken's country, becoming a king of England, the peace of Ryswick, Malplaquet, the semi-Gallican founding of the Batavian Republic, with how much more that my memory did not carry. All as non-existent to this man at my side as to any human creature who had died at the hour when the death ship sailed on her last passage home from the island of Java. End of chapter 15. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Chapter 16 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 16. Vanderdecken shows me his present for little Margaretta. At this moment, Prins stepped on to the poop and informed the captain that breakfast was ready. "Sir," said Vanderdecken to me, with a courtesy that I guessed to be as capricious as his passion, "you will have feared I meant to starve you." "No, mynheer," I replied. "You will find our fare poor," he continued, "but please follow me." "Sir," said I, "forgive me if I detain you for an instant. I am too sensible of your kindness not to desire that you will enable me to merit it by serving you in the navigation of the ship in any capacity you choose to name, until we meet with a vessel that shall rid you of my presence." "You appear to have but a poor opinion of us Dutch," said he, still speaking with courtesy. "Be pleased to know that a Hollander is never happier than in relieving distress. But come, sir, the shelter of the cabin will be grateful to you after this stormy deck." I said no more, and gathering the flapping skirts of the coat on me to my side, that the gale might not sweep me off my legs, I followed him into the cabin under the poop, marveling as I went at the miracle wrought on behalf of this ship, that her hold should still yield provisions and water for her crew after a century and a half of use. Now you will have deemed by this time that I had supped full enough of surprises. But conceive of my astonishment on entering the cabin that was less darksome than I should have conceived it, on seeing a girl of from 18 or 20 years of age seated at the table on the right hand of the captain's chair. I came to a stand, struck motionless with astonishment, whilst she, uttering an exclamation of surprise, hastily rose and stood staring at me, leaning with her right hand on the table to steady herself. It was as certain that she had been as ignorant of my presence on board as I, to this instant, of her existence. The thought that instantly flashed upon me was that she was Vanderdecken's daughter, that the curse that had fallen on the ship included her, as it had all others of the vessel's miserable company of men, and that, in consonance with Captain Skevington's mad but astonishing theory, touching the people of this death ship, she discovered the appearance she would have presented at the hour of her death, though vitalized in that aspect by the sentence that kept the Braave afloat and her people quick and sentient. I was the more willing to suppose this by her apparel, which was of the kind I had seen in old Dutch paintings at Rotterdam, for it consisted of a black velvet jacket, very beautifully fitting her figure, trimmed with fur and enriched with many small golden buttons, a green silk gown, plain and very full, as though made for a bigger woman. There was a rope of pearls round her neck, and I spied a diamond of great splendor blazing on the forefinger of the hand on which she leaned. She wore small red shoes, and her hair was undressed. All this I saw, and more yet, for whilst I stood looking at her, the mate of the ship Van Vogelaar arrived, and both he and the captain and the man Prins, turning their faces towards me, the warmth, the life of her skin, the living reality of her surprise, the redness of her lips, the diamond glance of her eyes, were so defined by the paleness, the deathly hue of the flesh of the men's skin, that the fear that she was of this doomed company fell from me, and I knew that I was face to face with one that was mortal like myself. The captain pointed to the bench on his left hand. I approached the table, giving the girl a low bow before sitting. She curtsied and resumed her seat, but all the while looking at me with an astonishment that greatly heightened her beauty. Nor could I fail to see by the slight but visible changes in the expression of her mouth that my presence was putting a pleasure in her that grew as perception of my actuality sharpened in her mind. A coarse but clean cloth that was a kind of deck or drill covered the table, and upon it were a couple of dishes of cold meat, a dish of dried fish, another of dried plantains, a jar of marmalade, and a plate of a singular sort of cakes, yellow and heavy, resembling the crumb of newly baked bread. These things were kept in their places by a rude framework of wood set upon the table and lashed to it underneath. Before each person there stood a silver cup, one of one design and size, another of another, also an earthen plate of a grey colour, of Chinese baking, and of the kind exported years since in great quantities from Batavia, and a knife and fork of a pattern I had never before seen. On our seating ourselves, Prins went round the table with 2 jars, one holding a spirit, which I afterwards found was a kind of gin, and the other cold water, with which he manufactured a bumper for us 3 men, but the girl drank the water plain. Not a word was said whilst Prins was at this work. As he was filling my cup, the clock over the door struck 8, the skeleton appearing and flourishing his lance as before, and scarce was this ended when the parrot croaked out, "Wie sind Alverdon?" I had forgotten this bird, and the harsh utterance and dreadful words coming upon me unawares so startled me that I half sprang to my feet. The girl looked down on the table with a sad face, whilst Vanderdecken said, "'Tis the clock that excites that fowl. We shall have to hang her out of hearing of it." He never offered to make me known to the fair creature opposite, but that did not signify, for after stealing several peeps at me, she asked in Dutch, but with the artless manner of a child and in a sweet voice, if I was a Hollander. I answered, "No, I am an Englishman, madam," feeling the blood warm in my face through the mere speaking with so delicate a beauty. "I too am English," she cried in our own tongue. "Indeed!" I exclaimed, transported out of myself by hearing this, and by perceiving how warm, real, and living she was. "But in the name of heaven, how is it that you are alone upon this strange ship amid these mysterious men?" For that question I could no more forbear asking right out than I could conceal the admiration in my eyes, whilst I felt no diffidence in talking, as I made no doubt the English language was unintelligible to the others. She swiftly glanced at me, but did not answer. I took this as a hint, and was silent. And yet it did not seem that Vanderdecken or Van Vogelaar heeded us. They appeared as men sunk in deep abstraction, even whilst they ate and drank. Some meat was put before me. Prins offered me a cake, and being hard set, I fell to. I found the meat salt, but sweet and tender enough, and turning to the mate, asked him what it was. "Antelope," he replied. "Yonder," pointing to the other dish, "is buffalo." Sir, exclaimed Vanderdecken, with a wonderful stateliness in his manner, be pleased to despise ceremony here. Such as our fare is, you are welcome. Take as you may require, and Prinz will fill your cup as often as you need. I bowed and thanked him. The wind blows hard, Imogene, said he, addressing the girl. It storms directly along the path we would take. It is miserable, he continued, turning to me, that a change of weather should come upon us just about those parts where the breeze freshened into this gale last night. But we'll force her to windward yet, hey, Herman? Though, he looked at the lady he had named Imogene, and halted abruptly in his speech. But I noticed he could not quickly clear his face of the passionate, mad look that darkened it, though it did not qualify the paleness of the skin, but was like the shadow of a heavy storm cloud passing over the upward-gazing features of a dead man. The countenances of the mate and Prinz darkened to his savage mood. May heaven pardon me for the thought, but when I considered the bitter vexation of a headwind, and how this vessel was being blown dead away to leeward faster than any line-of-battle ship hove to, I could not but secretly feel a sailor's sympathy with these unhappy persons. Though that this would have been the case had Vanderdecken expressed with his tongue the fearful thoughts which he looked with his eyes, I do not think possible, if I know myself at all. There fell a silence among us, through which we could hear the dreary howling of the wind, the falls of heavy masses of water upon the decks, and the lamentable complaining of the whole fabric, though as these noises were chiefly in the hold, the notes rose somewhat dulled. Presently, feeling it indecorous in me to sit silent, I asked the captain what his cargo was. He answered, "We have much wrought and raw silk, and cloves, musk, nutmegs, mace and pepper, wood for dyeing, drugs, calicoes, lacquer ware, and such commodities, sir." "And how many of a crew, sir?" Van Vogelaar turned to look at me. "Ask no questions," exclaimed the girl in English. "You will be misunderstood." "Our guns are few, but the Braave is a swift ship," said the mate, with a very stern and sullen expression on his rugged face. "She has outsailed one English frigate, and by this time our admirals should have left us little to fear from the fleets of your Cromwell." "Pray," said the lady, addressing Vanderdecken, and glancing in like a sunbeam upon this sudden darkness of temper, "tell me of this gentleman. How it happens he is here. I find he is my countryman. Converse with me about him." If it were possible for human affection to touch into softness the fierce, majestic countenance of the noble-looking being, whose mien as he sat at the table might have been that of some dethroned emperor with the pride of Lucifer to sustain him, I might seem to have witnessed the tenderness of it in his ashen, bearded face when he turned the cold glitter of his eyes upon the girl. "We spoke his ship late last night, when thou wast asleep, Imogene, and Van Vogelaar went in our boat to buy tobacco if they were willing to sell. But on seeing the boat they fired upon her. A light air blew, and the ship moved away. Our boat was returning when she spied this gentleman, fast drowning. Van Vogelaar dragged him out of the water, and here he is," saluting me with a grave inclination of the head. "Had we changed places," said the stormy-minded, rugged mate, "what would have been my fate?" A colour flashed into Imogene's face, and she cried, "Oh, Heer Van Vogelaar, your pardon, if you please. English seamen are as humane as they are brave." "Yes," said the mate, with a sneer that rendered his ugliness quite horrible with the distortion of it. "Because English sailors are brave, they fire upon an inoffensive boat, and because they are humane, they leave their comrade to perish." "Madam," I said softly, "the character of this ship was known to us." She slightly raised her eyes, and such a sadness came into them that I feared to see her shed tears. Meanwhile, Vanderdecken had his gaze fixed upon me. He seemed to be musing upon what the mate had said. "It was your Commodore Young," said he, in his resonant voice, that, to be sure, sounded grandly after the harsh pipes of the mate, "who provoked us. Why should your nation exact the honour of the flag? Has it bred greater seamen than Holland? There is my friend Willem Schouten. Many a pipe when I was a young man have I smoked with him in his summer-house at Hoorn. Does even your Drake surpass Schouten? No, no, it was not for England to be mistress of the seas," he exclaimed, with a solemn shake of the head not wanting in a grave kind of urbanity. I caught a glance from the girl, but I needed no hint to keep my tongue still. 'Twas maddening and terrifying enough to hear this man speak of Schouten as a friend. Schouten, who greatly headed the grand processions of mariners such as Dampier, Byron, Anson, and many others who, since his day, have sailed round that Cape Horn, which the stout Hollander was the first to pass and to name, into the great South Sea. And yet, spite of the effect produced upon me by this man's speech and references, I was sensible of a distinct pricking of my conscience by my patriotism. To hear England sneered at by the natives of a country which has been described by a poet that flourished in the days of Blake and Tromp as the offscouring of the British sand and as the undigested vomit of the sea, was by no means to my liking. But to remonstrate would have been but a mere warring with the dead. The captain appeared to delight to talk of the war between the Dutch and the English. I remember that he praised our Commodore Bodley, and said that if the States Ambassador Adrian Paw had been a person of understanding, the treaty might have stood. This I recollect, but very little more, for to be plain it was not only a frightful thing to listen to him, but my thoughts were thrown into the utmost confusion by the loveliness of the lady who confronted me, by the assurance of the sweet eyes, warm color, and her maidenly youth, which lived in every movement, word, smile, or sad look of hers, that she was no true member of the unholy and fearful company she lived amongst, by my wondering how she came to be in this death ship, and how it happened that she was finely dressed, not to speak of other speculations, such as how the food upon the table was provided, and by what means this ship, which I knew had been struggling against the will of the Omnipotent for hard upon 150 years, should be supplied with a liberal stock of the conveniences of life. But we had now done eating. The mate rose and quitted the table, but his place was shortly afterwards taken by another man whom I had not before seen, the second mate, as I afterwards discovered, named Antony Arents. This person looked to be about 50 years of age. He wore high boots and a cloak, and a soft flapping hat, which he threw down on entering. His left eye had a cast, and the bridge of his nose was broken, but his countenance was of the true Dutch character, and in some points he was like the boatswain, Antony Jans, whom I had seen on deck when waking into consciousness, only that he had less flesh to his belly. But in him was the same ghastly hue of skin you saw in the others. 'Twas in his hands as in his face, and you come across him in his sleep, you would have said he had been dead some days. And indeed never did I view a corpse made ready for casting overboard that had the aspect of the dead so strong upon it as these men. He helped himself to food, taking not the least notice of me. Prins, meanwhile, had put a box of tobacco and some long clay pipes upon the table, one of which Vanderdecken took and filled, asking me to smoke. I thanked him, wondering what sort of tobacco time had converted this weed into, took the tinderbox from the captain and lighted my pipe. Well, if this was an ancient tobacco, age had not spoilt its qualities. It smoked very sweet and sound. "We are on short allowance," said the captain. "Our stock has run low. It will be a hardship if we should come to want tobacco." I made no reply, being determined to learn all I could about this ship and her people from Miss Imogen before offering suggestions, for though there is no living man whose nose I would not offer to stroke for calling me a coward, yet I am not ashamed to say this Captain Vanderdecken terrified me, and I feared his wrath. The girl, with her elbows on the table and her fair chin resting on her hands, which made an ivory cup for her face, watched me continuously with eyes whose brightness the large and sparkling diamond on her forefinger did not match by many degrees of glory. "Are you long from England?" says she to me presently in Dutch, that Vanderdecken might know what we talked about. "We sailed in April last," I replied. "And you, madam?" She either did not hear the question or would not answer. "Are you married?" asked the captain of me, smoking very slowly to get the true relish of the tobacco, whilst the second mate chewed his food with vacant eyes, squinting straight ahead or meeting in a traverse on his plate. "No, sir," I replied. "Are your parents living?" he said. "My mother is alive," I answered. "Ah," said he, speaking as one in a reverie. "A sailor should not marry. What is more uncertain than the sea?" The mariner's wife can never make sure of her husband's return. What will mine be thinking if we continue to be blown back as we are now by these westerly gales? It seems longer than months, yea, it appears to me to be years since I last beheld her and my daughters standing near the Schreyer's Thoren, weeping and waving their farewells to me. My eldest girl, Gertruda, will be grown sick at heart with her long yearning for the parcel of silk I have for her, and Margareta. He sighed softly. Then turning to Imogen, he said, "My dear, show this gentleman the toy I am taking home for my little Margareta." She rose with a look of pain in her face and stepped to the cabin that was next the captain's. I now understood why he had desired me to speak in subdued tones last night, for that was the room in which she slept. The ease with which she moved upon that heaving deck was wonderful, and this verse of a ballad came into my head as I watched her go from the table to her cabin. No form he saw of mortal mould, it shone like ocean's snowy foam. Her ringlets waved in living gold, her mirror crystal, pearl her comb. Ay, the ocean might have owned her for a child, with such dainty, elegant ease did she accommodate her form to the sweep and heave of its billows, as denoted by the motions of the ship. As some lovely gull with breast of snowy down and wings of ermine airily expresses the swing and charge of the surge by its manner of falling in each hollow and lifting above each head on outstretched pinion. Her costume, too, that was so strange a thing, giving to this interior so romantic an appearance, that had the ship been still, and you had looked in it at the cabin door, then, with this lady's beauty and dress, the majestic figure of Vanderdecken smoking in his high-backed chair, the second mate at his food, Prins standing like one that dreams, all the faces but the girl's and mine ghastly, the strange beauty of the lamp that swung over the table, the oval frames holding paintings so bleared and dusky that it was difficult to make out the subjects, the dim and wasted color of the cabin walls, and the bald tawdriness of what had been rich gilt-work, the clock of ancient pattern, the parrot cage. I say, had you been brought on a sudden to view this interior from the door, you might have easily deemed it some large, astonishing picture painted to the very height of the greatest master's perfection. In a moment or two Miss Imogen returned, and coming to the table placed upon it a little figure about 5 inches tall. It was of some metal, and had been gaily colored, as I supposed, from what was left of the old tints. Its style was a red cloak falling down its back, a small cap with a feather, shoes almost hidden with great rosettes, hose as high as the thigh, and then a sort of blouse with a girdle. Both arms hung before in a very easy and natural posture, and the hands grasped a flute. Vanderdecken, putting down his pipe, took a key from under the cloak of the figure and wound the automaton up as a clock, when it instantly lifted the flute to its mouth in the exact manner of life, and played a tune. The sound was very pure, though piercing, the melody simple and flowing. In all, the figure played 6 tunes without any sound of the clockwork within, and it was undoubtedly a very curious and costly toy. The second mate stalked out in the middle of this performance, having finished his meal, and showing no more sensibility to what was doing than did the table the figure played on. The eyes of the man Prins had a sickly, far-away look, to be imagined only, for no one could describe it. Vanderdecken lighted his pipe when the automaton struck up, and nodded gravely to the fluting with as much pleasure in his face as so fierce and haughty a countenance could express. The girl stood leaning upon the table, with a listlessness in her manner, and constantly regarding me. Scarce had the 6th tune been played when the parrot called out from his cage, "Vais en Alverdont?" clearly showing that she knew when the entertainment was over. Her pronouncing these words in Dutch robbed them somewhat, to my ear, of their tremendous import, but still it was a terrible sentence for the creature to have lighted on, and I wondered what her age was, for she could not have been newly hatched when Vanderdecken bought her, as he had told me she then spoke the same words. However, the captain was full of his flute-player, and neither he nor Imogen noticed the parrot. "This should delight my little Margareta," said he, lifting the figure and examining it. "'Tis as cunning a toy as ever I saw. I bought it at Batavia from an old friend of mine, Moves Minderszoombacher, who had purchased it of a sailor belonging to the company ship Revoluti for 8 ducats. 'Twill rejoice my child. You shall present it to her, Imogen. I would not sell it for $500. 'Tis worthy to be John Muller's work." He ceased speaking, lifting his hand, then exclaimed, "Hark! How the wind continues to storm!" He gave the figure to the girl, who returned it to her cabin. In a few minutes he put down his pipe and bade Prins bring him his skin or fur cap, and then rose, impressing me as keenly as though I viewed him for the first time by the nobility of his stature, his great beard flowing to the waist, the sharp supernatural fires in his eyes as if the light there were living flames. In silence he quitted the cabin, acting like a man influenced by spells, without the governance of the logic of human behavior. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 17. I talk with Miss Imogen Dudley about the Death Ship. Being in the way now of enjoying a talk with Imogen, the ridiculousness of the dress I was in struck me, and I asked Prins, who was clearing the table, whether my own clothes were yet dry. He answered they were hung up in the furnace near the cook-house, by which I suppose he meant the caboose, and that when they were dry he would bring them to my cabin. "In these things," said I, addressing Imogen in English, whilst I turned my head about to catch a sight of my tails, "I feel like a fool in a carnival. What ages this garb represents I cannot conceive, but it surely does not represent less than a century of fashion." "And what must you think of my attire?" said she, seating herself in the captain's chair, which her beauty made a throne of in a breath, the light of her hair gilding it. "But all things are wonderful here," she added, with a half-glance at Prins, whose movements and manner as he removed the dishes from the table were as deaf and soulless as the behavior of the figure that had just piped to us. "You know, of course, what ship this is." I said yes, in a subdued voice, and sat down on the end of the bench near her, adding, "Will the captain take it amiss if we converse?" "No," she answered, "but should he forbid it, and then find you speaking to me, his temper would be dreadful. He is a terribly passionate man. Yet he is gentle to me, and speaks of his wife and children with exquisite tenderness." "His wife and children! God help him!" "Oh," she cried, trembling, "I cannot express to you the horror and pain I feel when I hear him talk of them as though he should find them as they were, altered by the length of a year only, when he parted from them. He does not know that he is cursed. None of them on board this ship know it of themselves." "Is that so?" I exclaimed. "Surely their repeated failures to pass the Agulhas point must convince them that the will of God is opposed to their attempts, and that they are doomed men." "If you please, what name am I to know you by?" she asked. "Geoffrey Fenton," I answered. "And you?" "Imogen Dudley." I bowed to her, and she continued, "Are you a sailor?" I raised my hands half mockingly, and said, "Do I not look my calling?" But recollecting my apparel, I burst into a laugh and exclaimed, touching the faded finery upon the cuff of my coat, "You will have thought me a beadle or a footman." She shook her head, smiling, but instantly grew grave, and now spoke in a more earnest voice. "I will tell you all I know about this ship and about myself. My father was Captain Dudley of Portsmouth, and nearly 5 years ago, as closely as I can reckon time where time has ceased to all the others, he commanded a ship named the Flying Fish, and took me and my mother with him on a voyage to China. We called it Table Bay, but when we were off the coast where Algoa Bay is situated, the ship was set on fire by one of the crew entering the hold with a lighted candle and attempting to steal some rum. The flames quickly raged, the ship was not to be saved, the boats were lowered, and my mother and I and a seaman entered one of them. But suddenly the ship blew up, destroying the boats that were against its side, and when the smoke cleared off, nothing was to be seen on the water but a few pieces of blackened timber. Our boat had been saved by my father ordering the man to keep her at a good distance lest a panic arose and she should be entered by too great a number. The shock so affected my mother that she lost her mind. Here Imogen hid her face. When she looked at me again, her face was wet. Nevertheless, she continued, "She died on the night following the loss of the ship, and I was left alone with the sailor. We were many leagues from the land. We had no sail. The oars were heavy. I was too weak and ill to help him with them, and the fierce heat soon melted the strength out of him, so that he left off rowing. He was good to me, gentle, and very sorrowful about me. I cried so much over losing my father and mother and at our dreadful situation that I thought my heart would break, and I prayed that it might, for indeed I wanted to die." She drew a deep, hysteric breath, tremulous as a long, bitter sob. We drifted here and there for 5 days, after which thirst and hunger bereft me of my senses, and I remember no more till I awoke in this ship. I then learnt that they had passed our boat close and had stopped the vessel to inspect her. The seaman was dead, and they supposed me dead too, but Captain Vanderdecken, fancying a likeness in me to his daughter Alida, called to his men to bring me on board. They did so, and found life in me. "And you have been in this vessel ever since," cried I. "Ever since," she responded. "That is to say," I exclaimed, scarcely realizing the truth, "for hard upon 5 years." She hid her eyes and shook her sweet face in the cover of her hands, as if she could not bear to think of it. I waited a little, partly that she might have time to recover her tranquillity, and partly that Prinz might make an end of his business and go, though let me declare he gave us no more heed than had he been the clock, much less, indeed, than did the parrot that, having rounded her head after the manner of those birds till her beak was uppermost, watched us with the broadside of her face, and therefore with one eye, with horrid pertinacity and gravity. "But can it be, Miss Dudley," said I, "that Captain Vanderdecken never intends to part with you?" She looked up quickly and said, "My position is incredibly strange. He has a father's fondness for me, and declares that, as I have no relations, I shall be one of his children and live with his wife and daughters at Amsterdam. But he has no sense of time. Neither he nor the miserable crew can compute. To him and the others this is the year 1654, and he supposes that he sailed from Batavia in July of last year, that is, as he conceives, in 1653. At first I tried to make him understand what century this was, but he patted my cheek and said my senses had not returned, and when I persisted, he grew angry, and his temper so terrified me that I feigned to agree with him, and have ever since done so. I reflected and said, "It must be as you say, and as I have already noted, for did the Almighty grant him and his crew any perception of the passage of time, is it conceivable that he would talk of his wife and children as still living, and be eager to return to them? When did you discover that this was the Phantom Ship?" I had heard that there was such a vessel from my father, and when Captain Vanderdecken talked to me, and I marked the color of his face and the appearance of the crew, and the glow that shone upon the vessel in the dark, with other strange things, such as her ancient appearance, I soon satisfied myself. "Father of mercy!" I cried. "What a situation for a young girl!" "When I felt sure of the ship," she said, "I should have drowned myself in my misery and terror, only I dreaded God's wrath. I felt that if I humbly resigned myself to his holy will, he would suffer the spirits of my father and mother to be with me and watch over me. But oh, what a tedious waiting has it been! What bitter weariness of sea and sky! Again and again have I entreated Captain Vanderdecken to put me on board some passing ship, but not conceiving of the years which run by, and every tempest that obstructs him melting as a memory into the last, so that the rebuffs of a century past are to him as forgotten things, or possessing the same sort of recentness that in a day or two this gale, which is now blowing, will have, he thinks, to encourage me by saying that next time he is certain to round the headland, that as he is adopted, so he must not part with me, but carry me in his own ship and under his own protection to his wife and home." "What are your thoughts," I asked her, "as regards their mortality? Are they human?" "Yes, Mr. Fenton, they must be human, for they think of their homes and wives and children," she replied. I was struck with this, though I said, might not their very yearning be part of the curse? For if you extinguish their desire of getting home, the impulse that keeps them striving with the elements would disappear, and they would say, since we cannot get westwards and so to Europe, we'll head for the east and make for the Indies. It is a thing impossible to reason upon, she exclaimed sadly, and pressing her hand to her brow. The great God here, in this ship, has worked in miracles and mysteries for purposes of his own. Who can explain his ways? Sometimes I have thought by the dreadful hue of the skin of their faces that they are men dead in body, but forced into the behavior of living beings by the strength of the curse that works in them. I replied that in saying this she had exactly hit upon the fancy of my late captain, who had taken his own life on the previous evening, which fancy now struck me as an amazing inspiration, seeing that it was her own opinion and that my own judgment fully concurred in it. "'Tis impossible," said she, "that they can be as we are. They are supernaturally alive. Oh, it is shocking to think of. Is it not wonderful that my long association with these people has not driven me mad? Yet the captain loves me as a father, such is his tenderness at times when he talks of his home, and strives to keep up my heart by warranting that next time, it is always next time, we shall pass the Cape and all will be well with us, that I am lost in wonder he could have ever acted so as to bring the curse of an eternal life of hopeless struggle upon him and his men." "Ay," cried I, "and why should his men be accursed?" "I have often asked myself that whilst watching them," she replied. "But then I have answered, why should innocent little children bear in their forms, and in their minds too, the diseases and infirmities caused by the wickedness and recklessness of persons perhaps several generations removed from them? We dare not question. 'Tis impious, Mr. Fenton. In this ship especially must we be as mute spectators only, for we are two living persons standing amid shadows, and viewing so marvelous a mystery that I tremble to the depth of my soul at the thoughts of my nearness to the majesty of an offended God." By this time, Prince had quitted the cabin, and the girl and I were alone. "I trust, Miss Dudley," said I, finding a singular delight in the pure virginal resting of her violet eyes, sparkling like the jewels of a crown on mine as I talked to her, "that my questions do not tease you." "Oh, no," she interrupted. "If you but knew how glad I am, how it gives me fresh heart to hear you speak, to see your living face after my long, desolating communion with the people of this ship." "Indeed, I can conceive it," said I. "May God grant that when I viewed last night as a most dreadful misfortune, full of terror, aye, even to madness, may prove the greatest stroke of good luck that could have befallen me. But of what is to be done we must talk later on. I shall require to look about me. Tell me now, madam, if you will, how is the ship provisioned? Surely these men are not miraculously fed, and 'tis certain that the meat I tasted this morning has been cured since 1653. She smiled and said, "When they run short of food or water, they sail for some part of the coast where there is a river. There they go on shore in boats, armed with muskets, and come off with all that they can kill." "Ha!" cried I, fetching a deep breath. "There is some plain sailing in this unholy business after all. But how do they manage for ammunition? Surely they must long ago have expended their original stock." "I can but guess. About a 12-month ago we met with an abandoned ship, out of which Vanderdecken conveyed a great quantity of tobacco, powder, money, and articles of food, a few cases of marmalade, and some barrels of flour. Whether these shipwrecked vessels are left lying upon the sea for him to take provisions from by the power that has sentenced him to his fearful fate, I cannot say. But since I have been in this vessel, we have fallen in with 3 deserted ships, both floating and ashore on the coast, and this may have been their method throughout of providing themselves with what they needed, backed by such further food as I have never known them to miss of, with their muskets and fowling pieces." "So," cried I, greatly marveling, "now I understand how it happens that the captain can lend me such latter-day clothes as these from his 17th-century wardrobe, and that you, forgive me, madam, are attired as I see you." She answered, "In their hold they have a great quantity of silks and materials for making gowns for women. This jacket," said she, meaning that which she was wearing, "is one article out of several chests of clothes Captain Vanderdecken was carrying home for his wife and daughters and friends. Do you notice the style, Mr. Fenton?" she added, turning about her full and graceful figure that I might see the jacket. It is certainly of the last century. In the captain's cabin is the portrait of one of his daughters dressed in much the same way. You, at all events, said I, are not likely to run short of clothes. Oh, she answered, with a toss of her head, half of weariness, half of scorn, as it seemed to me, there is a chest in my cabin full of clothes fit for the grandest duchess in England. I use such as come most readily to my hands. What need have I, she exclaimed, pushing her hair from her forehead, to care whether the colors I take match, or whether the gown is too full? This jacket fits me, as do all the clothes that were intended for Gertruda Vanderdecken. Then, noticing my eyes resting on the pearls, she said, taking the beautiful and costly rope in her hands, "There is a great stock of finery of this kind in the ship. About a fortnight or 3 weeks after I had been rescued, the captain ordered Prinz to bring a large case into the cabin. It was put upon the table, and the captain opened it. 'Twas like a jeweller's shop in miniature, containing several divisions, one full of pearl ornaments, another of rings, of which he bid me choose one to wear, and I took this," holding up her forefinger whereon the jewel blazed, "a third of earrings, and many other trinkets, some, as I should fancy, more ancient than this ship, others of a later time. How he got much of this treasure I know." "How?" asked I, deeply interested. "Well," said she, letting the pearls fall around her neck to toy with the ring, "a fair proportion he had purchased for a merchant of Amsterdam, chiefly Eastern jewelry that had made its way from Indian cities to Java. Other parcels he was taking home on his own account, but much of it, too, along with a store of further treasure, some of which I have seen, and which consists of virgin silver, bars of gold, coated with pewter to deceive the pirates and buccaneers, candlesticks and crucifixes of precious metal, he found in the wreck of a great Spanish ship which lay abandoned and going to pieces on a shoal off the coast of Natal. This happened during his progress from Batavia to the Cape, before he was cursed, and therefore it falls within his memory. What other treasure there is, his men have no doubt brought away from the wrecked vessels they have examined for food, powder, and the like, during the years they have been sailing about this ocean." "So," cried I, lost in amazement by what I heard, "it is in this fashion that the phantom ship supplies her wants. As ships grow more numerous, her opportunities will increase, for 'tis terrible to think of the number of vessels which go a-missing, and besides, this is the road to India, along which pass the most richly freighted of Europe's merchant fleets. Now I understand how Vanderdecken manages to keep his crew supplied with clothes, and his ship with sails and cordage. But Lord," cried I, "if there be nothing magical in this, yet surely the evil spirit must be suffered to have a hand in the keeping of the bones of this old fabric together." As I said this, Prinz entered the cabin and said shortly, "Your clothes are dry, Mynheer. They are below." On which Imogen rose, and giving me a bow, went to her cabin. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 18. The Death Ship Must Be Slow at Plying. I stood a moment or two at the door, watching the clock whilst it struck, and greatly admiring the workmanship of the skeleton that rose and speared with his lance, keeping time to the sonorous chiming which sang with a solemn interval between each beat. The great age of this timekeeper was beyond question, but the horn that protected the face of it prevented me from perceiving if there were any maker's name or date there. As the skeleton sank, I could not but admire the patness of the mechanism to the condition of the ship and her crew. For what could surpass the irony of this representation of death, perpetually foiled in his efforts to slay time, which was yet the case of Vanderdecken and his men, whose mortality was constrained to an endless triumph over that force which drives all men born of woman through nature into eternity. The parrot hanging near, I stayed yet to look at her, and then spoke to the creature in my rugged Dutch, but to no purpose. With the slow motion of her kind, she contorted herself until, with her beak uppermost, she brought her larboard eye to bear full upon me, and so fixed and unwinking was her stare that I greatly disliked it, nay, felt that if I lingered I should fear it, and was going, when she brought me to a stand by a hollow ha, 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 just such a note as fancy would give to the ghost of a Dutchman, who had been large, fat, and guttural when alive, could the spectre of such a one laugh in his coffin or in a vault. The age which this bird had attained made her mere appearance chilling to the blood, though I am aware these creatures are long-lived, and that no man with certainty could say they might not flourish 200 years and more. She was not bald. All her feathers were sound and smooth. Yet, as I made my way to my cabin, it terrified me into downright despondency to conceive of this parrot sharing in the curse that Vanderdecken had provoked. For if this soulless fowl could be involved in the general fate merely because it happened to be in the ship, why might not my lot prove the same? Oh, my heart! To think of becoming one of the crew, partaking their horrid destiny, and in due course dying to live again, accursed and miraculously, my soul as theirs existing in my body like one of those feeble lamps with which the ancients illumined their tombs. But I was young, and was not without an Englishman's courage. I could gaze backwards and perceive in my life no sin such as should fill me with remorse and hopelessness in a time like this. I believed in my Creator's goodness, and reaching my darksome cabin, I knelt down and prayed, and after a while recollected myself and felt the warmth of my former spirit. I was mighty pleased to recover my own clothes. They gave me back the sense of my being my true self again, whereas the masquerading attire Vanderdecken had lent me occasioned a wretched feeling as of belonging to the ship. I felt a seaman's curiosity to have a good look at a ship of which there were 1,000 stories afloat in every forecastle throughout the world, and so I climbed through the hatch on deck, dressed in the style in which I had made my first appearance. The second mate, Antony Arents, conned the vessel, standing near the helm with his arms folded in a sullen, moody posture, even so as to resemble a man turned into stone. Vanderdecken was at the weather rail, erect and noble-looking, his legs parted in the attitude of a stride that he might balance himself to the rolling deck. He stared fixedly to the windward, his great beard disparted, blowing like smoke over either shoulder, and his brows lowered into a contemptuous scowl upon his sharp, burning eyes. The ship was under the same canvas I had before noticed on her. Her yards were as closely pointed to the wind as the lee braces could bring them, but whereas in our time a square-rigged vessel close-hauled can be brought to within 6 points, that is to say, if the gale be north, she can be made to head east-northeast. Yet this ship, as I easily gathered without looking at the compass, lay no closer than 8½ or 9 points, the wind blowing west-northwest, and we lying by as close as the trim of the yards would suffer us, at about south by west. In short, we were being driven at the rate of some 3 or 4 miles an hour dead to leeward, broadside on. Now, as I am writing this in the main that all mariners may have a just and clear conception of the sort of ship Vanderdecken's vessel is, I particularly desire that this matter of her not being able to sail within 8 or 9 points of the wind be carefully noted. For then you shall understand how fully with her own tackling and yards and canvas she helps out and fulfills her doom. To resume, neither the captain nor the second mate nor the seaman at the tiller taking the least notice of me, I determined to keep myself to myself till it should please Vanderdecken to address me. So I got under the lee of the house where I had conversed with the captain before breakfast, and gazed about. It was as dirty a day as ever I remember, the heavens of the color of drenched granite, the sea line swallowed up in spray and haze, out of which there came rolling to the ship endless processions of olive-colored, prodigious combers. The storming aloft was a perpetual thunder. Upon every rope the gale split with a shriek, and there was a dreary clattering of the cordage, and as the vessel swang her spars to windward, an edge of peculiar and hurricane-like fierceness would be put into the wind, as though it were driven outrageously mad by the stubborn swing of the masts against its howling face. Nothing was in sight, save over against our weather quarter a Cape Hen, poised on such easy wings that the appearance of the bird made a wonder of the weight of the blast. Its solitariness gave a heavy desolation to the aspect of the pouring, warring scene of frothing summits and roaring hollows. The reefed courses under which the vessel lay were dark with wet from the showering of the sea, of which great green, glittering masses striking the weather bow raised such a smoke of crystals all about the forecastle that the vessel looked to be on fire, with a steam-like voluminous whiteness soaring there. There were a few men on the decks that way, muffled up to their noses, but I did not see them speak to one another nor go about any kind of work. They had the same self-engrossed, nay, entranced air that was visible in those, such as the two mates and Vanderdecken, whom I had already observed. The ship offered an amazing picture as she soared and sank upon the billows, half hidden by storms of froth, swept by the wind betwixt the masts with wilder screamings than 100 madhouses could make. The great barricaded tops, her spritsail topmast standing up out of another top at the end of the bowsprit, she had no jibboom, and the long yard, after the lateen style, on her mizzenmast, gave her so true a look of the age in which she had been built that it would be impossible for any sailor to see her and not know what ship she was. None other resembling her has been afloat since the age of William III, nor is it conceivable that the like of her will ever be seen again. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 19. I hold a conversation with the crew. There was nothing in sight. Indeed, in that thick gale, a vessel would have had to come within a mile of us to be visible. As Vanderdecken neither stirred nor spoke to me, I feared he might take it ill if I hung by his side, for how was I to tell but that he might consider I should regard the withdrawal of his attention as a hint to be gone? I therefore walked aft, the second mate no more heeding me than if I had been as viewless as the air, whilst the helmsman, after turning a small pair of glassy eyes upon me, stained with veins, directed them again at the sea over the bow, his face as sullenly thoughtful as the others, albeit he handled the tiller with good judgment, meeting her, as we sailors say, when she needed it, and holding a very clean and careful luff. My curiosity being great, I ventured to peep into the binnacle, or bitticle as it was formerly called, a fixed box or case for holding the mariner's compass. The card was very old-fashioned, as may be supposed, yet it swung to the movement of the ship, and I could not suppose that it was very inaccurate, since by the aid of it they periodically made the land where they hunted for meat and filled their casks. As neither Vanderdecken nor Antony Arents offered to hinder me from roaming about, I determined, since I was about it, to take a good look at this death ship. I examined the swivels, which were very green with decay, and tried to revolve one on its pivot, but found that it was not to be stirred. The tiller had been a very noble piece of timber, but now presented the aspect of rottenness that all the rest of the wood in this ship had, yet it had been very elegantly carved, and numerous flourishes still overran it, though the meaning of the devices was not to be come at. The rudder head worked in a great helm port, though which a corpulent man of 18 stone might have slipped fair into the sea underneath. The gale made a melancholy screeching in the skeleton lantern, and I wondered they did not unship the worthless thing and heave it overboard. I looked over the side and as far down as I could carry my sight, and I observed that the ship was of a sickly, sallow color, not yellow, indeed of no hue that I could give a name to, though the original tint a painter might conjecture by guessing what color would yield this nameless pallidness after years and years of washing the seas and the burning of the sun. I then thought I would step forward, not much minding the washing of the seas there, and passed Vanderdecken very cautiously, ready to stop if he should look at me. But he remained in a trance, like a stone figure, all the life of him gone into his eyes, which glared burning and terrible at the same part of the ocean at which he stared when I first observed him stirless. So I stepped past and descended to the quarter-deck, where there was nothing to see, and thence to the upper deck. The bulwarks being very high enabled me to dodge the seas as I crept forwards, and presently I came abreast of the foremast, where stood Jans the boatswain, along with 3 or 4 seamen, taking the shelter of a sort of hutch, built very strong, whence proceeded sounds of the grunting of hogs and the muttering of geese, hens, and the like. As I needed an excuse to be here, for these fellows believed the time to be that of Cromwell and Blake, and looked upon an Englishman as an enemy, and therefore might round upon me angrily for offering to overhaul their ship, I said to Jans, in my civilest manner, "Are the men who rescued me last night here? I shall be glad to thank them." "Yonder's Houtman," said he bluntly, "the others below." I turned to the man named Houtman, and saw in him an old sailor of perhaps 80, with a drooped head, his hands in his pockets, a worn, wrinkled, melancholy face, his complexion like that of the others of the grave. He was dressed in boots, loose yellow, tarpaulin trousers, and a frock of the same material. He had a pilot coat on, a good sou'west cap, such as I myself wore aboard the Saracen, and there was a stout shawl around his neck. I put out my hand and said, "Houtman, let an English sailor thank a brave Hollander of his own calling for his life." He did not smile, showed himself by not so much as a twitch in his face sensible of my speech, save that in the most lifeless manner in the world he held out his hand, which I took, but I was glad to let it fall. If ever a hand had the chill of death to freeze mortal flesh, his had that coldness. No other man's skin in that ship had I before touched, though my arm had been seized by Vanderdecken, and this contact makes one of the most biting memories of that time. Will you suppose that the coldness was produced by the wet and the wind? Alas, he withdrew his hand from his pocket, but even had he raised it from a block of ice, you would not, in the bitter bleakness of the flesh, have felt as I did the death in his veins, had he been as I was. The others were variously attired, in such clothes as you would conceive a ship's slop chest would be fitted with from pickings of vessels encountered and ransacked in 150 years. They had all of them a Dutch cast of countenance, one looking not more than 30, another 40, and so on. But there was something in them, though God knows if my life were the stake I should not be able to define it, that, backed by the movements, complexions, and the like, made you see that with them time had become eternity, and that their exteriors were no more significant of the years they could count than the effigy on the tomb of a man represents the dust of him. "It blows hard," said I to Jans, making the most of my stock of Dutch, and resolved to confront each amazing experience as it befell me with a bold face. "But the Braave is a stout ship, and makes excellent weather." "So think the rats," exclaimed Houtman, addressing Jans. "A plague on the rats!" cried Jans. "There's but one remedy. When we get to Table Bay, the hold must be smoked with sulphur." "I never knew rats multiply as they do in this ship," said one of the sailors, named Crins. "Had we been 10 years making the passage from Batavia, the vermin could not have increased more rapidly." "Where do the crew sleep?" said I. Jans pointed over his shoulder with his thumb to a hatch abreast of the after end of the forecastle bulwark. The cover was over it, for there the spray was constantly shooting up like steam from boiling water and filling the iron-hard hollow of the foresail with wet, which showered from under the arched foot-rope in whole thunderstorms of rain. Otherwise, I should have asked leave to go below and explore the forecastle, for no part of this ship could, I thought, be more curious than the place in which her crew lived, and I particularly desired to see how they slept, nay, to see them sleeping, and to observe the character of their beds, whether hammocks or bunks, and their chests or bags for their clothes. I said, "It will be dark enough down there with the hatch closed?" "Aye," said the youngest looking of the seamen, named Abraham Bothma. I took down their names afterwards from Imogene's dictation, conceiving that the mentioning of them would prove of interest to any descendants of theirs in Holland into whose hands this narrative might chance to fall. "But we keep a lamp always burning." "But should you run short of oil?" said I, timorously, for I had made up my mind to pretend to one and all that I believed they had sailed from Batavia in the preceding year, and the question was a departure from that resolution. "Oil is easily got," explained Jans roughly. "What use do you English make of the porpoise and the grampus? Is not the seabird full of it? And fish you in any bay along the coast twixt Natal and Cape Town, and I'll warrant you livers enough to keep your lamps burning for a voyage round the world. And what ship with coppers aboard can be wanting in slush?" "Here, Jan," said I am a sailor, and love to hear the opinions of persons of my own calling. Therefore I would ask you, do not you consider your ship greatly hampered forward by yonder sprit topmast and the heavy yards there?" And to render myself perfectly intelligible, I pointed to the mast that I have already described as being fixed upright at the end of the bowsprit, rising, so to speak, out of a round top there, and having a smaller top on the upper end of it. "How would you have her rigged?" asked he, in a sneering manner. "Why," said I cautiously, "as most of the ships you meet are rigged, with a jibboom upon which you can set more useful canvas than spritsails." On this, Botma said, "Let your country rig its ships as it chooses. They will find the Dutch know more about the sea and the art of navigating and commanding it than your nation has stomach for." I could have smiled at this, but the voice of the man, the deadness of his face, the terrifying life in his eyes, the somber gravity of the others, standing about me like people in their sleep, were such a corrective of humor as might have made a braver man than I am tremble. I dared not go on talking with them. Indeed, their looks caused me to fear for my senses. So without further ado I walked aft and entered the cabin, hoping to find warmth and recovery for my mind in the beauty and conversation of Imogen. The cabin was deserted. The darkness of the sky made it very gloomy, and what with its meagre furniture, the unhealthy coloring of its walls, trappings of gilt and handwork, once, I dare say, very brilliant and delightful, but now as rueful as a harlequin's faded dress seen by the sun, it was a most depressing interior, particularly in such weather as was then storming, when the ceaseless thunder of bursting surges drove shock after shock of tempestuous sound through the resonant fabric, and when the shrieking of the wind, not only in the rigging but along the floor of the stormy sky itself, was like the frantic tally-hoing of demons to the million hounds of the blast. Not knowing how to pass the time, I went to the old framed pictures upon the sides, and found them to be panels fitted to the ship's plank, and framed so as to form as much a part of the structure as the carving on her stern would be. But time, neglect, dirt or damp, one or all, had so befouled or darkened the surfaces that most of them were more like the heads of tar barrels than paintings. Yet here and there I managed to witness a glimmering survival of the artist's work, one representing the fish market at Amsterdam, such of the figures as were plain exhibiting plenty of humor, another a Dutch East Indiaman, a Vanderdecken's period, sailing along with canvas full, streamers blowing, and the Batavian colors standing out large from the ensign staff. A third was a portrait, but nothing was left of it save a nose whose ruddy tip time had evidently fallen in love with, for there it still glowed, a mouth widely distended with laughter, and one merry little eye, the other having sunk like a star in the dark cloud that overspread most of this panel. This, I supposed, had been the portrait of a sailor, for so much of the remainder as was determinable all related to Amsterdam and things nautical. Having made this dismal round, I sat me down at the table, sternly and closely watched by the parrot, whose distressing, croaking assurance I had no wish to hear, she being my only company if I exclude the clock, whose hoarse ticking was audible above the gale, and the skeleton skulking inside, whose hourly resurrection I was now in the temper to as greatly dislike as the bird's iterative denunciation. I wondered how the young lady contrived to pass her time. Had she books? If so, they would doubtless be dull performances in old Dutch, fat and wormy volumes bound in hard leather, as sluggish in their matter as a canal, and very little calculated to amuse a spirited girl. Evidently, in the 5 years she had been sailing with Vanderdecken, she had learnt what she knew of Dutch. She spoke fluently, and with a good accent, though to be sure it was the Dutch of 1650. I constantly directed my eyes towards her cabin, in the hope of seeing her emerge, for I felt mighty dull and sad, and longed for the sight of her fair and golden beauty, and all the while I was wondering how she had endured, without losing her mind, the dreadful imprisonment she had undergone and was yet undergoing, and the still more fearful association of the captain and his men. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 20. Imogene says she will trust me. A half-hour passed, and during that time I had sufficiently recovered from the distressful croak of the parrot to wonder, as any sailor would, how the ship was navigated. For I could not doubt that the clock kept pretty close to the true time, since the easting and westing made by the ship was small, never perhaps exceeding 10 degrees, and the circumstance of noon having struck set me wondering in what fashion the captain and mates navigated the ship, whether they used the cross-staff, or relied on dead reckoning, or were supernaturally conned. At 12:30 arrived Prinz to prepare the table for dinner. I was so dull that his coming was extremely welcome, and I watched him go about his work with interest, not perhaps unmixed with fear. Out of the great drawer under the table he withdrew the cloth, knives, forks, silver goblets, and the like, which had been set out for breakfast. But his movements were those of a marionette rather than a man's. He scarcely looked at what he did, putting a goblet here, a knife and fork there, and so on, with the lifeless air of an object controlled by mechanism. Small wonder that the unhappy wretch should know his business. He had been at it long enough. Yet it wrung my heart to watch him, and to think that he would still be arranging the cabin tables for meals, and attending upon Vanderdecken and his mates, when heaven alone knows how many times the wave of civilization should have followed the sun round the globe, and how often our British islands should have lapsed into their ancient savageness and emerged again. Whilst he was at this work, Miss Dudley stepped out of her cabin. She came to a stand, not instantly recognizing me in my own clothes, but quickly satisfying herself, she advanced with a smile and sat down near me, with no further sign of timidity than a slight blush which greatly heightened her beauty. "Where is Captain Vanderdecken?" said she. "I left him on deck 3/4 of an hour since," I answered. "We were talking when he suddenly broke off, and I should have supposed him in a fit but for his erect posture and the fiery life in his eyes." "This happens to them all," said she, "as you will find out. I do not know what it means or why it should be." "Possibly," I exclaimed, "the death in them grows too strong at periods, for the power that sustains them, be it demonic or not, and then follows a failure of the vitality of the body, which yet leaves the spirit, as one sees it flashing in Vanderdecken's eyes, strong enough to recover the corporeal forces from their languor. But how terrible is all this for you to be living familiarly with! The sweet, fresh, human life of the world your beauty would adorn and gladden, hidden from you behind the melancholy sea line, and the passage of months, yes, and of years, finding you still aimlessly beating about these waters, with no better companions than beings more frightful in their shapes and behavior as men than they were phantoms which the hand could not grasp and whose texture the eye can pierce. What can I do, Mr. Fenton? Captain Vanderdecken will not part with me. How can I escape?" she cried, with her eyes brimming. "If I cast myself overboard, it would be to drown. If I succeeded in gaining the shore when we anchored near to the coast, it would be either to perish upon the broiling sands, or be destroyed by wild beasts, or be seized by the natives and carried into captivity. But if a chance offered to make good your escape without the risks you name, would you seize it?" "Oh, yes!" "Well," said I, speaking with such tenderness and feeling such a glow and yearning in my heart that you would say the tiny seed of love in my breast, watered by her tears, was budding with the swiftness of each glance at her into flower. Whilst I have been sitting melancholy and alone, I have turned over in my mind how I am to deliver you from this dreadful situation. No scheme as yet offers, but will you trust me as an English sailor to find a means to outwit these Dutchmen, aye, though the devil himself kept watch when they were abed? One moment, Miss Dudley, forgive me. It had not been my intention to touch upon this matter until time had enabled you to form some judgment of me. But when two are of the same mind, and the pit that has to be jumped is a deep one, it would be mere foppery in me to stand on the brink with you, chattering like a Frenchman about anything else sooner than speak out into the point as a plain seaman should. Mr. Fenton, she answered, I will trust you. If you can see a way to escape from this ship, I will aid you to the utmost of my strength and accompany you. You are a sailor. My father was of that calling, and as an English seaman you shall have my full faith. It was not only the words, but her pretty voice, her sparkling eyes, her earnest gaze, the expression of hope that lighted up her face with the radiance of a smile rather than of a smile itself, which rendered what she said delightful to me. I answered, Depend upon it, your faith will animate me, and it will be strange if you are not in England before many months, nay, let me say weeks, have passed. Here, leaning her cheek in her hand, she looked down into her lap with a wistful sadness in her eyes. Not conceiving what was passing in her mind, I said, Whatever scheme I hit upon will take time. But what are a few months compared with years on board this ship, years which only death can end? Oh, she answered, looking at me fully, but with a darkness of tears upon those violet lights, I don't doubt your ability to escape and rescue me, nor was I thinking of the time you would require, or how long it may be before we see England. What troubles me is to feel that, when in England, if it please God to suffer me to set foot once more upon that dear soil, I shall have no friend to turn to. I was about to speak, but she proceeded, her eyes brimming afresh. It is rare that a girl finds herself in my situation. Both my father and mother were only children and orphans when they married, my mother living with a clergyman and his wife at Rotherhithe as governess to their children when my father met her. The clergyman and his lady are long since dead, but were they living, they would not be persons I should apply to for help and counsel, since my mother often spoke of them as harsh, mean people. The few relations on my mother's side died off. On my father's side there was, perhaps there yet is, an uncle who settled in Virginia and did pretty well there. But I should have to go to that country to seek him with a chance of finding him dead. Thus you will see how friendless I am, Mr. Fenton. You are not of those who remain friendless in this world, said I, softly, for can you marvel that a young man's heart will beat quickly when such a beauty as Imogen Dudley tells him to his face that she is friendless? I implore you, I added, not to suffer any reflection of this sort to sadden or swerve you in your determination to leave this ship. No, no, she interrupted, it will not do that. Better to die of famine among the green meadows at home than— Oh, she cried with hysterical vehemence, how sweet will be the sight of flowers to me, of English trees and hedges blooming with briar roses and honeysuckles. This dreadful life! She clasped her hands with a sudden passionate raising of her eyes. These roaring seas, the constant screaming of the wind that bates its tones only to make a desolate moaning, the company of ghost-like men, the fearful sense of being in a ship upon which has fallen the wrath of the majesty of God. Oh, indeed, indeed, it must end. And burying her face in her hands, she wept most grievously, sobbing aloud. What will end, Mynheer? And what is it that causes thee, Imogen, to weep? Exclaimed the deep, vibratory voice of Vanderdecken. I started, and found his great figure erect behind me, a certain inquisitiveness in the expression of his face, and much of the light shining in his eyes that I had remarked when he fell into that posture of trance I have spoken of. I answered as readily as my knowledge of his tongue permitted. Miss Dudley weeps, sir, because this gale, as others have before, retards the passage of your ship to Amsterdam, and 'tis perfectly natural, consistent indeed with the wishes of all men in the Braave, that she should wish the balking storm at an end. He came round to his high-backed chair and seated himself, and putting his arm along the table, gently took Imogen's wrist and softly pulled her hand away from her face, wet with her tears, saying, My dear, Your fellow countryman is right. It is the sorrow of every creature here that this gale should blow us backwards and so delay our return. But what is more capricious than the wind? This storm will presently pass, and it will be strange," he added, with a sudden scowl darkening his brow, and letting go Miss Dudley's hand as he spoke, "if next time we do not thrust the Braave into an ocean where these northwesters make way for the strong trade wind that blows from the southeast." She dried her eyes and forced a smile, acting a part as I did. That is to say, she did not wish he should suspect her grief went deeper than I had explained, though I could not help observing that in directing her wet, sweet violet eyes, with her mouth shaped to a smile upon him, a plaintive gratitude underlay her manner, an admixture of pity and affection, the exhibition of which made me very sure of the quality of her heart. To carry Vanderdecken's thoughts away from the subject he supposed Miss Dudley and I had been speaking about, I asked her in Dutch what she had been doing with herself since breakfast. She answered in the same language that she had been lying down. "Have you books?" said I. "A few that belong to the captain. Some are in French, and I cannot read them. The others are in Dutch. There is also a collection of English poetry, some of which is beautiful, and I know many verses by heart." "Are these works pretty new?" said I. She answered, "Of various years. The newest, I think, is dated 1647. "Aye," said Vanderdecken, "that will be my friend Blois van Treslong's book upon the tulip madness." Finding him willing to converse, I was extremely fretted to discover that, owing to my ignorance of the literature and art of his time, I could not bring him out, as the phrase runs, for looking into the Batavian story since, I find scores of matters he could have told me about, such as the building of ships at Hoorn, the customs of the people, the tulip madness, he had mentioned, the great men such as Jan Six, Rembrandt, Jan Steen, Van Kampen, who designed the Stadhuis, and others, some of whom, as happened in the case of the great Willem Schouten, he may have known and haply smoked pipes of tobacco with. But be this as it may, we had got back again to the gale when Prins brought in the dinner, and in a few minutes arrived the mate, Van Vogelaar, whereupon we fell to the meal, Imogen saying very little, and often regarding me with a thoughtful face and earnest eyes, as though after the maiden's way in such matters she was searching me. I taciturn, the mate sullen in expression and silent, as his death-like face would advertise the beholder to suppose him ever to be, and Vanderdecken breaking at intervals from the deep musing fit he fell into to invite me to eat or drink with an air of incomparable dignity, hardened as it was by his eternal sternness and fierceness. At this meal I found the food to be much the same as that with which we had broken our fast, but in addition there was a roasted fowl and a large ham, and into each silver goblet Prins poured a draught of sherry, a very soft and mellow wine, which I supposed Vanderdecken had come by through the same means which enabled him to obtain coats for his own and his men's backs, and ropes for his masts and sails, and brandy and gin for his stone jars, that is, by overhauling wrecks and pillaging derelicts, for certainly strong waters were not to be got by lying off the coast and going a-hunting. Yet though the wine put a pleasant warmth into my veins, insomuch that I could have talked freely, but for the depressing influence of the captain and his mate, them it no more cheered and heartened, it gave them no more life and spirit than had they been urns filled with dust into which the generous liquor had been poured. Several times, indeed, whilst I was on board that ship, have I seen Vanderdecken, Vogelaar, and Arents swallow such draughts of punch out of bowls as would have laid me senseless in 5 minutes. Yet these capacious storms gave rise in them to not the least signs of jollity, as indeed how should it have been otherwise? For their brains were dead to all but the supernatural influence that kept them moving, dead as the works of a going watch. And what is there in the fumes of wine to disorder embodied ghosts? End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 21. Vanderdecken exhibits some treasure. When Vogelaar left the cabin to relieve Arents on deck, Vanderdecken exhibited a disposition to talk. He gently took Imogene's chin in his hand and chided her very tenderly, yet without the slightest quality of what we should call pleasantness in his manner. For this would have brought him to some show of good humour, whereas never during the time I was thrown with him did I see the least light of merriment on his face. I say he chided her, but very gently, for crying at the delay caused by the storm, and exclaimed, motioning to me, "Here is a seaman. He will tell you that this is a stormy part of the ocean, and that at this season of the year we must look for gales from the northwest. But he will also know that these tempests are short-lived, and that a breeze from the east, north, or south must carry us round the Cape as fairly as our helm controls us." "Oh, that is so indeed, Miss Dudley," said I quickly, and darting a meaning glance at her, and wishing to change the subject, I went on, "Mynheer, when I was in your cabin last night shifting myself, I noticed a cross-staff. 'Twould be of no use to you today, the sun being blotted out. Failing in observation, upon what method do you rely for knowing your position?" "What else but the log?" he exclaimed. "I compute entirely by dead reckoning. The staff hath often set me wide of the mark. The log fairly gives me my place on the sea-card, and then there is the lead." I bowed by way of thanking him, for in this direction I gathered by his rejoinder as much as he could have acquainted me with in an hour's discourse. Besides, the earnest regard of the pair of sweet bright eyes opposite reminded me that I must be very wary in showing myself inquisitive. "You have a sharp sight, sir," said Vanderdecken, but speaking without any fierceness, "to see that forestaff in my cabin by the faint light there was. What else did you observe?" I told him honestly, for I could imagine no challenge to his wrath in answering, that I had seen a speaking trumpet, sand-glass, pictures, and the like. But, as though Imogene knew him better and desired to shield me, she instantly said, "Oh, Captain, will not you show Mr. Fenton the pictures of your wife and children? They will charm him, I know." On this he called Prins to bring the pictures. If ever I had doubted this ship was the veritable Flying Dutchman, the portraits would have settled my misgivings once and for all. The material on which they were painted was cracked in places, and the darkness of age lay very gloomy and thick upon them. They were all of a size, about 10 inches long and 6 inches broad. He put his wife before me first, and watched me with his fierce eyes whilst I pored upon the painting. The picture was that of a portly lady in a black close-fitting cap, the hair yellow, the bosoms very large, a square-shouldered, heavy woman of the true Dutch mould, round-faced, not uncomely, and perhaps of 45 years of age. How she was dressed I could not tell, but the arms were bare from the elbows, and they and the hands were, methought, very delicately painted and exquisitely lifelike. The others were those of girls of different ages. Which of them Captain Vanderdecken imagined Miss Dudley to resemble I could not conceive. There was nothing in these darksome likenesses, albeit they represented maidenhood and infancy, to suggest a resemblance to the English beauty of the fragile, large-eyed, gold-crowned face of Imogen Dudley. She that was named Geertruida was of a style that came close to good looks, eyes merry, dainty mouth, but cheeks too fat. Here was little Margaretha, for whom the piping swain had been purchased, peering at me with a half-shy, half-wondering look out of the dusky background. As I returned them one by one, the captain took them from me, lingering long upon each, and making such comments as, "'Tis Johanna to the life," meaning his wife. What art is more wonderful than this of portrait painting? No age is likely to beat our time, and no nation the Dutch. How alive is the eye here! Methinks if I spoke angrily to her, she would weep. Or, you will find this girl, meaning Gertruda, a true sister, Imogen, homely, honest, and innocent, so fond of fun, but yet so dutiful, that there is no woman in all Holland who would make a better wife. Or, ah, little one, thy father will be with thee ere long, stopping to kiss the painting of his daughter, Margaretha. Prins stood by to receive the pictures, but Vanderdecken hung over this one for some minutes, falling motionless, insomuch that I thought another one of his strange fits or trances had seized him, and perfectly still for those moments were Miss Dudley and I, often glancing at each other, as though both of us alike felt the prodigious significance imported into this spectacle of a father's love by the bellowing of the wind and the long, yearning, sickening broadside rushes of the ship, ruthlessly hurled back by the surge and storm into the deeper solitude of those waters whose confines she was never to pass. Now Arentz left the table, never having given us, nor our talk, nor the pictures, the smallest imaginable heed. His going brought Vanderdecken back to life, so to speak, and he handed the picture of his child to Prins. I looked at him, expecting, though God knows why, to see a tear, but whatever sensibility heaven had permitted this man to retain did not appear in his face. Had it been cast in brass, it could not have been harder and more impenetrable. His eyes were full of their former passionate, scornful life and light. They made me think, supposing him to show now as he would have appeared at the time of his death, that he was one who would have met his end full of impatience, imperious rage, and savage decrial of the holy ordinances of nature. But oh, the sadness of the spectacle I had contemplated! This tender perusal by a husband and father of the beloved lineaments of those whom he deemed living, ay, and still looking as they looked at him from the canvas, but who had been dead so many years that time had perhaps erased the name from the stone that marked the burial place of the youngest of them all, the little Margaretha. And how much longer would these portraits last, I asked myself. 'Twas certain by the evidences of decay in them that they had not the vitality of the ship and of those who sailed her. What then? The years would blot them out. Yet mercy he would surely deserve who loved his wife and children as this man did. And I still sometimes fondly hope that memory may be permitted to serve him in lieu of his eyes, so that in gazing upon the time-blackened canvas he may as truly see with intellectual sight the faces of his dear ones as though they stood out bright, fresh, and lifelike, as at the hour in which they were painted. All the time I looked at these pictures I would notice Miss Dudley watching me, quickly averting her gaze when mine met hers. I put down this scrutiny to her wish to gather my character, though I need not at this distance expect to be reproached for my vanity if I say that I thought that was not her only reason for following me with her eyes. I pray you consider the life she had led since the destruction of her father's ship and the loss of her parents. How that she was now grown to be a woman, and how that I was not only a young, but a bright, fair, merry-eyed sailor, her own countryman, of the calling she loved for her father's sake, and the sweeter to her sight for breaking in upon her mournful life and offering to snatch her from the frightful companionship of the Death Ship's crew. But more of this anon. Whilst Prins was in the captain's cabin hanging up the pictures, she exclaimed, "It is a dull and dreary day. How are we to kill the time?" As she spoke, the clock struck, and the parrot, instead of using her customary expression, laughed out loudly, "Ha! ha! ha!" "That bird," said I, "seems to know what we are talking about." It is a pretty notion of hers to laugh at your inquiry when she sees how vainly old Death in the clock yonder stabs at time." This I spoke in English. "What do you say, Mynheer?" demanded Vanderdecken. "Oh, Captain!" exclaimed Miss Imogen, as if she was carrying on the sense of my remarks, "could not we prettily dispatch an hour by looking at some of the treasure you have below?" She laid her little white hand on his and pleaded with her eyes. "It will be a treat to Mr. Fenton to see the fine things you have, and I am still childish enough to love the sparkle of precious stones." He turned to me and said, "Sir, I have no objection, but our countries are at war, and in case of your being transshipped, I have to ask you, on your honor as a gentleman and a seaman, not to give information of the objects the lady desires me to show you." I never before witnessed a finer dignity in any man's air than that which ennobled him as he spoke. I gave him my assurance, feeling that I cut but a mean figure in my manner of answering after his own majestic and haughty aspect, and the rich and thrilling tones in which he had delivered himself. Nor will I pretend that I was not moved at the vanity and idleness of the obligation of silence he imposed upon me, for whatever treasure he had would be as safe in his ship as on the sandy bed of the sea, even though on my escaping I should go and apprise all the admirals in the world of its existence. He said no more, but calling to Prins, ordered him to clear the table, bring pipes and tobacco, and then take some seamen with him into, as I understood, the half-deck, and bring up 2 chests of treasure, those which were lashed on the starboard side, close against the bulkhead. The cloth was removed, we lighted our pipes, and after we had waited some little while, Prins, with several sailors, appeared, bearing among them 2 stout, apparently very heavy chests, which they set down upon the cabin floor, taking care to secure them by lashings and seizings to the stanchions, so that they should not slip with the ship's lurches. The sailors interested me so much that, whilst they were with us, I looked only at them. It was not that there was anything in their faces, if I except the dreadful pallor, or in their attire, to fix my attention. It was that they were part of the crew of this accursed ship, participators in the doom that Vanderdecken had brought upon her, members of a ghostly band the like of which it might never be permitted to mortal man to behold again. One had very deep-sunk eyes, which shone in their dark hollows with much of the fire that gave a power of terrifying to those of the captain. Another had a long grisly beard, over which his nose curved in a hook. His little eyes lay close against the top of his nose, and his hair, that was wet with spray or rain, lay like new-gathered seaweed down to pretty near his shoulder-blades. This man's name, I afterwards heard, was Jart van der Walt, whilst he that had the glowing eyes was called Christopher Rustov. They all went about in the soulless mechanical way I was now used to, and when they had set down the chests, Prins dismissed them with an injunction to stand by ready to take them below again. The cases were about 3 feet high, and ranging about 5 feet long. They were heavily girt with iron bands and padlocked with massive staples. Prins opened them and flung back the lids, and then, to be sure, I looked down upon treasures the like of which in quality, I'll not say quantity, in one single ship, the holds of the Acapulco galleons could alone rival, or the caves in which the old buccaneers hid their booty. Miss Dudley, seeing me rise, left her seat and came to my side. Vanderdecken stepped round and leaned against the table, his arms folded, and his body moving only with the rolling of the ship. I should speedily grow tedious were I to be minute in my description of what I saw, yet I must venture a short way in this direction. In one box there were fitted 4 trays, each tray divided into several compartments, and every compartment was filled with precious stones, set in rings, bracelets, bangles, and the like, and with golden ornaments such as birds for the hair, brooches, necklets, chains for wearing about the waist or neck, and other such things of prodigious value and beauty of device. I asked leave to examine these objects, and on picking them up, noticed that some were of a much more antique character than others, insomuch that I said to Miss Imogene in English, "I suspect that much of these splendors our friend will have collected at different periods." She answered in our tongue, "He can tell you what he purchased at Batavia, or what was consigned to him for delivery at Amsterdam, but his memory after that is a blank, and the last wreck he can recall, in which he found several quintals of silver and unminted gold, is the Vryheid that he met, I cannot tell where, in a sinking condition." "There is more treasure aboard than this?" cried I. "Much more," she replied. Then, turning to Vanderdecken, who had fixed his eyes on me without moving his head, she said, "I am telling Mr. Fenton that these chests represent but a handful of the treasure in this ship." "I am dazzled by what I see, mynheer," said I, speaking whilst Prins raised the trays disclosing many hundreds of guineas worth of ornaments and stones. "Had I but the value of one of these trays alone, this should be my last voyage." "Ay," said he, "there is much that is beautiful here, much that will yield good sums, but a large number of the articles in that chest belong to a merchant. There are likewise consignments, and my own share is but a speculation." The other chest had but one tray, in which lay many golden crucifixes of different sizes, goblets, flagons, candlesticks, all gold, whilst beneath were numbers of a kind of small bricks or bars of pewter, which Miss Imogene told me were gold that had been originally disguised in this way as a blind to the pirates. In addition were several great canvas bags, into which Prins, moving always as an automaton, thrust his hand, bringing forth different sorts of coins, such as rix dollars, ducatoons, ducats, Batavian rupees, Spanish dollars, and even shillings, worth no more than 6 stivers apiece. There is a pleasure in looking at bright and sparkling objects, at the beauty of gold worked into strange or fantastic shapes, at jewels and stones in their multitude, gleaming out in 20 colors at once. And had I been a picaroon or a woman, I could not have surveyed this collection with sharper delight, though I hope you will not suppose that I felt the buccaneer's thirst for the things. But when my glance went to Vanderdecken, all the shining seemed to die out, and the richest of the jewels to lose its glory. I said to Miss Imogene, pointing as I spoke to the chests, that Vanderdecken might suppose we talked of the treasure in them. "He does not appear to care the snap of a finger for what is there. If the sense of possession is dead in him, why should he take whatever he can find of jewels, gold, or silver from the ships in which he is fortunate enough to find such things?" "If your brain will not help you to such matters, how should mine?" she replied with a faint smile. "The idea has never before occurred to me, but be sure 'tis a part of his punishment. He may feel no pleasure in the possession of his wealth, yet he knows it is on board, and it may be intended to render every gale that beats him back more and more bitter and hard by delaying him from carrying his cargo home." This was shrewdly imagined, I thought, though it did not satisfy me, because since 'twas sure that he had lost recollection of preceding gales, succeeding ones could not gain in bitterness. In truth, we were afloat in a fearful and astonishing mystery, from which my eagerness to deliver the sweet and fragrant girl by my side grew keener with every look of hers that met mine, and with every glance I directed at the captain and around the ancient interior that time had sickened to the complexion of the death which worked this ship in the forms of men. Having satisfied me with a sight of these treasures, Vanderdecken ordered Prins to have the chests removed, and we then returned to the table to smoke out the tobacco that remained in our pipes. End of chapter 21. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 22 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 22. Imogene and I are much together. So far I have been minute, accounting for every hour and all things which happened therein since I was picked up by the mate of the Death Ship and put aboard her. My first impressions were keen and strong, and I have sought to lay them before you in the order in which they occurred. But to pursue this particularity of narrative, to relate every conversation, to regularly notice the striking of the clock, the movements of the skeleton, and the hoarse comminatory croak of the parrot, would be to speedily render this tale tedious. Therefore, let me speak briefly for a little space. The storm blew with steady fury for 6 days, driving the tall fabric to leeward to a distance of many leagues every 24 hours, the course of the drift being, as I should suppose, for it was impossible to put much faith in the compasses, about southeast by east, the larboard tacks aboard, and the ship ratching nothing. It was so continuous and heavy, this gale, that it began to breed a feeling of despair in me, for I felt that if such weather lasted many weeks, it would end in setting us so far south that we should be greatly out of the road taken by ships rounding the Cape, and so remote from the land that, should Vanderdecken desire to careen or water his vessel, it would occupy us months to fetch the coast, so that the prospect of escaping with Miss Imogene grew small and gloomy. Added to which was the melancholy of the cell-like cabin in which it was my lot to sleep, the fiery crawlings, the savage squeakings of great rats, the grinding, groaning, and straining noises of the laboring structure, likewise the sickening, sweeping, soaring, falling motions of the high, light vessel, movements which, as we drove further south, where the seas were swollen into mountains by the persistent hardness of the gale and the vastness of the liquid plain along which they coursed, furious with the fiendish lashing of the thongs of the storm, grew at times so insupportable that, sailor as I was and used to the sea in all its moods, I would often feel faint and reel to a sensation of nausea. But Imogene was never in the least degree discomposed. She was so used to the ship that its movements were to her what the steadiness of dry land is to other women. She seldom came on deck, however. Indeed, the gusts and guns were often so fierce, coming along like thunderbolts through the gale itself, that any one of them catching her gown might have carried her light figure overboard. Moreover, 24 hours after the gale set in, it drew up thick as mud. The horizon was brought within reach of a musket shot, and out of this thickness blew the rain, in straight lines, mixed with the showering off the heads of the seas. The sky hung steady, of the color of slate, no part lighter or darker than another, but so low that it appeared as if a man could whip his hand into it from our masthead whenever those reeling spars came plumb. As it gave me no pleasure to linger on deck in such weather, you may suppose that Miss Imogene and I were much together below. Often a whole morning or afternoon would pass without a soul entering the cabin where we sat. Whether Vanderdecken was pleased to think that Imogene had a companion, a fellow countryman, with whom she could converse, and so kill the time which he would suspect from her recent fit of weeping hung heavy on her spirits, or that, having himself long passed those marks which time sets up as the boundaries of human passions, He was as incapable of suspecting that Imogene and I should fall in love as he clearly was of perceiving the passage of years. 'Tis certain he never exhibited the smallest displeasure when, perchance, he found us together, albeit once or twice on entering the cabin when we were there he would ask Imogene abruptly, but never with the sternness his manner gathered when he addressed others, what our talk was about, as if he suspected I was inquiring about his ship and cargo, though if indeed this was so, I don't doubt the suspicion was put into his head by Van Vogelaar, who, I am sure, hated me as much because I was an Englishman as because our panic-stricken men had fired upon him. It takes a man but a very short time to fall in love, though the relation of the thing, if the time be very short, is often questioned as a possibility, sometimes heartily laughed at as an absurdity when deliberately set down in writing. Why this should be, I do not know. I could point to a good many men married to women with whom they fell in love at a dance, or by seeing them in the street, or by catching sight of them in church and the like. I have known a man to become passionately enamored of a girl by beholding her picture. And what says Marlowe? Who ever loved that loved not at first sight? Depend upon it, when passion is of slow growth and cultivated painfully, you may suspect a deficiency somewhere. Either the girl is not delightful of face and shape, and her virtues and good qualities are hard to come at, or she is a tease and a coquette, and, in a manner of speaking, puts her foot down upon a man's heart and prevents the emotion there from shooting. There will be something wanting, something wrong, I say. Association may indeed lengthily induct one into a habit of affection, but the sort of love I have in mind springs like a young god into a man's intelligence from a maiden's eyes. But whether this swift passion is more lasting than the affection that is formed by slower mental processes, and which of them is the safer to trust to, is no riddle for such as I to bother over. And in sober verity, I am sorry to have been led into these remarks, which certainly should be omitted if they were not necessary as an apology. For the truth must be told, and it is this, that the very first morning I met Imogene, I fell in love with her beauty, while the long days of the storm which threw us greatly together confirmed the first movement of my heart by acquainting me with the extraordinary sweetness, innocence, gentleness, and purity of her nature. These qualities, unlike the enchanting hue and brightness of her eyes, the golden falls of her hair, and her many other fairy graces, were not quickly discoverable, but they stole out during our many conversations. Who that has been to sea knows not how speedily character is discovered on shipboard? And I say that before that gale was ended, I was so much in love with this fair and tender girl that I could have laid down my life to serve her. This I should not have confessed, nor indeed made any reference to my love passage, if it did not concern the influence exercised by the Death Ship on the lives and fortunes of those who have relations with her. In this time our conversation was about all sorts of things: her parents, her home, her childhood, the loss of her father's ship, the friendless condition she would be in on her arrival in England should I manage to deliver her from Vanderdecken. Though, when she came to that, I begged her to dismiss her fears at once and forever by assuring her that my mother would gladly receive her and cherish her as her own daughter, having but me to love, who was always absent. At which a faint blush sweetened her cheeks, as though she suspected what was in my mind. But I was careful to hurry away from the subject, since I did not wish her then to suppose I loved her, for fear that, not having had time, as I believed, to love me, she might fall into a posture of mind calculated to baffle my hopes of carrying her away from the Braave. I told her all about myself, of the famous Fenton from whom I was descended, of my voyages, of the Saracen, whose passage to India I feared would have an ill issue now that she had met the Dutchman, and I talked again of Captain Skevington's amazing and, as I supposed, accurate theories touching the living dead who navigated this ship. She had much to tell me of Vanderdecken and his ship, of unsuspecting vessels they had fallen in with, which had sold them tobacco, butter, cheese, and the like, of others that had backed their topsails to speak, then taken fright and sailed away in hot haste. I asked her if it was true that the captain hailed passing ships for the purpose of sending letters home. She answered no, it was not true. That was the general belief as she had heard from her father, but as Vanderdecken did not know that he was cursed, as he went on year after year, firmly believing that next time he should be successful in rounding the Cape, why should he desire to send letters home? More particularly as he regarded the Braave as one of the swiftest vessels afloat. She added, "I have never seen him write a letter, and I am certain he has never endeavored to send one." "But if he finds a ship willing to speak, he will send a boat?" "Yes, always, but merely for necessaries, of which he is constantly in want. Now it is tobacco. Another time it will be spirits. Some few weeks since we met a ship from which he purchased several cases of marmalade and some hams, for which Van Vogelaar paid in coin that scared them, when they put the age of the money and the appearance of this ship together, for they threw the mate overboard and instantly made off." "I suppose Van Vogelaar could not be drowned?" said I. "No," said she. "He, like the rest, have no other business in life than to live." They had put the hams and marmalade into the boat, and when they threw him in the sea, he swam very quietly to his companions. "What was the ship?" I asked. "A Spaniard," she replied. "After they had put the ship before the wind, I saw a number of them on the poop, on their knees crossing themselves." "I cannot understand," said I, "why this ship should be termed a phantom. What could be more real than these timbers and the requirements of the people who navigate her?" "Besides," exclaimed Imogene, "if she is a phantom, how could Vanderdecken write those letters in her which he is supposed to desire to send home? If you have a real letter, such as a person can put into his pocket and deliver, you must have real materials to produce it, ink, pens, paper, wafers, and something hard to sit upon or kneel upon or write upon." "Certainly," said I. "Of a phantom the whole must be phantasmal. Suppose a ghost dressed, its attire must be as unsubstantial as the essence it covers." "The truth about this ship is not known," she continued, "and it never can be known, because her influence is dreaded. Vessels, on finding out her character, fly from her, and those who sell to her unsuspectingly pass away without giving her further thought. Or," said I gloomily, "perhaps are never more heard of." In this way would we talk, and you may conceive we were at no loss for topics. On several occasions she showed me some of the dresses Vanderdecken had furnished her with, of which I chiefly remember a chintz gown, spotted with roses, with sleeves swelling out like ruffs at the elbows, a pink dress, with a girdle to bring the waist close under the bosom, and a slate-coloured dress, with a red shawl for it to be worn like a sash, and a kerchief for the throat. And I also recollect that she showed me some strange, very dainty caps, one to sit on the back of the head, another of black velvet and a feather, which she told me Vanderdecken had said was worn on the side of the head. She put it on to explain its use, and a man's true darling she looked in it. Once she came into the cabin dressed in the pink dress, with the high waist, and very sweet did she appear. But I said to her that of all the apparel she had shown me, nothing pleased me better than the black velvet jacket in which I had first seen her, and thereafter she constantly wore it. In short, The clothes Vanderdecken had stocked her cabin with, including much fine linen, lace, collars, long gloves, shoes of several colors, and the like, were such as to suggest a costly theatrical wardrobe by reason of the variety of the styles, representing fashions from the middle of the 17th century down to within 20 years of the time in which happened what I am here relating. It has been already explained how these things were gotten. You have only to consider that this ship sailed from Batavia in 1653, with a large stock of dresses, linen, jewelry, plate, and so forth in her hold, besides her cargo, which stock Vanderdecken, in whom there must still work the thrifty instincts of the Hollander, just as he is suffered to love his pipe and bowl, and pine for both when the tobacco and spirits have run out, had replenished by appropriating such wares, treasure, and apparel as he had a fancy for, out of the ships he encountered abandoned at sea or cast away upon the African coast. You have only to consider this, I say, and bear in mind the great number of years he has been afloat, and how many scores of richly laden merchantmen have passed and repassed that part of the ocean to which the curse confines him, to find nothing to marvel at in any catalogue of the contents of the Braave that could be offered. Besides having all these strange and often sumptuous articles of attire to show me and talk about, Imogene had a great deal to tell me concerning the weary years she had spent in the vessel, wondering how her life was to end, how she was ever to get to England or to any other civilized country, if Vanderdecken refused to let her leave him because of his fatherly affection for her and his conviction that he was homeward bound and only temporarily delayed by the northwest gales which beat him back. She said that after a time she began to fear that she would lose her own language and be able to speak no tongue but the ancient Dutch in which Vanderdecken and his men conversed. To preserve herself from which calamity she regularly perused the collection of English poetry that the captain most fortunately had among his books. Her grief was that the book, instead of poems, was not the Holy Scriptures, but she knew many prayers and hymns her mother had taught her, and these she never omitted reciting morning and night. You would have been touched had you heard her, marked the sadness that rendered Madonna-like the character of her fragile, delicate beauty, observed the girlish innocence of the expression that shone with the moisture of unwept tears in the eyes she fixed on me, and then considered how she had been bereaved, how frightful for tediousness and dullness, and for the association of the mysterious beings into whose society she had been cast must have been the 5 years she had spent on the Death Ship. I remember asking if she knew what religion Vanderdecken was of. She answered she did not know for certain, but that she had heard him speak of his wife and family as having worshipped in the Oude Kerk. "Indeed, Mr. Fenton," said she, "I don't believe he is or was of any religion at all. Van Vogelaar is a Calvinist. He told me so one evening when I was speaking with surprise of Antony Jans being a Catholic, as it is almost impossible to reconcile the fatness of that man with the austerities and mortifications of his creed." "There can be no doubt," said I, "that Vanderdecken was, when human like you and me, without religion. His shocking defiance, and the condemnation that followed, proved that he acted out of sheer sin in his soul, and not out of a passing passion. And yet you would have supposed that a Dutchman, no matter how secretly impious, would have behaved with more discretion than this skipper." "I dare say he would have been more discreet," said Imogene, "had he imagined what was to follow." It was in this way and in such talk that we killed those 6 days of storm, and now I come to other matters. End of chapter 22. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 23 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 23. The Gale Breaks. On the 6th day, during dinner, Vanderdecken said he believed we had seen the worst of the storm. There was a small lull in the wind, and a faintness sifting up, so to speak, from behind the peaks and valleys of the horizon into the sky all around, like a very dim dawning of fair weather innumerable leagues distant yet. "I shall be glad to see the sun again," said Imogen. "Let us get quit of these waters," exclaimed Vanderdecken moodily, and often dropping his knife and fork to take his beard in both hands and stroke it with a fixed look in his eyes, which would have made you swear he beheld a vision. "And we shall have so much sun every day, climbing higher and higher, until it hangs right over our mastheads like a flaming shield, that the coolness of the Biscayan Sea and the entrance of the English Channel shall be sweet as drink to a dry man." "Pray, mynheer," said I, "how far to the eastwards do you suppose this gale has driven us?" He looked at me with a sudden temper in his face, as if he would crush me for daring to ask. Nevertheless he answered, but with a deep thrill in the rich tremble of his voice, "About 150 leagues, sir, and what of that?" "Ay, and what of that?" exclaimed Van Vogelaar, who had turned a scowling eye on me on my asking this question. "Why, nothing, gentlemen," I answered, warned by the violet eyes that dwelt upon me to slide out of this matter as quickly as I could. "The ground to be recovered is not great, and a pretty little southeast wind should float us with square yards round the Cape in 3 or 4 days." Vanderdecken made no response. His eyes fell away from me to the table, at which he gazed in the posture of one who dreams waking. Van Vogelaar, on the other hand, continued to stare at me for a long minute, which, as he sat on my right hand and consequently had to turn his head and hold his face full towards me, proved a very severe trial to my temper, insomuch that I could have beat him for his insolence. But a very little reflection taught me to consider this steadfast, surly, and abusive regard as meaningless as a dead man's stare would be if moulded to the expression Van Vogelaar wore. So I waited till he should have made an end of his scrutiny, and the captain, shortly after rising, I followed him on deck, the weather as yet being too heavy and wet for Imogen. It was as Vanderdecken had said. The gale had broke, and we might look for a clear sky presently, yet the sea still ran fearfully high, and the wash and weltering of it along the sea line, that was now indifferently clear, suggested a vast sierra, whose sides beyond were in sunshine, whilst over our trucks lay the sombre twilight of the tempest. There was still a fine rain in the air, though not such as to cloud the ocean, but I was so fascinated by the picture of the Flying Dutchman's fight with the mighty combers which rolled at her from the north and west, that I lingered gazing till I was pretty near as soaked as when I had been fished up and brought aboard. But a sailor makes no trouble of a wet jacket, so long as he has a dry shirt to his back, which I had, thanks to Vanderdecken, who had been so good as to lend me several shifts of linen. I do not know that I ever saw or heard of a ship that threw from her such bodies of foam as did this vessel. She would rise at the sea buoyantly enough, yet at every lean-to windward for a giddy sliding swoop into the hollow, she hurled an enormous space of seething and spitting and flashing froth many fathoms from her, into which she would sink as though it were snow, and so squatter, as 'tis termed, and lie there whilst you might count to 10 or 15 ere rising out of it to the irresistible heave of the next Leviathan sea. Often had I watched this picture during the 6 days, but the light breaking around the whole circle of the sea, like radiance dully streaming through greased paper, the decreasing force of the wind that, while leaving the surges still monstrous, suffered the ship to fall with deader weight to windward, thus enlarging the snow-like surface she cast from her, whilst rendering it fiercer in its boiling, made this particular example of the ship's sea-going qualities a marvel in my sight, and I stood for a long time looking and looking. By 7 o'clock that night the gale was spent, and there was then blowing a quiet breeze from the west-southwest. The swell rolled slowly from the quarter from which the wind had stormed, and caused the Braave to wallow most nauseously, but she grew a bit steadier after they had shaken the reefs out of the courses and made sail on her. I watched this business with deep interest. Vanderdecken, standing on the poop, gave his orders to Van Vogelaar on the quarter-deck. The sailors went to work with true Dutch phlegm and deliberateness, taking plenty of time to unknot the reef points, then carrying the fore and main jeers to the capstan, and walking round without a song, sullen and silent. There was no liveliness, none of the springing and jumping and cheerful heartiness you would expect in a crew who, after battling through 6 dismal days of black winds and lashing seas, were now looked down upon by a heaven of stars shining gloriously among a few slowly moving clouds. After a little, Vanderdecken went below, and presently returned, bringing Imogene with him. On the poop 'twas all darkness save for the phosphorescence in the ship and the sea fire over the side. The captain and the lady came close before I distinguished them. "Fair weather at last, Mr. Fenton!" she exclaimed, after peering to make sure of me, and then stopping so as to oblige Vanderdecken to stop too, for he had her arm in his, and I think he meant to walk to and fro the deck with her. "Yes," I replied, "heaven is merciful. Such another 6 days I would not pass through for the wealth in this ship." "Pray speak in Dutch, sir, that I may follow you," said Vanderdecken, with a certain stern and dignified courtesy. "If I could converse with ease, mynheer," said I should speak in no other language aboard this vessel. As it is, I fear you do not catch half my meaning." "Oh, yes, you are intelligible, sir," he answered, "though you sometimes use words which sound like Dutch but signify nothing." Nothing to you, my friend, thought I, but I warrant them of good currency in the Amsterdam of today. In short, his language was to mine, or at least to the smattering I had of the Batavian tongue, what the speech of a man of the time of Charles II would be to one of this century, not very wide asunder, only that one would now and again introduce an obsolete expression, whilst the other would occasionally employ a term created years after his colloquist's day. "But it pleases me, Captain, to speak in my own tongue," said Imogene. "I should not like to forget my language." "It will be strange if you forget your language in a few months, my child," he answered with a slight surprise. A sudden roll of the ship causing the great mainsail to flap, he started, looked around him, and cried out with a sudden anger in his deep voice to the steersman, "How is the ship's head?" "North by east," was the answer. "We want no easting," he cried out again, with the same passion in his voice, and strode with vehemence to the binnacle, where stood Antony Arents, who had charge of the deck, and who had gone to view the compass on hearing the skipper call. "This will not do," I heard the captain say, his deep tones rumbling into the ear, as though you passed at a distance a church in which an organ was played. "By the bones of my father, I'll not have her break off! Sweat your braces, man! Take them to the capstan! If we spring our masts and yards for it, she'll have to head nothing east of north." There was a fierce impetuosity in his speech that made the delivery of it sound like a sustained execration. Arents went forward and raised some cries. I could see the figure of Vanderdecken black against the stars, up and down which he slided with the heave of the ship. He was motionless, close to the binnacle, and I could imagine the stormy rise and fall of his broad and powerful chest under his folded arms. The watch came aft to the braces and strained at them. 'Twas a shadowy scene. There were none of those songs and choruses which seamen use to keep time in their pulling and hauling, and to encourage their spirits withal. The boatswain, Jans, was on the forecastle attending the fore. Arents stood on the quarter-deck. Occasionally one or the other shouted out an order which the dim concavities on high flung down again out of their hollows, as though there were ghosts aloft mocking at these labours. You saw the pallid shinings writhing about the feet of the sailors, and the sharper scintillations of the woodwork wherever it was chafed by a rope. When they had trimmed, but not yet with the capstan, Arents called to the captain, who returned an answer implying that the ship had come up again, and that the trim as it was would serve. Thereupon the men stole out of sight into the darkness forward, melting into the blackness as do visions of a slumberer into the void of deep and dreamless rest. Arents returned to the poop and stood near the captain, who held his place with the entranced stirlessness I was now accustomed to see in him. But, no doubt, his eyes were on the needle, and had I dared approach, I might have beheld a fire in his eyes keener than the flame of the mesh with which the binnacle was illuminated. "You would know him as one not of this world," said I to Imogen, "even should he pass you quickly in a crowd." "There are some lines in the book of poetry downstairs which fit him to perfection," she answered. "Thou hast a grim appearance, and thy face bears a command in it. Though thy tackle's torn, thou shewest a noble vessel." "Ay," said I, "they are wonderfully pat. They might have been made for him. Here are others," she continued. "He has I know not what, of greatness in his looks and of high fate, that almost awes me. And when his moods change, these verses are always present. Read'st thou not something in my face that speaks wonderful change and horror from within me?" She put a tragic note into her voice as she recited. The starlight was in her eyes, and they were fixed on me. Her face whitened out to the astral gleaming, till you saw her hair throbbing on her forehead to the blowing of the wind. She continued, "I could quote a score of passages marvellously true of the captain and his fellows, serving indeed as revelations to me, so keen are the eyes of poets. And little wonder," says she with a sigh, "for what else have I had to read but that book of poetry?" "Just now," said I, "he asked if you thought it likely you should lose your language in a few months. This plainly shows that he supposes he met with you in his passage from Batavia. That is his last passage. Now, since his finding you dates nearly 5 years back, and you tell me that he has only memory for what has happened within the past few months, how does it fall out that he recollects your story, which he certainly does, for he asked me if you had related it to me?" "It must be," she answered, "because he is constantly alluding to it in speaking of the reception his wife and daughters will give me. It is also impressed upon him by my presence, by my frequent asking him to put me on board a homeward-going ship. And so it is kept in his mind as a thing constantly happening, continually fresh. Suppose I should stay in this ship, say for 6 months, never speaking of the Saracen, nor recalling the circumstance of my coming on board. You believe his memory would drop the fact, and that he would view me as one who happened to be in the ship, and that's all, his mind stopping at that?" "How he would view you I cannot say, but I am certain he would forget how you came here, unless there was incessant reference to the Saracen and to her men shooting at Van Vogelaar. But time would bear no part in this sort of recollection. He would still be living in the year of God 1653, and sailing home from Batavia. And if he thought at all, he'd imagine it was in that year that you came on board his ship. Meanwhile, the giant figure of the Dutch captain stood motionless near the binnacle. Close to him was the second mate, himself like a statue. The tiller tackles, grasped by the helmsman, swayed him with every blow of the sea upon the rudder, yet even his movements had a lifelessness in them that was as apparent as though the man had been stricken dead at his post and swung there against the dancing stars. A quick jerk of the ship causing Imogene to lose her balance, she grasped my arm to steady herself by, and I took care she should not release me. Indeed, from almost the first hour of our meeting, there had been a yearning towards me, a wistfulness of a mute sort underlying her demeanour, and this night I found assurance of it by her manner, that was now indeed clinging, having more of nestling in it, as if I was her refuge, her one hope. She may have guessed I loved her, I cannot tell. My eyes may have said much, though I had not spoken. But there was that in her, as she stood by my side, with her hand under my arm, that persuaded me her heart was coming to mine, and haply more quickly, because of our sole mortality amid the substantial shadows of the death ship's crew. You felt what that bond meant when you looked around you and saw the dimly looming figure of Vanderdecken beside the compass, the ghostly darkness of the second mate's form, the corpse-like swaying of the helmsman, as of an hanging body moved by the wind, and thought of the amazing human mysteries lost in the darkness forward, or slumbering in the hammocks, if indeed sleep was ever permitted to visit eyes which death was forbidden to approach. 'Twas as if Imogene stood on one side a grave, I on the other, and clasped hands for the courage we found in warm and circulating blood over a pit filled with a heart-freezing sight. "We shall escape yet, fear not," said I, speaking out of the heat of my own thoughts as though we were conversing on that subject. "May our Saviour grant it," she exclaimed. "See how black the white water around the ship makes her, in spite of the strange fires which glow everywhere." I felt her shiver as she cried, "The vessel seems to grow more terrible to my fancy. It may be because we have talked so much of her, and your views of Vanderdecken and the crew have raised terrifying speculations in me." "We shall escape yet," I repeated hotly, for the very sense of our imprisonment and the helplessness of our condition for the time being, that might be long in terminating, was a thought so maddening that I felt in a temper to defy, scorn and spit in the face of the very devil himself was he to appear. But I had her right hand pressed to my heart. 'Twas sure she felt the comfort of it, and together for some while in silence we stood viewing the ship, the fabric of whose hull stood out as though lined with India ink upon the ashen tremble of froth that seemed to embrace her length like shadowy white arms, as the wind, blowing mildly into her sails, forced her to break the water at her stem as she slided athwart the swell. She made a sight to shrink from. The sailor's heart within me sank to this feebly luminous mystery of aged yet imperishable hull, holding within her creatures so unnatural that the eye of man can view the like of them nowhere else, and raising her structure of ancient sail and masts to the stars which glided in blue and green and white along the yards with the rolling of her. Little wonder that she should affright the mariner who meets her amid the lonely paths of the vast ocean she haunts. I clasped my brow with bewilderment in my brain. "Surely," I cried to my companion, "I am dreaming. It cannot be that I at this moment am standing on the deck of the death ship." She sought to soothe me, but she was startled by my behaviour, and that perception enabled me to rally. If she, as a weak and lonely maiden, could bravely support 5 years of life amid this crew, what craven was I to have my brain confused by only 7 days' association spent mainly in her company? Heaven forgive me! But methinks I realized our condition, all that it might hereafter signify, with a keenness of insight, present and prophetic, which would be impossible in her, whose knowledge of the sea was but a child's when she fell into Vanderdecken's hands. "We must have patience, courage, and hope, Mr. Fenton," she said softly. "Look at that starry jewel yonder," and she turned up her face to the cross that hung above the mizzen topmast head, gleaming very gloriously in a lake of deep indigo betwixt 2 clouds. "It shines for me, and often have I looked up at it with full eyes and a prayer in my heart. It shines for you too. It is the emblem of our redemption, and we must drink in faith that God will succor us from it." She continued to gaze at it, and there was sheen enough to enable me to see a tender smile upon her upturned face. How sweet did she then appear! Fairer than the evening air, clad in the beauty of 1,000 stars, as the poet wrote. I looked up to that sparkling cross, and thought how strange it was that the sentence pronounced upon this ship should doom her to sail eternally over waters above which there nightly rises the lustrous symbol of compassion and mercy. "Take my arm, my child. 'Tis silly work standing," said the deep voice of the captain. Again had he come upon us unawares, but this time he found us silent, together gazing at the cross of stars. She withdrew her hand quickly from my arm and took his, showing wisdom in her promptness, as I was quick to see. Then, being alone, I went to the quarter-deck and fell to walking briskly. For Vanderdecken was right. The wind came bleak. End of chapter 23. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 24 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 24. The Death Ship's Forecastle. Next morning being very fine, the first bright day that had broken since I had been in the ship, I thought, since it was early, an hour to breakfast, Vanderdecken in his cabin and Arents alone on the poop deck with the man who steered, that I would look a little closely into the vessel and ascertain, if possible, where and how the men slept, where they dressed their food, and the like. I spied the corpulent figure of Jans, the boatswain, forward of the foremast. He was standing with his arms folded, staring ahead. His posture somehow suggested a vacancy of mind, and you thought of him as looking into God knows what distance, with the unmeaningness you observe in the fixed gaze of a babe sucking. I could not say whether the decks had been washed down. They seemed damp, as if newly swabbed. One whom I supposed to be the ship's carpenter was sawing wood near the house in which were the livestock. 2 others, hard by him, sat upon a sail, stitching at it. There was a seaman in the foretop, but what doing I could not see. Little more than his head showed above the barricade. I walked forward to where the boatswain stood, and on observing that he took no notice of me, I touched him lightly on the shoulder. He turned his round face, ghastly as death, yet as fleshy and plump as life, and gazed at me. I felt nervous. It was dreadful to accost these conformations, which were neither men nor devils, but I was resolved to go through with the business I had on hand, impelled by the thought that if I was suffered to come off with my life from this experience, there would be that to relate to the world beyond anything which seamen have told of the ocean life. I said to him, "Good morning, Heer Jans." Here, to be sure, is a fine sky with noble promise." "True, sir," he answered, seeming to step out of the mystery of his stillness and vacancy without effort. "She looks fairly up, but so tedious a nor'wester should be followed by a southerly gale." "Heaven grant it!" cried I, gathering courage from his civility. "You will be glad to see old Amsterdam again, no doubt." "Ay," said he, "I warrant you, and my wife Amana too, and my daughter Tobina. Ha, ha!" His laugh was like that of the parrot, mirthless, and not a wrinkle stirred upon his countenance to give reality to his shocking merriment. To come at what I wanted, for I did not wish Vanderdecken to arrive and see me forward, I said, "Yes, meetings are made sweeter by a little delay. Pardon me here. I am an Englishman not well acquainted with the shipboard usages of the Dutch. In the ship of which I was second mate, we had what is called a top-gallant forecastle, in which the crew slept." He interrupted with a shake of the head. "I do not understand," said he. This was not strange, for as I did not know the Dutch words, I called it top-gallant forecastle in English. "They slept under a deck resembling the poop," said I. "Ha!" he exclaimed. "Where do your crew sleep?" "Down there," he responded, pointing to a hatch answering to the forescuttle of these times. "Is it a comfortable cabin?" said I. He made a face and spat behind his hand, which caused me to see that sailors in all times have been alike in the capacity of grumbling, and that even in this man, who by virtue of the age he had attained, had long ceased to be human, and was kept alive only by the curse it was his lot to share with the skipper, the instinct of the seaman still lived, a few sparks among blackened embers. "Judge for yourself, if you will," said he. "My last ship was the Maagd van Eukhuizen, and though her forecastle raised a mutiny among us for its badness, I tell you, mynheer, 'twas as punches to stale cold water compared to this." He motioned me to descend, but I asked him to go first, for how was I to guess what would be my reception if the men saw me entering their boat unaccompanied? "Very good," said he, and catching hold of the coaming, he dropped his great figure through the hatch, and I followed. We descended by a ladder in perfect correspondence with the rest of the fittings of this ship, the handrails carved, and the steps a sort of grating, different indeed from the pieces of coarse, rough wood nailed to the bulkhead, which in these days form the road down through the forescuttle. The light of the heavens fell fair through the hatch, but seemed powerless to penetrate the gloom that lay around. I was blinded at first, and stood a moment under the hatch, idly blinking and beholding nothing. Then, stepping out of the sphere of the daylight, there stole upon my sight the details of the place one by one, helped by the wan, sputtering and smoking flame of a lamp shaped like a coffee-pot, the waste or mesh coming out of the spout, fed by what the nose readily determined to be slush. Jans stood beside me. "Can you see, mynheer?" said he. "Ay, 'tis growing upon me by degrees," I replied. "Master!" exclaimed a hollow voice, proceeding from the darkest part of this forecastle. "If you could help me fill the bowl of a tobacco pipe, I should be grateful." Very luckily I had the remains of what sailors term a prick of tobacco in my pocket, which Prins, when he dried my jacket, had very honestly suffered to remain there. The piece had been so hard pressed in the making, and rendered so waterproof by the rum in it, that my falling overboard had left it perfectly sweet and fit for smoking. By a stingy and cautious use of the knife, there was enough of it to give all hands a smoke. I pulled it out and handed it to Jans to deliver to the man who had addressed me. Jans smelt it and said, "Yes, it was tobacco, but how was it to be smoked?" I pulled out my knife, and stepping into the light under the hatch, put the tobacco upon one of the ladder steps and fell to slicing, or rather shaving it. and when I had cut enough to fill a pipe bowl, I rolled up the shreds in my hands, and, taking a sooty clay pipe from Jans, charged it, and bade him light it at the lamp. He did so, speedily returning, smoking heartily, puffing out great clouds, and crying out, "Oh, but 'tis good, 'tis good!" It is tiring work cutting up this kind of tobacco, and Jans, now understanding how it was done, took the knife and the tobacco and shred about an inch of it, there being in all between 3 and 4 inches. Whilst this was doing, I had leisure to gaze about me. No sooner had Jans lighted his pipe, so that all could see he was smoking, than from several parts of that gloomy interior there slided a number of figures who quickly clustered around the ladder, over one of whose steps or treads the boatswain leaned, pipe in mouth, whilst he sliced and shaved. The daylight fell upon some of them, others were faintly to be seen in the dim illumination which the lustre, passing through the hatch, feebly spread. From rows of old hammocks that died out in the gloom, these men had dropped, and mariners half perished with hunger could not have exhibited more delirious eagerness for food than did these unhappy creatures for a pipeful of the tobacco Jans was at work upon. A dismaler and wilder, nay, a more affrighting picture I defy the imagination to body forth. It was not only that many of these unhappy people were half naked, most of them still swinging in their hammocks when I descended, it was their corpse-like appearance, as though a graveyard had disgorged its dead, who had come together in a group, quickened and urged by some hunger, lust, or need common to the whole, and expressing in many varieties of countenance the same desire. All about Jans they crowded, 15 or 20 men, some thin, with their ribs showing, others with sturdy legs of the Dutch kind, some nearly bald, some so hairy that their locks and beards flowed down their backs and chests, some dark with black eyes, others round-faced and blue-eyed, but every man of them looking as if he was newly risen, Lazarus-like, from the tomb, as though he had burst the bondage of the coffin and come into this forecastle dead yet living, his body formed of the earth of the grave, and his soul of the curse that kept him alive. I had particularly hoped to see some of them sleeping, wondering what appearance they presented in slumber, also whether such as they ever dreamed, and what sort of expressions their faces wore. But the place was too dark to have yielded this sight, even had I been at liberty to peer into their hammocks. When my eyes grew used to the twilight of the slush lamp, and I could see plain, I found there was not much to whet curiosity. Here and there stood a box or sea-chest. Against the aged sides, hanging by nails or hooks, were coats, trousers, oilskins, and the like, most of them differing in fashion, swaying with the heaving of the ship. Some odds and ends of shoes and boots, a canvas bucket or two, a tall basket in which were stowed the dishes and mugs the men ate and drank with, completed with the hammocks overhead all the furniture that I could distinguish of this melancholy, rat-gnawed, yea, and noisome forecastle. By this time Jans was wearied of slicing the tobacco, and the fellow called Meindert Krins was at work upon what remained of it. All who had pipes filled them, and I was surprised to find how well off they were in this respect, though my wonder ceased when I afterwards heard that amongst other articles of freight Vanderdecken had met with in a derelict were cases of long clay pipes. It was both moving and diverting to watch these half-clad creatures smoking, their manner of holding the smoke in their mouths for the better tasting of it, the solemn joy with which they expelled the clouds, some in their hammocks with their naked legs over the edge, others on the chests, manifestly insensible to the chilly wind that blew down through the hatch. No man spoke. If aught of mind there was among them, it seemed to be devoted to keeping their pipe bowls burning. Jans stood leaning against the foremast, puffing at his pipe, his eyes directed into the gloom in the bows. That he had forgotten the errand that brought him below, that I had no more existence for him than would have been the case had I never fallen from the rail of the Saracen, was clearly to be gathered from his strange, rapt posture and air. I touched him again on the shoulder, and he turned his eyes upon me, but without starting. 'Twas the easiest, nimblest way of slipping out of a condition of trance into intelligence and life that can be conceived. I wished to see all I dared ask to look at, and said, "Where do you cook your food?" "I will show you," he answered, and walked to some distance abaft the forescuttle. I followed him painfully, for I could scarce see. Indeed, here would have been total blackness to one fresh from the sunlight. There was a bulkhead with an opening on the larboard hand. We passed through it, and I found myself on a deck pretty well filled up at the after end with coils of cable, casks, and so forth. A windward port was open, and through it came light enough to see by. In the middle of this deck was a sort of caboose, situated clear of the ropes and casks. 'Twas, in short, a structure of stout scantling, open on either side, and fitted with brickwork contrived for a furnace, and coppers for boiling. A man, the cook, or the cook's mate, his feet naked, his shanks clothed in breeches of a faded blue stuff, and his trunk in a woolen shirt, was at work boiling a kind of soup for the crew's breakfast. Another man stood at a dresser, rolling paste. This fellow was a very short, corpulent person, with a neck so fat that a pillow of flesh lay under the back of his head. Never in my time had I viewed a completer figure of a Dutchman than this cook. You would have supposed that into this homely picture of boiling and pie-making there would have entered such an element of life and reality as was nowhere else to be found in that accursed ship. Yet so little was this so, that I do not know that in all the time I had been in the Braave I had beheld a more ghastly picture. It was the two men who made it so. The unreality of their realness, to comprehend which, if this phrase should sound foolishly, think upon the vision of an insane man, or upon some wondrous picture painted upon the eyes of the dying, or opening upon the gaze of some enthusiast. The flames of the furnace shot a crimson glare upon the first of the two men I have described. He never turned his head to look at me, but went on stirring what was in the copper. The place had much of the furniture of one of our present cabooses or galleys. There was a kind of dresser, and there were racks for holding dishes, an old brass timepiece that was as great a curiosity in its way as the clock in the cabin, a chair of the last century, a couple of wooden bellows, and such matters. I was moving when the little fat cook suddenly fell a-sniffing, and turning to Jans said, "Is there tobacco at last?" "No," answered Jans. "This here had a piece which he has distributed. 'Tis all gone, but there is a smoke left in this pipe. Take it." He dried the sooty stem upon his sleeve and handed it to the cook, who instantly began to puff, uttering one or two exclamations of pleasure, but with an unmoved countenance. "Is there no tobacco on board?" said I, following Jans into the forecastle. "The skipper has a small quantity, but there is none for the crew," he answered. "Had your ship supplied us with a little stock, 'twould have been a godsend. Welcomer, sir, than the powder and shot you wantonly bestowed upon our boat." We were now in the forecastle, and this reference to the action of the terrified crew of the Saracen in the hearing of the seamen who overhung their hammocks or squatted on their chests smoking alarmed me, so with a quickly uttered "Good morning" addressed to them all, I sprang up the ladder and gained the deck. End of chapter 24. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 25 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 25. We Sight a Ship. It was like coming out of a sepulchre to step from that forecastle on deck where the glorious sun was, and the swaying shadows, and where the blue wind gushed in a soft breathing over the bulwark rails, with weight enough in it to hold the canvas stirless, and to raise a gentle hissing alongside, like the seething of champagne. I spied Vanderdecken on the poop, and near him Imogen, so I hastened aft to greet the girl and salute the great bearded figure that nobly towered beside her. She looked fragrant and sweet as a white rose in the dewy morn, wore a straw hat turned up on one side, and looped to stay there with a parti-coloured rosette, and though this riband was faded with age, and the straw yellow and dull through keeping, the gear did suit her beauty most divinely, and I could have knelt and kissed her hand, so complete a princess did she appear in the royal perfections of her countenance and shape. To turn from the sparkle of her violet eye, the rosiness of her lip, the life that teemed in the expression of her face like a blushing light shining through fragile porcelain, to turn from her to the great silent figure near her, with piercing gaze directed over the taffrail, his beard trembling to the downrush of air from the mizzen, was to obtain a proper contrast, to enable you to realize in the aspect of that amazing person the terrible conditions of his existence and the enormous significance of his sentence. With a smile of pleasure at the sight of me, Imogen bade me good morning, saying, "I am before you for the first time since you have been in the ship." "I was out of my cabin half an hour ago, perhaps longer," said I. "What think you I have been doing?" "Exploring the sailors' quarters and inspecting the kitchen." And I tossed up my hands and turned up my eyes, that she might guess what I thought of those places. Then, meeting Vanderdecken's gaze, which he had brought to bear upon me with a frowning roll of the eyes, I took off my hat, giving him a bow. He greeted me in his imperious, stormy way, and asked me what I thought of his ship. I replied, "She is a very fine vessel, sir." "Did they lift the hatches to show the cargo to you?" he exclaimed. I answered smartly, "No," perceiving that he was aware I had been below in the forepart. "How does my forecastle show to your English prejudice?" he said. "Oh, mynheer," said I, smiling, with a look at Imogen, whose eyes were fixed in the quarter over the stern into which Vanderdecken had been staring, "so far from Englishmen being prejudiced, at all events in naval matters we are continually taking ideas from other nations, particularly from the French, whose ships of war we imitate and admire. Perhaps," said I, "that is one of the reasons why we are incessantly capturing the vessels of that nation." But the conceit was lost, because this man had flourished before we had become the terror of the French, that our admirals have since made the English flag to be. Imogen cried out in Dutch, "Do you know, Mr. Fenton, that there is a sail in sight?" My heart gave a bound, and following the indication of her ivory white forefinger, which pointed directly astern, I saw the tiny gleam of what was unquestionably a ship's canvas, resembling the curved tip of a gull's wing. "Ay, to be sure, yonder's a sail!" I exclaimed, after keeping my eyes fixed upon it a while to make sure, and I added in Dutch, "Which way, madam, does the captain say she is steering?" "Directly after us," she replied. "Judge for yourself, sir," said Vanderdecken, motioning with his hand toward a telescope that stood against the deck-house. It was the ancient heavy tube I had observed in his cabin. I picked it up, rested it upon the rail, it was too weighty for the support of my left hand, and worked away with it at the sail astern. It was a feeble old glass, magnifying, I should suppose, to the proportion of a crown to a groat. In fact, I could see as well with the naked eye. It was Vanderdecken's telescope, however, and a curiosity, and still feigning to view the sail, I secretly ran my eye over the tubes, noticing, in very faint letters, the words Cornelius Vanderdecken, Amsterdam, 1650, graved in flowing characters upon the large tube. "She is heading after us, you think, mynheer?" said Vanderdecken as I rose. "I could not say, sir. Has she grown since you first observed her?" "Yes." He took the glass and levelled it very easily, and I met Imogene's gaze as she glanced from him to me, as though she was sure I could not but admire the massive, manly figure of that man, drawn to his full height and in such a posture as one would love to see him painted in. "She is certainly steering our course," said he, speaking with his eye at the tube. "I hope she may not prove an English man of war. Who can tell? If a merchantman, be her nationality what it may, we'll speak her for tobacco, for that's a commodity we must have." I looked earnestly and with a face flushed with hope at Imogene, but she glanced away from me to the sail, signaling to me by this action, in a manner unmistakable, to be wary. Vanderdecken put down the glass, cast a look aloft at the set of his canvas and the trim of his yards, and then called to Arents to heave the log. Some seamen came aft in response to the second mate's call, and bringing out a reel and sand-glass from the deck-house, measured the speed of the ship through the water precisely as we at this day do. So ancient is this simple device of telling a ship's speed of passage through the water by paying out a line marked with knots to the running of sand. I heard Arents say that the vessel was going 3 knots and a half. "At that rate," said I to Imogene, whilst Vanderdecken remained aft, watching in a soulless manner the automaton-like motions of the men engaged in hauling the line in and reeling it up, "that vessel yonder, if she be actually heading our way, will soon overhaul us." "Mr. Fenton," said she, with subdued energy in her soft voice, "I earnestly pray you, neither by word, look, or sign, to give Captain Vanderdecken the least reason to suspect that you mean to escape from his ship and rescue me whenever the chance shall offer. I will tell you why I say this. Just now he spoke of you to me, and said if an opportunity offered, he should put you on board any vessel that would receive you, no matter where she was bound to, and then he asked what you and I chiefly talked about. There was more sternness in his manner than ever I recollect in him when addressing me. If I thought him capable of human emotions, said I should reckon him jealous. But he has human emotions. He loves his wife and children, she replied. Ay, but who is to know that that love is not left to linger in him as part of his curse, said I, by which I mean, if he was not suffered to remember his wife and children and love them, he might not show himself very eager to get round the Cape. Possibly he wants to get rid of me, not because he is jealous, not because he dislikes me as a man, but because that malignant baboon, Van Vogelaar, may have been speaking against me, putting fears into his head touching his treasure, and working upon his duty as a Hollander, a compatriot of De Ruyter, God help him, to hate me as an Englishman. But he loves me too, Mr. Fenton, said she. As a father might, said I, not liking this, yet amused by her sweet tenaciousness. Yes, as a father, but it shows he has capacity for other emotions outside those which you deem necessary for the duration of the sentence. I ought to believe so if he hates me, said I, looking his way, and observing that he had turned his back upon us and was watching the sail astern. But be all this as it will, you shall find me as careful as you can desire. If, said she plaintively, he should become even faintly suspicious of your intentions, he might set you ashore should we not meet with a ship to receive you. And then what would become of you, and what would become of me, Mr. Fenton? Have no fear, said I. He shall discover nothing in me to make him suspicious. As to his setting me ashore, that he could do, and whether I should be able to outwit him in such a maneuver, I cannot tell. But in no other way could he get rid of me, unless by throwing me overboard." "He would not do that," she exclaimed, shaking her head. "Nor do I think he would force you from this ship if he could find no ground for distrust. But something affecting you has worried his mind, I am certain, or he would not have declared his intention to send you to another vessel. He believes he is going straight home. Why then should he not be willing to carry you? Maybe he heard from Arents that you were below exploring the ship. Oh, Mr. Fenton, be cautious, if not for your own sake, then for mine." She involuntarily brought her little hands together into a posture of prayer, with the earnestness of her entreaty, and her warmth flowed rosily to her cheeks, so that, though she spoke low, her manner was impassioned, and I saw how her dear heart was set upon my delivering her, and how great was her terror lest my thoughtlessness should end in procuring our separation. However, I had no time to then reassure her, though I resolved henceforth to walk with extraordinary circumspection, seeing that the people I had fallen amongst were utterly unintelligible to me, being so composite in their dead aliveness that it was impossible to come at their motives and feelings, if they possessed any resembling ours. I say I had not time to reassure her, for Prins arrived to report breakfast, which brought Vanderdecken to us. Little was said at table, but that little was quite enough to make me understand the wisdom of Imogene's fears, and to perceive that if I did not check my curiosity to inspect the ship, so as to be able to deliver a true account of this strange and fearful fabric, I stood to lose Imogene the chance of escape which my presence in the vessel provided her with. No matter which of the two mates had the watch on deck, Van Vogelaar always sat down to meals first, Arents following. He was beside me this morning, as usual, coming fresh from his cabin, and when we were seated, Vanderdecken told him there was a ship astern. "How heading, skipper?" "As we go, without doubt. She hath grown swiftly since first sighted, yet hangs steady in the same quarter." "Let her hoist any colours but those of this gentleman's country," said Van Vogelaar with an ugly sneer. "Should that happen, Captain, will you fight her?" I asked quietly. "If she be a ship of war, no. For what are our defences against the culverins and demi-culverins of your ships? And how shall we match perhaps 400 sailors with our slender company?" replied Vanderdecken, with an evil glitter in his eyes, and grasping his beard as his custom was when wrathful thoughts surged in him. "She may prove a harmless merchantman, perhaps a sturdy Hollander, that will give you plenty of tobacco for a little of your silver," said Imogene, striking in with her sweet smile and melodious voice, like a sunbeam upon turbulent waters. "If you are in doubt, why not shift your helm, gentlemen?" said I. "Ah, skipper," cried Van Vogelaar sardonically, "we have an adviser here. It is fit that a Dutch ship should be served by an English pilot." I held my peace. At this moment the clock struck, and the parrot, as though some fiend was inside her green bosom, prompting her to breed trouble, cried out, "Wie sind auch verdommt!" with fierce energy, severely clawing her wires, and exhibiting more agitation than seemed possible in a fowl of naturally dull and leaden motions. "I believe she speaks the truth," exclaimed Van Vogelaar, turning his face towards the cage. "The parrot hath been known to possess a witch-like capacity of forecasting and divining." "Oh, but you know here that she had that sentence by heart when the captain bought her," said Imogene, with a mixed air of distress and petulance in her face. "I know, madam," he replied, "that yonder bird never spoke those words with such energy as she now puts into them before this gentleman arrived." Vanderdecken looked at him, and then at me, but did not speak. "What do you suspect from the increased energy of the bird's language?" said I, fixing my eyes upon the mate. He would not meet my gaze, but answered with his eyes upon his plate, "What is your motive in examining this ship, sir?" "The harmless curiosity of a sailor," I replied. He was about to speak, but I lifted my hand, meaning to entreat silence whilst I continued, but he, mistaking the gesture for a threat, shrank very abjectly from his seat, proving himself a timorous, cowardly fellow, and the more to be feared, perhaps, for being so. "Captain Vanderdecken," said I, keeping my hand lifted, that he and his mate might understand I intended no menace, "I know not what base and degrading charges Heer Van Vogelaar would insinuate. I am an honest man, and mean well, and, sir, add to that the gratitude of one whose life you have preserved. You were pleased on one occasion to speak kindly of my countrymen, and regret that feud should ever exist between two nations whose genius seems to have a common root. I trust that your sympathy with Britain will cause you to turn a deaf ear to the unwarrantable hints against my honour as an English seaman dropped by your first mate." To this speech Vanderdecken made no reply. Indeed, I would not like to swear that he had heeded so much as a syllable of it. Van Vogelaar resumed the position on his seat from which he had started on my raising my hand, and went on with his meal. Shortly after this, Imogene left the table and entered her cabin, on which, weary of the sullen and malignant company of the mate and the ghostly silence and fiery eyes of Captain Vanderdecken, I rose, bowed to the skipper, and went on deck. I walked right aft, past the helmsman, and stood gazing with a most passionate yearning and wistfulness at the sail astern. The stranger had not greatly grown during the time we had passed below, but her enlargement was marked enough to make me guess that she was overhauling us hand over fist, as sailors say, and I reckoned that if the wind held, she would be within gunshot by 3 or 4 of the clock this afternoon. I went for Vanderdecken's glass, and examined her again. The lenses imparted an atmospheric sharpness and pellucidity of outline which showed plainly enough the royals and topgallant sails of apparently a large ship slightly leaning from the wind. I could not persuade myself that she was reaching, for though our yards were as sharply braced as they would lie, the stranger, if she were close hauled, could have luffed up 3 or 4 more points. But as she held her place, it was certain she was making a free wind and coming along with her yards braced in somewhat. Therefore, she was not bound to the westwards, and if for the Indian Ocean, what need had she to be heading due north? I put down the glass, but the yearning that rose within me at the sight of the vessel ceased when I thought of Imogene. Suppose that ship should prove the instrument of separating me from her! I had talked big, for the sake of comforting her, of fearing nothing from Vanderdecken save being set ashore or tossed overboard, for I counted upon any and all ships we met refusing to receive me if they found out that this ancient fabric was the Flying Dutchman. But suppose Vanderdecken should heave me overboard on nearing a vessel, leaving it to her people to succor me if they chose. These were the fancies which subdued in me the eager wistfulness raised by yonder gleaming wing of canvas, whitening like a mounting star upon the blue edge of the ocean in the south. Lost in thought, I continued gazing until presently I grew sensible of the presence of someone standing close beside me. It was Imogene. On the weather quarter was Van Vogelaar, surveying the sail with folded arms and stooped head. His face wore a malignant expression, and in his stirlessness he resembled an effigy, wrought with exquisite skill to a marvellous imitation of apparel and shape. "Where is the captain?" I asked. "He is smoking in the cabin," Imogene answered. "Yonder rascal is evidently my enemy," said I. "All will be well if you show no curiosity," she replied softly. "Do you not remember that I cautioned you at the very beginning? My belief is that the mate is mad, you should know, of the treasure in this ship, and will be eager to get rid of you lest you should contrive to possess it." But how? By acquainting the master of the ship you are transferred to with the wealth in this vessel. Add to this fear, for he has a share in all they recover from wrecks, and in a portion of the cargo, his hatred of you for your men firing at him. I begin to see, said I, that there are several strokes of human nature still to be witnessed among these unhappy wretches, spite of their monstrous age, the frightfulness of the curse they are under, and their being men who are alive in death, corpses reflecting vitality just as the dead moon shines. But needs must where the devil drives. Speculating will not serve. We must wait. I watched her whilst she looked at the sail in our wake. Emotion darkened and lightened in the violet of her eyes as the blue folds of heaven seemed to deepen and brighten with the breathings of the wind. Through her delicate lips her rose-sweet breath came and went swiftly. She started, looked at Van Vogelaar, aloft at the canvas, round the deck, with a sharp tremble running through her light form, and cried out with an hysteric swiftness and in a voice full of tears, "You will not leave me to this wretched fate, Mr. Fenton! You will not leave me in this dreadful ship!" I grasped her hand. I swear before the majesty of that offended God, whose eye is on this ship as we thus stand, that if I am forced to leave you, it will be at the cost of my life. End of chapter 25. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Chapter 26 of The Death Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Ship by William Clark Russell. Chapter 26. We watch the ship approach us. We stood in silence for some moments, hand in hand. Then, finding Van Vogelaar furtively watching us, I quitted her side. At the same moment, Vanderdecken came on deck. Leaning against the rail of the bulwarks as high as my shoulder blades, I quietly waited for what was to come, yet with a mind lively with curiosity and expectation. What would Vanderdecken do? What colors would the stranger show? How would she behave? What part might I have to take in whatever was to happen? To be sure, the stranger would not be up with us for some while yet, but since breakfast the breeze had slightly freshened, and by the rapid enlargement of those shining heights astern, you knew that the wind had but to gather a little more weight to swiftly swirl yonder nimble craft up to within musket-shot of this cumbrous ancient fabric. I looked over the rail, watching the sickly colored side slipping sluggishly through the liquid transparent blue, marbled sometimes by veins and patches of foam, flung with a sullen indifference of energy from the hewing cutwater, on the top of which there projected a great beak, where yet lingered the remains of a figurehead that I had some time before made out to represent an Hercules, frowning down upon the sea with uplifted arms, as though in the act of smiting with a club. It was easy to guess that this ship had kept the seas for some months since careening, by observing the shellfish below the waterline, and the strings of black and green weed she lifted with every roll. But uncouth as was the fabric, gaunt as her aged furniture made her decks appear, inconvenient and ugly as was her rig, exhibiting 100 signs of the primitiveness in naval construction of the age to which she belonged. Yet when I lifted my eyes from the water to survey her, 'twas not without a sentiment of veneration beyond the power of the horror of the supernaturalism of her and her crew raised in me to correct. For was it not by such ships as this that the great and opulent islands and continents of the world had been discovered and laid open as theatres for posterity to act dazzling parts in? Was it not with such ships as this that battles were fought, the courage, audacity, skill, and fierce determination exhibited in which many latter conflicts may indeed parallel, but never in one single instant surpass? Was it not by such ships as this that the great Protector raised the name of Britain to such a height as exceeds all we read of in the history of ancient or modern nations? What braver admirals, more skillful soldiers, more valiant captains, stouter-hearted mariners have flourished than those whose cannon flamed in thunder from the sides of such ships as this." The time passed. At the hour of 11, or thereabouts, the hull of the ship astern was visible upon the waterline. The breeze had freshened, and the long heave of the swell left by the gale was whipped into wrinkles which melted into a creamy sparkling as they ran. Under the sun, upon our starboard bow, the ocean was kindled into glory. Through the trembling splendor the blue of the sea surged up in fluctuating veins, and the conflict of the sapphire died dwelling up into the liquid dazzle, where it showed an instant, ere being overwhelmed by the blaze on the water, was a spectacle of beauty worthy of lifelong remembrance. Elsewhere, the crisp plain of the ocean stretched darker than the heavens, under which were many clouds, moving with full white bosoms like the sails of ships, carrying tinted shinings resembling wind-galls or fragments of solar rainbows upon their shoulders or skirts as they happened to offer them to the sun. By this time you felt the stirring of curiosity throughout the ship. Whatever jobs the crew had been put to, they now neglected, that they might hang over the sides or stand upon the rail to watch and study the ship astern of us. Many had an avidity in their stare that could not have been matched by the looks of famine-stricken creatures. Whether they were visited by some dim sense or perception of their frightful lot, and yearned, out of this weak emotion, for the ship in pursuit, albeit they might not have been able to make their wishes intelligible to their own understandings, God knoweth. 'Twas moving to see them, one with the sharp of his hand to his forehead, another fixedly gazing out of a tangle of grey hair, a third showing fat and ghastly to the sunlight, a fourth with black eyes charged with the slate-colored patches of blindness, straining his imperfect gaze under a bald brow, corrugated into lines as hard as iron. Vanderdecken had left Imogene and stood on the weather quarter with the mate. The girl being alone, I walked aft to her and said in English, feigning to speak of the weather by looking aloft as I spoke, "I have held aloof long enough, I think. He will not object if I join you now?" "No, his head is full of that ship yonder," she replied. "For my part, I am as weary of sitting as you must be of standing. Let us walk a little. He has never yet objected to our conversing. Why should he do so now?" So saying, she rose. Her sheer weariness of being alone, or of talking to Vanderdecken, was too much for her policy of caution. We fell to quietly pacing the poop deck to leeward, and with a most keen and exquisite delight I could taste in her manner the gladness our being together filled her with, and foresee the spirit of defiance to danger and risks that would grow in her with the growth of our love. No notice was taken of us. The eyes and thoughts of all were directed to the ship. From time to time Vanderdecken or Van Vogelaar would inspect her through the glass. Presently Antony Arentz and Jans, the boatswain, joined them, and the four conversed as though the captain had called a council. "She is picking us up very fast," said I to Imogene, whilst we stood a while looking at the vessel. "I should not like to swear to her nationality, but that she is an armed ship, whether French or Dutch or English, is as certain as that she has amazingly lively heels." "How white her sails are, and how high they rise!" exclaimed Imogene. "She leans more sharply than we." "Aye," said I, "she shows twice our number of cloths. Is it not astonishing," I continued, softening my voice, "that Vanderdecken and his mates and men should not guess that there is something very wrong with them, from the mere contrast of such beautifully cut and towering canvas as that yonder, with the scanty, storm-darkened rags of sails under which this groaning old hull is driven along?" "Yes, at least to you and me, who have the faculty of appreciating contrasts, but think of them as deficient in all qualities but those which are necessary for the execution of the sentence. Then their heedlessness is that of a blind man who remains insensible to the pointing of your finger to the object you speak to him about." "Would to God you and I were quit of it all," said I. "We must pray for help, and hope for it too. she answered, with a swift glance at me that for a breathless moment carried the violet beauty and shining depths of her eyes fair into mine. An instant's meeting of our gaze only, yet I could see her heart in that rapid, fearless, trustful look, as the depth of the heavens is revealed by a flash of summer lightning. Suddenly Vanderdecken gave orders for the ensign to be hoisted. The boatswain entered the little house and returned with the flag, which he bent onto the halyards rove at the mizzen topmast head. The colours mounted slowly to his mechanical pulling, and they were worthy indeed of the dead and alive hand that hoisted them, being as ragged and attenuated with age as any banner hung high in the dusty gloom of a cathedral. But the flag was distinguishable as the Hollander's ensign, as you saw when it crazily streamed out its fabric, that was so thin in places you thought you spied the sky through it. One should say it was a flag seldom flown on board the Dutchman, to judge from the manner in which the crew cast their eyes up at it, never a one of them smiling. Indeed, though here and there, under the death pallor, there lay a sort of crumpling of the flesh, as of a grin. 'Twas a flag to drive thoughts of home deep into them, and now and again I would catch one muttering to another behind his hand, whilst the most of them continued to steadfastly regard the ensign for many minutes after Jans had mastheaded it, as though they fancied home could not be far distant with that flag telling of it. End of chapter 26.